Welcome, Bastronauts. This is Teal's Bass Galaxy, an endless dimension of fishing legends and degenerates connecting through raw, real, in-person conversations and stories. No, this is not your average fishing podcast. There's no rules, there's no limits. 3, 2, 1, blast off. So what's new with you boys? It's Thanksgiving. We just got our bellies filled. It's Stacy's birthday, but I guess Walker's in North Dakota right now. I guess, how's that been? When did you leave, bud?
I left end of September. I just came back. I've been home for 2 weeks now, just getting stuff ready for the winter, and then I go back, hopefully tomorrow. Might be later this week, but I'll be up there till March ice fishing, and yeah.
Perch biting? So
I don't know.
Learn some perch stuff tonight.
I heard they're gonna be biting this winter.
So what? You're waiting for ice still up there, or you guys rolling?
No, usually we don't start till the second week in December typically, just because we don't know ice conditions. Like last year was, that was a terrible, early winter, I guess you could say, just because the weather wasn't great. But this year they said they got 8 inches up there, so we can go guide on it right now. If we wanted to.
Any bass holes up there?
There is a few. There's a couple smallmouth holes up there.
That's where Milliken goes all the time.
North Dakota?
No,
South Dakota.
He's down in South Dakota.
Because you're up at Devils, right?
I'm in Devils, yeah.
In Devils.
Yeah,
So
yeah. There's
smallies and Devils, right?
no smallies and Devils, but if someone put some in there, it would thrive.
That's what I was thinking.
It would thrive. There's so much rock and trees. I mean, it'd be so cool to... But they'd get their feelings hurt so fast, though, because they got the 90s chip up there, so you can see the old shoreline. You can see all the rocks. They have side scan chips where you can see all the rock piles and everything.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Devils is crazy. It's isn't it getting more flooded every year?
They kind of got stabilized now. They put the dam in and everything, so it's staying the same. But it did flood. It was I think the old shoreline used to be at 25 foot or something like that. So it came up 25 foot since the 90s.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So they got it stabilized now though. So, I mean,
that's the one place where I've seen them do walleye tournaments,
in the
jerk
trees.
baiting in the trees, for big walleyes.
We used
and
to ice
stuff.
fish smallies in the trees through the water, through the ice. That was fun. That was 10 years ago though, probably.
Where at? North
In
Dakota?
the trees?
No, South Dakota. Yeah,
South Dakota?
It's the same lake that Milliken's filling on now.
Okay. Yeah, South Dakota. I got.
By Webster area type lake.
I don't want to say too much.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
We used to ice fish some smallies in the trees on that lake. This was a long time ago.
That's a bucket list trip to go to South Dakota. Do that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There's lots of lakes.
Oh, there's a bunch.
Yeah.
You can go smack them, and
There's all sorts of
It
little
really-
pothole lakes out there.
a lot of them different lakes in between. You can 1 minute you're catching perch, and the next minute you're catching crappies, and the next minute you're on walleyes, and you can have a whole mixed bag and be limited out on all of the above.
Well, they got that freshwater shrimp over there that just
You
loads
drill a
everything
hole
up.
and it just come puking up out of the hole.
Yeah, a lot of ebi. That's, I think, the Japanese word for
Ebi?
shrimp is ebi. Ebi.
Actually, the shrimp numbers are down up there.
Really?
In North Dakota, or in Devil's Lake at least. But I don't
So
know.
what lake do you got on?
Devils.
Devils?
Devils, Stump, and then there's some small lakes too, but a lot of the locals get real mad if you start guiding on them because you'll have 9 snow bears out there peeling. Your limit of perch is 20, so
Yeah, I suppose.
you got 4 people in the bear, you got 80 perch coming out of there every day out of 9 snow bears.
How big them shrimp get?
Pinky, yeah, fingernail sized ish.
Really?
Yeah, they're not.
They don't get that big.
No.
Crazy.
They ain't like that bait there. That's a
We
lot.
eat those.
Yeah, oh yeah, they eat them.
Do we have freshwater shrimp in any Minnesota lakes that you guys know about? Is that why do they stock them over there? Is it a native, did the Cherokees kind of...
It's got to be natural, I think. there's so many. They're like every lake in the Dakotas has them pretty
That's
much.
what's interesting. Like,
Yeah.
because you got like some sculpin in like on Mille Lacs and stuff. There's like some sculpin, but not many, I don't think. But
I don't know.
Do you know
always been
of any lakes,
curious about
Schroeder?
that.
I don't.
Schroeder's from out towards there.
I don't know of any in Minnesota that.
Yeah, Long Prairie used to grow freshwater shrimp, I thought.
There might be some up that way.
Actually, there's a few lake. Geneva has some in it.
Does it?
Mm-hmm. I think the duck sloughs, like the mud bottoms, I think have shrimp.
Makes sense.
Freeborn.
That
Yeah.
makes
The
sense.
good perch lakes.
Yeah, the good perch lakes have shrimp in them.
Perch are like, what's up with the perch thing out there? Why don't people go after, like, go to Lake of the Woods, you don't go for perch, you go for walleyes. Be a man, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
I suppose.
what's up with the perch?
Those perch, they taste up there. They're really good. I compare them to almost like a chicken, like texture. They're a lot more firm than a walleye. They're not flaky at all. But those perch, they fight hard and they're big. Like 2 years ago when they were catching limits of perch like crazy, the size was 11 to 13s. So I mean, that would be if you have 80 of them, they fill up 4 or 5 gallon pails like it's nothing.
Makes a hell of a good fish chip.
Yeah, they're good. They're really
Perch are
good.
really good.
Yeah.
It's my
I've
favorite
had
fish
them.
to
They're
eat.
good.
Honestly,
We used to go chase jumbos in Mille Lacs and then the Dakotas every winter just for the meat. It's so good.
yeah, they're still fun. The walleye fishing up in Devils is actually like really, really good in the wintertime. Because last winter we chased them in the trees.
Yeah.
They were aggressive. You drop buckshot down, like it's like instant.
Sure.
Yeah, you don't need a Vexler. You just hit the bottom. It'll be good.
You fish Lake Tinder or Bumble up in that neck of the woods?
No, no.
Is it as good as the perch fishing up in middle of North Dakota? Is there even a woman north of that highway?
Not very many.
Not very
Not
many.
very many.
Do they have teeth?
I don't know.
Very many.
Not very many is right. Yeah, just a few res ones running around, and that's about it.
There you go. Casino money.
Yeah, there's a casino about, 5 minutes from my place. Don't ever venture to it, though. We just go to Teal's tackle store. That's good enough for me.
So you don't even swipe when you're in North Dakota?
Nope.
No? No grinder?
No. Grinder? No. No, that ain't for me. Not about that.
How about you, Timmy? What's the State of the Union?
It's good.
It's Stacy's birthday today. We'd like to make a public announcement of
It
that.
is. It is Stacy's birthday. It's turned 50, so she allowed me out of the house to do the old podcast tonight here at Noah's, and we're gonna get to figure a lot of this JDM tackle that I haven't played much with. I'm sort of an old school guy, but yeah, just been busy working, and fishing this summer was good for why I went, and then we had a little boat issue, so we were out of commission for a little while. So looking forward to next year and getting back after them.
Absolutely. Are you back at work?
Fully working. I'm doing. I just got switched again here for work to a different shift again. I'm not real happy about. So,
Sorry, bring it up.
but yeah, work is good. Been busy. So
Heck yeah.
been deer hunting and
That's what I was curious about. Walker says he's grinding meat this morning, but you been getting out?
went out. We got one guy that we're after. He's a magnum, but he's sort of a ghost. So seen him a couple times and just didn't get on him. And got Iowa coming up, late season muzzleloader. So after Christmas, I'll be down in Iowa for a week, 10 days, trying to get a big Iowa with the smoke pole. So looking forward to that.
The smoke pole.
Is there any left after Mason and all them guys took them all
No,
out? or what?
Mason's coming with me. Bunch of the guys are going slug gun hunting down there next week, so we'll see how they do. And then, but yeah, we'll go. Mason Raylin and I are gonna go down and try to get one with smoke pole and after Christmas. And
You guys got some land down there, or know some people you?
Shane's got 2 farms
Oh, that's
down
right.
there, so
Duh.
we got a little land, and then plus a bunch of our friends and farmers down there let us get in. So we got a few places to
Attention all bastronauts. This podcast is supported by the Bass Galaxy's title sponsor, Waypoint Angler Supply, the Midwest's new landing pad for hardcore anglers just like you and me. If you're looking for the sneaky goods you can't find anywhere else, look no further. Waypoint Angler Supply has the largest offering of JDM tackle in the Midwest, and they are right here in Minnesota on Lake Minnetonka. This is truly a place every bass fisherman in Minnesota needs to visit because we finally have a tackle shop in the state that's as dreamy as the ones you find down south. And the staff at Waypoint Angler Supply understands the various needs of us anglers, which is why you'll find the selection there so enticing. Ross and the folks at Waypoint Angler Supply are passionate about carrying the right stuff, providing an authentic customer experience, and they listen to the anglers. And it doesn't end at JDM baits. They stock all the top U.S. brands, as well as local Minnesota brands like Waseca Fishing and Customs, Arsenal Fishing, Bait Lab Custom Swim Baits, All Terrain Tackle, Bagley Northland, Outcast Tackle, and more. So stop into their store on Lake Minnetonka or visit their website, waypointanglersupply.com. That's waypointanglersupply.com. For the month of December, use the code GALAXY2224. The Bass Galaxy is also supported by Waseca Fishing and Customs, Supreme Lending, Dream Team, Lake Country Insurance Services, My Wedge Motor Support, just north of Memphis, Barbecue and Catering. Thank you. Why is the hunting so much better in Iowa? Like, why are the deer so much bigger? I've asked people this before, but there's definitely something to that.
Couple different reasons. I would say they don't start hunting really hard until after the rut, so it gives them a chance to breed and get bigger down there and stuff. So Minnesota, you're hunting during the rut. Take them out before they breed, and it hurts. So I hunt southeast Minnesota deer hunting, and there's some really good ones. I think I got nine plus shoulders on the wall at home, and Iowa's been hit hard the last few years with blue tongue and different diseases and stuff. So that you used to be able to not drive a block down there without having to worry about hitting one, and now it's a little more scarce, or a lot of them are dead. So whatever, we'll see. I'm sort of picky now. I've had them sleeping underneath me this year, and I was dropping stuff on them and talking on the phone with them right underneath me. So I mean,
yeah. One day I called you. I'm like, "What are you doing?" I'm at the tree stand. I'm like, why'd you answer the phone?
Oh yeah, get Snapchat videos of Timmy just watching deer eat all the time.
So yeah, I've done it enough. I'm looking for a specific one or two, and if not, then it is what it is. So
Sure. Heck yeah, dude. So what do you typically do with your deer? Like when you got a thing, everybody's a little different, but I know you're a man with good taste. So
usually I'll do some deer sticks, some venison bacon, and then I like doing burger. I like doing like barbecues with them, and like nachos and chips, barbecue chips and stuff. Just a lot of burger.
Because Noah, you don't hunt, right?
Nope. I used to.
You bass fished till ice up this year?
Yep. Yeah. I used to bow hunt pretty hard, and then I always be sitting in the tree stand like, man, I should be fishing. What am I doing sitting in this tree stand? So I gave all up, sold my bow, all my camo and all that stuff, and now I just strictly fish till they freeze. So
I'm with you, boss.
Yeah.
So do you have like a good fall this year, you would say, compared to last year? It seems like you chase more green ones in the fall than I do. I kind of switched to the brown ones.
Yeah, I kind of switch to the big baits. Kind of look for like one big lone, 6 or 7. It's kind of my goal. Like every fall, once tournament season's over, I try to hunt for like a 6 or 7, or I'm trying to chase an 8, but it's never happened yet.
Sure.
But we live where 8s are, and I've had a few friends that have 8s, but I've never caught an 8. I just keep chasing it. I throw a lot of big glide baits, just big baits, and just try to put myself around big fish and hopefully try.
It's really sad that one lake died.
Yeah.
They were so big.
I don't know if it
so big.
Well, I think I know what you're talking about. The lake. Is it?
Yeah.
So last year, I don't know if you remember, I made a post online. I had like 30.42 for 5. That was that lake. So it's coming back. They're there.
I don't know.
I went back there this fall. And I had a couple big 4s, and that was it. It kind of sucked, but yeah. I fished till it freezes. The fall was kind of. I heard a lot of guys cracked them this fall, and they're pretty good. But I feel like for this area around here, it wasn't typically what it is, because I feel like there's such a slow transition into the cold temps. I like to get into the 40s, and that's where I do really good. But I don't know. It was okay.
We didn't have a lot of. I like.
It went from like mid 50s, high 50s, and all of a sudden it just went boom.
We did not get that 40-degree window like we did last year. Last year was the longest 40-degree window I've ever seen, and I'm with you on that.
That's where you get the real big ones.
Yeah, and it seemed like the 50s were extended longer this year versus last year. It got like cold, and then we had like 40s for like that month span. Largemouth seemed to be. I've done really well in the fall, and it seems like I strike out sometimes on largemouth in the fall versus smallmouth. It's like I won't bomb, but I maybe it seems like my variance isn't as much. But that glide bait thing, I know you and I have talked about like how a glide bait's tough in dirtier water, but in the fall, as we know, that water turns over and that water clears back up. Is that kind of when that becomes a thing, or do you think that you could do that during tournament season too? You just don't want to.
So for me, in my opinion, whether it's right or wrong, I don't know, it's just my opinion from my experiences. Spring, so you have pre-spawn, spawn, post-spawn is good glide bait. Summer patterns, the glide bait really falls off hard for me, and it picks up again in the fall. That's just what I've noticed over the years. But the fall bite, in my opinion, the fall bite is the best around here in Minnesota for a glide bait. That's just because of I feel like because like I said, the lakes turn over, the lakes clear up a little bit more, temps drop, looking for a bigger meal. You see a lot of fish that you'll typically see in the summer. They start to reappear. I don't know if they go into the basin or where they go, but there's these giant fish that kind of disappear for the summer. And in the fall, you start to see them again. That makes sense.
Yeah.
What's going on up there?
They got a chicken that they shake and it clucks or something like that. We got some kids upstairs right now. We're at my house.
We are in the world record holder's home.
Mr. Big Time.
Mr. Big Time. So, like, have you found, to me, the reason, same reason a jerk bait's good, it does have that hover, that suspending nature where it hangs there, right?
Yep.
I guess, have you found, what's like, if there's ice on the lake, you're still catching on the line?
God, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no lower threshold.
No, you get to like that, once it, like 60s, you start to see a little bit of it, but you get into the 50s, mid 50s, low 50s, like mid 50s to ice. The glide bait, in my opinion, like I said, it's just my opinion, really shines. Like, you're not going to catch a ton of fish on it, obviously, but you will pull the biggest fish on a piece of structure with it for sure. And if you don't catch him on the glide, he will show himself, or she, or whatever. You'll at least locate him. And so many times they'll at least commit to it or swirl on it, so you know they're aggressive, you know they're there. And especially with live now, like you can see all that. So you can fire another bait back in there and catch that fish if they won't commit to the glide. But most times in the fall, if you get a big aggressive fish, they will almost always commit to the glide, it seems like.
That's cool, because I found something similar with like a Megraph in the fall, that freestyle.
Yeah.
In that like that just albino one, slow rolling that all around the lake. Probably catch more little ones than you do on a glide, but that's between that, like a chatterbait, a spinnerbait, and like a glide bait. Have you guys played with the suspending crank though, at all in the fall? I know guys that wreck them on a whole stop suspending like 10-foot crank.
I did smash him on a crank this fall.
Did you?
Like until ice up here, a week ago. Like, I mean, 40, 50 fish days
Really?
Like this. No giants, but oh my god, like numbers. It's crazy.
When it gets really cold, I don't think a lot of people really play with it a lot. It's something that I guess I caught some fish on this fall on a crank.
Shallow crank.
Yeah, Fritz had 9 for me on the river just for smallmouth stuff, but I guess there's a speed. It seems like in the fall, like you have to fish slower.
Yeah.
Have you found that? Just steady?
A little slow line, just kind of bumping along. Like normally in summer, you kind of crank a little faster, but in the fall, like you'll just generate bites that you won't get on any other baits. Like for some reason.
Yeah.
But God, there were some awesome days on a crankbait where I could just run the same bank back and forth and just keep generating bites for hours on end.
How shallow? So I mean, you're talking 40, low 40s water temp. These fish are in like 2-3 foot of water.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Foot of water, 2, 3, 4, 5 foot of water.
On
rock.
On rock.
Yeah.
I think it's also because their pressure goes down too.
Yeah.
No one fishes in the fall down here hardly.
No one
Just
fishes
you.
anywhere in the
I
fall.
mean,
It seems
Well, like in the same
Yeah.
area, you can drag a jig or a drop shot, and you can generate some bites, but you go back through there with a crank. Like I don't know what it is, but I'm sure like you probably see it a lot. You fish a lot of cold water. Hard baits produce in cold water.
There's something
Period.
about it.
Whether it's a blade bait, a crank bait, a glide bait, like whatever jerk bait, hard baits. I don't know why they produce in cold water.
Yeah, I've had days with a blade bait where they don't eat it unless it's sitting on the bottom for 5 seconds after you're done. I'm like, they're going up like to the bottom to eat a fucking piece of metal.
Yeah.
Like, that is the weirdest thing to me.
is that smallmouth though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's-
largemouth.
Okay. See, that blade bite would be fun, but
It's fun.
like Noah was saying, we don't see it down here. I don't think really.
We kind of have our own like little ecosystem.
If you have rock,
It's weird.
you got that bite.
But we have pondweed when that starts to grow.
We
That
do
makes
too.
sense.
Yeah.
And see, I've got both. Like, some lakes are exactly that, and some aren't. It depends for sure. For sure, it's definitely a harder bait to throw for largemouth, just because of the grass and stuff.
I'd rather throw a
but-
jerk bait
Oh,
for largemouth in the cold water.
it's not going to get gunked up as much. I mean, it's,
Yeah, and you can. The jerk bait fish is really good for deeper fish, and glide bait fish is really good. In the colder water too, it's easier to sink that stuff down because the cold water, those baits just sink so much better.
That is interesting. I wish I had this thing like a month ago.
I
For
did,
this fall.
but the drums destroyed everything that I had. So
I bet the drums like these. This is Timmy Schroeder. I saw that and I'm like, Timmy needs one of those for his shiner migration.
I didn't grab this one already?
You did. I was gonna give you.
Oh,
so this is
Waypoint
different.
just got these in. Yeah, that's the new flex. So
The head pivots on the arm.
it does. Yeah. So it actually. So before that wire was actually fighting.
It was fixed.
Yeah, it was fighting. So this is more responsive. A lot more responsive than even the old one, which I thought was plenty
You
responsive.
see that?
Yeah. Do they make them in less than 5/8 ounce though?
Just 5/8.
Just 5/8 for now.
Yeah, but the grass piece, in my opinion, like at least the old ones, like a 3/8 or a half fish more like a 3/8 jackhammer. So
Yeah.
I think you size them up. So I think this 5/8 sounds like it doesn't rise as much, stays down a little better.
See, I thought it was just a brush card that they added. I
Teal,
didn't
call
know
your
it was-
contact and tell him to make this in coleslaw too.
There you go.
I don't know how to say coleslaw in Japanese, Tim.
Aren't you going there in January?
My hope is to go there in January.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
for that Osaka show. But yeah, Waypoint just got a bunch of these in, and yeah, this is gonna be one of the hardest to get lures in the country. this
Well, I see
grass
it. I
piece.
got the email from Waypoint. I got a $100 gift card burning a hole in my wallet.
Fothergill was telling me his co-anglers caught some big fish on Chobe this spring with throwing that.
The flex?
Not the flex, but the
Just the
OG one.
original grass
Yep.
piece.
Yep. The flex is brand new, just got released, but yeah, figured
So
that.
are they still? It's the husband and wife, right?
It's a Japanese dude. I don't know if he's married or not.
I think it was a
but
husband and a wife. Make them one at a time. Is what I
Yeah.
heard.
It's a cool lure. It falls different than a jackhammer. It falls like horizontal with the shimmy versus jackhammer is gonna just nose down. But I didn't get to play with the original one enough this year. Did you get to play with it at all?
Like I said, I stopped in their Waypoint one day and Ask for the backdoor special. You know? Heard you got a few grass pieces in back, gonna have some. He's like, we got a couple left. And I got my hands on a few of them. And took them down to Okoboji this spring and caught some gigantic drum on them. And some bass too, obviously. But I only had 2, and the drum completely destroyed them. And that was the last I had of grass pieces.
You would destroy one. I felt like they were pretty well built.
They are, but you catch a 15-pound drum.
Yeah.
And you got 20-pound fluorocarbon, and you're,
No, those ones down there are big.
Yeah.
Those
really
are
big.
some of the state records definitely down in Okoboji for sure.
I'm curious how this will do in wood. I think
it'll do good.
I think, well, you think about how well a spinnerbait does in wood.
Yeah, I think it'll do good.
Yeah, their startup time's a lot faster on the grass piece, definitely compared to like a Z-Man of any sort, I guess.
Sure.
They're becoming more available now too.
Yeah.
Not the old one. Old one.
They're still hard to get, but you're still. I remember they were like, at the time they were like $50-$60 a piece on eBay. In fact, the prices come down a little bit because they're more available.
For sure.
The only downfall to like the grass piece there is I feel like when you get like stringy grass and stuff like that, or like slime of any sort, it doesn't run very good at all.
I think eelgrass would be okay.
Yeah, you'll get,
Eelgrass.
but like
Like
Okoboji.
You got problems.
Some of the crap you guys have down
Make it
here.
text
And
quick.
Boji, yeah.
Boji, I was throwing that. It just really wasn't working too great. Because if you let it hit the bottom for 1 second, you know how it was, like that pond weed and stuff.
Yeah,
And,
that
it, was,
scummy stuff.
it wasn't very good.
Right.
But I did like it, though. Fish pretty good.
I'm curious. I
Totally.
think with some of the stuff Timmy's talked to me about with where he's made a spinnerbait like do really well. That's what comes to mind for me with this bait, just because of it's able to get to depth a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Noah knows. I've whooped on him sitting in the back of the boat behind him.
Yeah, I remember that. Jies too.
Yeah.
Jies. It was fall. It was a late fall tournament too.
So you could fish that like your untamed swim jig on the weed line, too.
Yeah.
Real deep like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, they got a heavy one.
Untamed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a half ounce.
Mhm.
I like a lot. Yeah.
I'm guessing I'll never see the rest of my hots now that you're all.
No, they're somewhere. They're in my house. They're in my house. I think I forgot them for sure. But the good news is I brought enough collateral to hopefully make it right. This is another one they got that's news, that OSP, metal blade jig. I haven't thrown that at all yet, but it's tough to beat a jackhammer, so I'll be really curious about that.
You guys are good.
Oh my gosh, can you ask for better service than
Beer
this?
delivery. What?
We've got a
We got fistfuls of beer coming in.
Wow.
You good?
Stacy, happy birthday again.
Thank you, thank you.
Jenna, thank you so much for the hospitality.
Thank you, Jenna.
And
Thank
You
delivering
need
us
one?
beverages. It is just
Thank you,
too
guys.
sweet.
Okay. Timmy.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you better hand me one of them gold toppers.
Did they make a mini blade of this, too?
They did, yeah. I had never got my hands on that one.
I feel like this blade's smaller than the original.
It doesn't.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks smaller to me.
I've always felt like it looked small. I like how thin it is, though. I can tell there's something to that.
Yeah.
Something to that. Yeah. Yeah.
It is wintertime, too. Everything's smaller.
I feel like this would be good in winter though.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Like I just feel like it's a
That's a...
more subtle, tighter vibration, which is a big deal in cold water.
It's going to have a slower fall because it's horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, it's got all the right ingredients. And the flex with that arm being, it sounds like it takes a little less pull to get it to vibrate even yet with that swivel on there.
I didn't think I'd put that one in my pile.
Probably do
Yeah,
got it
it
in your
just
pile. You got a
all
pretty
of
big
those-
pile going on over there.
That crank input was, I don't know, it was so much fun.
I'm going to have to
Sunny
learn
Beach.
that.
Sunny B.
Yeah.
Japanese.
So,
If anyone's been listening for the last few years,
and that's what's interesting is like balsa is
No, I
so
suppose.
good in the cold. Yet I know
Translate.
guys who do really well.
I fish
Like-
all year long.
Oh, I know you do. And
Yeah.
I guess that Sunny B, I think, I don't know. You got something figured out with that Sunny B.
This is a confidence.
Hey guys, Aaron Teal here with Waseca Fishing and Customs here, and excited to talk to you about my new signature series rod, the Puppet Master. My number one confidence technique is by far offshore power finesse fishing, so we've spent a lot of time and a lot of years creating the perfect bottom contact power finesse rod, specifically designed to fish 3/8 to 3/4 ounce football jigs, tubes, swing heads, dragging a swim bait on the bottom, and any bait that you need to manipulate with your hand and land that fish. This rod is perfect for it. The big thing that we found that was an issue with other rods is they were either too crisp and sensitive, where they were too fast, or they weren't quite sensitive enough and they had the right action. So what Dane built with this rod is the most sensitive bottom contact rod I've ever held in my hands. But the big thing is, on a long cast, it's got the power to drive that hook home, but more importantly, it's got a parabolic action that's going to bend deep down in the rod to make sure that, let's say, football jig or goby tube isn't popping that smallmouth's mouth open and keeping that bait in the back of their head where it belongs, allowing you to have increased leverage and landing more bass. You're going to have to pry this rod from my cold dead hands. This is the Puppet Master. You can find it on WasecaFishing.com or at Waypoint Angler Supply. Check them out.
Bait for me, like, you know,
I
any
can't keep
confidence
it clean everywhere. That's my problem.
Well, any crankbait, you're gonna.
Certain ones I feel like are really good.
The wider wobblers kind of push that grass away.
I think he throws it on heavier line than most. That
Noah?
fishes it different.
Yeah,
What size line are you throwing?
it depends. If I'm fishing around cover, I'm not scared to throw it on 15, but I'll tie a loop knot. You know, a little bit more freedom. But
Interesting.
if it's open water, I'll do 10, 12. But it's, I don't know. That's my confidence bait, especially in cold water. Like, I don't know.
I love the thing, but just you seem to make it work way more places than me.
Because it's confidence based, I'll throw it way more places.
Right.
You know, like
right.
it doesn't matter whoever it is. If you have a confidence bait, you're gonna pick it up before another bait. Generally, most of the time, you know. And,
This is true.
but you build confidence over your experience over time, or putting baits in different situations, and it's all about how many like experiences of what you generate bites in this scenario, that scenario, and it's feel like, I don't know.
There's totally something to that, and I think one of the most gangster things I've seen done with the crankbait was Ot Defoe on Kissimmee, skipping a little tiny 4 under a boat dock for 8 hours straight, banging it off the posts and generating bites. I guess that you've opened up a new question from me, which is like, where's some weird stuff do you feel like you put that crankbait other people don't?
Yeah.
Like you put do you think that's part of
Well, I
your
just
kind of
people think rock, right? That's what you think when you're
For sure.
cranking.
For
rock,
sure.
hard spots. Some people will crank lay down, which is popular, but you're thinking square bill, where I feel like a Sunny B, the whole Sunny B lineup, for whatever reason, it acts like a square bill too, and it doesn't. It gets hung up like every other crankbait does, but since it's balsa, you can either feed your rod to it like a line lay slack, and it floats right up out of it, or you snap it a few times and it comes right out of it. Where I have fished other crankbaits over the years, and I'm not going to name names, but there are some crankbaits that are good crankbaits and they get bit, but man, do they get hung up, and you cannot get them out, and you got to break them off, and or go up on top of your stuff and blow it out. But yeah, like I've cranked pencil reeds, pad stems. I love to crank mud flats. Love to crank mud flats where people wouldn't even think to throw a crankbait.
Well, it's hard because that crank's digging too much. Like,
But
you have to really...
You find the right depth, and
Yep.
you just hover it or just keep it. When you feel it tick, you kind of snap it and get it up off the bottom a little good, and you keep cranking. I actually did a video down in Iowa with the Northland boys a few years back where we were cranking like 2 and 3 foot mud flats, and we just smashed them.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So how do you find and fish a mud flat, Noah? That is a genuine question. Because there's mud flats on Mille Lacs, but I don't think that's the kind of mud flat we're talking about here at the 2 or 3 foot depth.
Well, when you're fishing a swamp,
Structured mud flats or something like
that's
that.
what
you know?
that's what you're in. I mean,
Are we talking about a bank? That's
no, it's just a swamp.
So So,
His boat comes back looking like
the
a
lake
sand,
is a mud flat. So
sand gravel. You can't even see it.
You start by putting your boat in a mud flat.
It's-
Got it.
it's I don't know. It's hard to explain, but there's a few specific lakes that I fish. Ice out, like they're up on the mud flats to get warm, right?
Yep.
Right after ice out.
That's a deal.
That is a huge deal. Right after ice out, we can't do that in Minnesota because we have close season. So I go to Iowa, and you just look for big flat mud flats that got the sun beating on them. They're gonna be a little bit warmer, and the fish will be up there cruising. You just crank around, and you lose your live scope, and you. Usually they're wolf packing too. So
Yeah, them mud flats have heat, and then it seems like them spring bug hatches. That's where it's at.
yeah, and you got cold. We got 40-degree temps, and then again a hard bait always seems to outperform in really cold water. So I just, we've had a lot of good days.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. How about you, Walker? What's your mud flat secret?
I don't fish mud flats.
No?
Not like that, no. No.
I just can't.
I've actually won tournaments doing that though.
I'm sure. I mean, down here it's probably not very. Or I'm sure it's more common than you would like up in northern lakes.
Yeah,
but
I know. Yeah, our lakes are a little different than what your typical Minnesota lake would be down here. When you say
yeah, down here
we
is like
fish swamps,
yeah, that's a straight
like straight a
swamp.
spinnerbait story.
I can't
that's
believe how
from a
much.
That's
lake.
a swamp.
That's it. The whole lake, with the deepest part of that lake was 4 foot deep, probably.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we fish swamps.
yeah.
I can't believe how much shit you guys sink down here.
It's not
Like-
us. It's the crappie guys.
Yeah.
Either way, like I've never seen so much
Storms.
like
There's.
sunken.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
stuff.
storms, whatever. There's.
Tonka.
There's so much brush in that lake.
We have a huge crappie and panfish scene
Yeah.
down here. And I think
Ice
that's
fish
what
guys.
that's what drives that whole sunken brush thing. I think.
Well,
It's
I've
not-
seen some of
there
Timmy's
are
crappies.
There are some bass guys that do sink some stuff, but I would say 95% of it is crappie or just blown up from storms.
Yeah.
We have a lot of nasty storms down here, more than you would have up north, I'd say.
Yeah, it's more like Kansas down here.
A little
More
bit. We're on the upper end of the Tornado Alley, actually.
Well, I mean, this year alone, you had that rainstorm back in June on Tatanka, and the lake was up 7 feet
Oh, yeah.
from when the guys were down here for the championship and
Yeah.
MNB, and I mean, it was
That
down
moves a lot of
7
water
feet.
around.
That brought all that
was
stuff
wild,
off the
by
bank.
way. Seeing the water line up on the tree,
Like the
above
bird
my
eye?
head where we were.
Bird
waiting.
Island was bad.
You should have
Great.
seen, we had a fireman's derby down there. You should have seen the stuff we were doing to get underneath them bridges.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Oh my! I came home from
Everybody left
Okoboji.
their plug out that day.
We did that. I came home from Okoboji to fish a tournament. And the guys from the team trail, you remember Tatanka, you know what it's all about. You have all the bridges in the channel and yada yada yada. I came home from Okoboji, practicing for the Champions Tour event, and that night I tore all my graphs off, took my windshield off, and I took everything out of my boat, and I loaded 400 to 500 pounds of landscaping block in the front of my boat. And then on tournament day, it was idle only, so we're idling down into Lower Cicada, which from the beach is, if you're idling, it's
45 minutes.
45-minute idle. So I'm having my son idle the boat, and I'm taking the trolling motor off, the 360 off, the live. Disassembled my entire front of my boat. Laid the trolling motor down in the what do you call that? Like
Cockpit.
The cockpit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
360s laying our lives on the ground. Took the hood off the trolling motor. Had everything
Hood off the
disassembled.
motor.
Yeah, and we just barely skated through. Just barely cleared that third bridge down on the Lower Cicada.
What was first place for this one?
2,500,
No,
roughly,
it's 4,000.
for the firemen's.
3,000, but big bass was like 1,500, I think.
How many
Maybe.
guys? How many of the field were trying to do that?
There's a couple of us. That's it. But it's 50 boats.
Because they couldn't even get, like the first bridge, like the big wooden bridge right off the beach, you couldn't even get under that hardly.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
So, like, how many people went down that far? There's only like,
Out of 50 boats, I say 10 went under the wooden bridge. But then a couple guys couldn't make it in the channel there. Because that bridge by the landing there in the channel, they couldn't make it under that. Because they had to turn around. So that called out like another 5 boats.
and then top 5 pretty much all got paid
If you made it to lower, you got paid.
Yeah, you got paid. Yeah.
So,
That's crazy.
oh man, that was quite the tournament. But yeah.
Was that because lower was the place to be, or did you just kind of decide you didn't have to split as much? Because
It's a spring event.
yeah,
So
that would make sense.
you have Tatanka, the main body of water.
Yep.
And then you have, which is all the depth and structure. Then you have upper Cicada, which is kind of like a basin with like 8 to 9, 10 foot of water. And you have lower Cicada, which I would consider the spawning area, 3 to 4 to 5 foot deep across the whole thing. That's where they go in the spring to spawn and warm up. And
Well, at that time, how deep was it?
it's probably 6 feet.
Yeah. Highest it's ever been.
Yeah.
Remember when we were throwing DD-22s in lower Cicada?
But the whole thing was a mat of grass.
Yeah.
And it's idle only, so you can't run through it and chop it, you know? You're going to idle through this whole mat, so you're constantly overheating.
Oh, that's annoying.
But it was probably 30 times a day. I heard beep, beep, throw it in reverse, shut it off, trim it up, clean off your screens, trim it back down, fire it up, make another 50 yards, beep, beep, shut it off, start pumping water again. Oh, man, that was bad. Such a pain.
Seems like any time I try to go somewhere stupid, that happens to me.
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
What did you think of Cicada and Tatanka, I guess, for that last team trail tournament?
I enjoyed the lake. We didn't fare very good, but I had a day of practice, and I wish I'd have had a little more time out there, but learned a lot.
It's a complicated system.
I like it. I enjoyed it. I was probably the only guy fishing it that would say I would go
I
back.
think there's some guys that liked it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there definitely
Talking with
was.
like Andy Wallace, he said he was getting like 40 bites a day.
Yeah, Andy was he was doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lake's right up their alley.
It's just like a diverse fishery. Like you can do
That's what I liked
a
about
lot
it.
of things. Like you can go down and lower. We call it mud because it's literally just a mud hole. It's 3-4 foot across the whole thing, and it's all mud. There's no structure. And you have upper Cicada, which is kind of
Minus a random log.
minus
Yeah.
a few deadheads. You just pray you don't hit. I hit a few of them over the years, which sucks, but it's just a cool, diverse fishery, which I feel like I feel like it's cool that they came down here to kind of
Well, especially that time of year, because you could do a little of everything.
you can do anything. You can be one anyway. Like,
Yeah.
it kind of surprises me that the offshore bite didn't really pop off for a couple guys.
I was pretty frustrated about that.
I just feel like this year there was just too much grass. Like the grass really took off this year with the flood. Which you think the opposite. You think the flood,
It brought all that nutrients in it.
and
Just
the grass really took off.
took
But
off.
typically the offshore bite of Tatanka is usually really, really good, and it just didn't show out this year.
There was some really good milfoil that time of the year
Yeah.
when we fished.
I was impressed with
there was
the
a lot of
foil.
good looking milfoil, surprisingly.
I couldn't believe how good that landing bay looked
Yeah.
and why more big bags didn't come out of it.
That's typically one of the better areas in the lake.
Yeah.
I mean, Schroeder,
I mean, I had some good bites in there in practice.
me and Schroeder won so much money on that landing bay.
I shook off some good bites
There's a
in
lot
there
of
in
good rock.
practice.
There's some good grass,
Good brush piles.
good brush piles floating around in there. Like it's
I
one
mean,
of the
I-
better bays.
I
Like,
wanted to kind of
No, that's
hunker
like
down in
that's
there.
like
and-
the one of your best ones. I mean, even the guys that fish the panfish and northerns and stuff, they're in that bay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude, I bet we spent probably at least six hours in that bay, thinking it was gonna go down, and it literally. Well, there's all them people fishing the point. Like,
Yeah. Well, I
that
one
was
of 'em.
happening the day before in practice. So I'm like, I never even made it there, but it sounds like there's definitely something to that. But
Well,
we never weighed a fish out of that bay. We fished the
mean-
shit out of it.
That's Tatanka though.
Look at how Andy and
Did a great day.
Kyle did. Yeah, they're great. We were right next to them on day one, and
Yeah, it sounds like everybody got to watch them just absolutely peel on them
I
day
mean,
one.
we were one bite away from actually doing something right there. I mean, we had 16 pounds,
We had
but
an awesome day too though.
yeah, dude, day two was good. I flipped. I tell you what, biggest walleye in southern Minnesota came off that point that day. It was 28-incher with an ounce and a quarter right to his face. 3 foot of water.
You should have seen the one I caught on a glide bait there a few years ago.
Oh my word!
Walleyes
I'm sure.
love glide baits, dude.
Oh my god.
Have you noticed that?
Oh my god, giant walleye.
If you have a big walleye on live scope and you want to make it eat, put a
Glide
big
bait.
glide bait in front of it. It will swim far and wide to absolutely annihilate it. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like that.
We were fishing on a real late fall tournament, getting cold water, like 40-degree temps, 42-degree temps. I was fishing that point, and I fire out there like 4 or 5 casts, catch like a 5 1/4 largemouth, and 3 casts later, catch like a 7 or 8 bone walleye. I'm like, thought I had a giant largemouth, you know? Nope, big old Walter.
I want to explore something with you guys that I noticed that I haven't spent enough time with this bite to like figure out. But them frogs jumping in the water when it gets cold. You notice that? You guys have a lot of frogs?
Especially like when I'm working at night and stuff, you'll see them jumping, crossing the roads and stuff. So down here,
I had 2
couple
tough
of the lakes.
largemouth fall fishing days this year where I just didn't do as good as I was wanting to do. And both those days I noticed a lot of frogs jumping in the water and trying to kind of adjust to that a little bit, but not having any success. And I know I've talked to like Walls, and he's told me like how late him and Tuma will catch some of them frogfish and stuff. I have not spent enough time to figure that deal out. You guys know anything about that? The perch like frogs, Walker?
Walleyes do up in Devils. They'll pull them right out of the mud all winter.
To be honest, I've heard about it more from walleye guys than bass guys. Catching walleyes up in like
yeah,
foot of water.
real shallow.
We're
like
setting-
really cold, 47, 48 degree water.
We were duck hunting on the lake on one of those big sandbars. There's walleyes cruising up through the reeds. You know, what you shine the headlamps, you'll see their eyes floating. They're obviously getting something up there, and I would imagine they're frogs up in the mud or something. But
I mean, you think about like if you're cold, you got to digest some stuff. Like digesting a frog versus a bluegill versus a spiny, cold, hard bluegill. You can't tell me they don't want a frog or a bullhead or something that's a little bit easier to digest
I will say, though, like,
when it's cold.
the cold water months, like you know, I'm talking mid-40s to freeze. Like, I'm not scared of fishing a foot of water, 2 foot of water, 3 foot of water, because I feel like you have 2 ends of the spectrum: either dirt shallow or really deep.
Sure.
Your mid-range stuff kind of seems to fizzle.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
It depends on the lake, it seems like.
Yeah.
And I've got such diverse like lakes. Like I've got a lake with 20-foot visibility and then a lake with 2-inch visibility. So it seems like I have so much variance where I'm at. So I feel like you're probably right.
Well, like around here, anyways.
Like
a lot of my fall spent fishing shallow.
yeah.
That's where some of my bigger fish typically come from.
10 feet and less for me for largemouth. 10 feet and less. Smallmouth.
1 to 3 foot for me a lot of times. Like I remember
That's crazy.
one of my last trips out, I think the water was upper 40s, mid 40s by the end of the day when the sun was out, and there was one lone dock left in the lake, and it was shallow. I mean, like you couldn't
That
get
makes all the sense in the
you
world.
couldn't get 50 yards to that dock without hitting your trolling motor on the sand. So peel it up, scoot all the way up there, and just plop the trolling motor down, and it arcs up and it hits the sand. You know, it's like propped up, stuck in the sand. So there had to be 12 inches of water in this dock. And this bomb, the depth's 250 alongside of it, just slide, like a 5 1/4 comes out. And it's ice cold. And this is a big, long flat. Like it's not like a sharp break, and this dock is in a foot of water. Like this fish had to travel 100 yards to get to this dock.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
So
but it's
these-
probably the last dock in the lake.
Well, think about it though. My question is, you said afternoon, sun out.
yeah.
Do you think that fish is there in the morning?
No.
No.
Right. That's what I've noticed. It seems like it's super it's all relative, right? 42 degrees is cold, but 43 degrees compared to 42 degrees it feels that much warmer for them, right?
Yeah.
It seems like towards the afternoon, that's when you catch them shallow,
think
but
a lot-
where do you catch them in the morning when you
A
get
lot
to the
of
lake?
guys think cold water. They don't think of fish in the bank, you know? But I feel like the bank is so productive in the fall for me.
I would agree. It's just where I struggle is like sun, afternoon, bank, I catch them. It's kind of like that cloudy, shitty day or that day, like I don't catch them on the bank as well those days.
Oh, rock.
Rock, yeah.
yeah.
Catch some there, yeah.
But like cover, I guess, like docks and laydowns probably wouldn't be as good. But
I don't know. I guess I got more questions than answers. But like, there's obviously they go from somewhere to that dock. So that my question would be, there's an area that's comfortable for them that's not up there
the
once
mud
that sun.
flat. There you go.
It's a mud flat, or maybe that mud transitions to the rocks. I think that's why smallmouth like that, like a certain type of wintering
I feel like
situation.
small is so much easier to catch in the cold water too.
Oh yeah.
So much easier to catch.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So much easier.
They
That's
just
why I
want-
like
they
chasing
just
them.
want to eat when it's cold.
Oh, they're all living in one spot, and I mean, there's bite windows for sure. But like you think about that hard to soft transition, like they're going to a place that's comfortable for their environment for the next winter. And a largemouth, I feel like there's something he goes to. There's an area he goes to
Yeah,
when
but-
he's not on that dock.
But what was weird to me is like you were trained to think like of all the magazines and all the preaching we hear from everybody. You think cold water, you're looking for a steep bank where they can pull up quickly and easily, up and down. Well, this fish had to travel 100 yards to get to that dock. Like
Right.
It wasn't like a steep break. It was like a gradual, slow, long tapering flat where it was nothing easy to get to. And he was in 12 inches of water. There's nothing else around. Like, why would he not go to a brush pile in 8 foot of water? Because all in front of him docks is some scattered rock and some brush piles, and
That's totally what he does then. He probably goes to a deeper
that's
dock.
a long way to go.
I mean, how long did it take that thing? Like 10 minutes? Like how long does
I'm just saying.
Well,
On the same lake, there's some steep breaks with some rock and all that stuff where you think,
that is interesting.
I don't know. I found it weird. Like I see that a lot all the time.
Here, that makes me think of like all the bass fishing information that we've been fed most of our lives is based on southern fisheries and reservoirs, and a lot of times, I think a lot different. I think we've been given more fishing knowledge probably outside of like what our lakes are like than within a Minnesota context.
Yeah,
To an extent,
Well,
like
they're a lot different than most lakes.
like we're not fishing channel swings on Tatanka.
No. Unless you get way down to the lower where you got the one channel swing.
There's one pretty good channel swing.
2 in there.
Yeah, there's
Timmy's like,
the
"Shut
one
up."
You come in, you got a channel swing going into the river. The 2 channel swings in southern Minnesota, you can fish.
Yeah, you're not shaking a minnow in that channel swing, though.
No.
Not
The
a chance.
deepest part of that channel swing is maybe 3.3 feet deep.
Yeah.
That is weird though, Noah, to your point about the flatness like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that just comes with steep isn't that steep in southern Minnesota either, right? I
It's
mean,
like such a long ways to go,
It is, but it depends. Is it sunny that day?
That day it was, yeah.
So he's probably trying to get to the warmest water he
Yeah.
possibly could.
And it was a calm side of the lake too,
Yeah.
which makes sense, I guess. But it's just kind of weird. We're taught to fish these steep banks in the fall and winter and whatever.
I mean, yeah, you get a steep bank
Crystal
with
clear water,
wood.
too.
I mean, it's tough for me not to go fish a steep bank with wood in the fall, but yet I haven't done as good as I feel like I should every time I pull up to them.
Yeah.
Timmy's
I
like-
don't fish enough in the fall.
No, you
I don't
don't.
fish at all.
Timmy's like, just throw the gold spinnerbait, bud.
I can't
I
believe
would.
he said gold. He can't say gold on the podcast.
He started it.
Did you say gold?
No.
Well, it's out there now.
He said brass.
No, you said shiner.
I heard,
two colors.
I heard coleslaw.
Yeah, that too.
That gold one, though, that one, oh my God.
That's like a southern one for down here, though.
We were fishing at Derby. It was late fall. It was cold. What,
Yeah,
right?
it was early. It was like a fall morning. It was early that morning.
It was cold that day, and we were on back in this duck slough, basically, and we're fishing a few hard spots, and then when I'm dragging a jig or something like that, ain't I? And he hears Timmy just... It's a 3/4 ounce, too, wasn't it? 3/4 ounce. Gold spinnerbait.
3 feet of water.
5 pounder.
Oh my
Four. I'm like, I can't buy a bite. I'm like, he catches our entire sack, basically. We win by like 4 or 5 pounds, and I'm like, finally about Well, an hour into the beating, I'm like, dude, you got another one of them? Can I borrow one, please?
Is that the day you broke one off in the brush pile and caught him again?
No,
that's a different.
No, that's a
lake.
different day.
that was a good story.
Those are great.
We
I
should
gotta tell
that.
this story. Quick.
Yeah, tell that story.
So we're fishing this derby. This was probably 7, 8 years ago now.
No, it couldn't have been. It had to be like 5 years ago.
Five?
Because I was fishing right. I was
It was
just.
before Champions Tour, wasn't it? It was a while ago.
You had
We
the
probably-
Gambler.
It was probably 5.
You were
the
fishing
Gambler.
out of the Gambler.
So we're
Gambler.
fishing. We're fishing a tournament around hole. We pull up to this brush pile, and the 360 makes a sweep. We can see the pile. We fire in there. He's like, "Oh, got one!" Pop, breaks off. I'm like, "Oh, dude, no!" I'm like, "That's a giant." He's like, "No, it was a gator. It was a gator." I'm like, "It's a brush pile. It's not a gator." I said. He's like, "No, it was a gator. I guarantee it." I'm like, thinking like this is like when you catch them in these brush piles and these lakes, they're typically 4 to 5.5 pounds. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's just part of it, And about 4 hours later,
It was a couple hours.
3-4 hours later, we go to fish another brush pile about 100 yards
That was
down.
for it was like 200.
200 yards down on the same ledge, 200 yards down from the other brush pile. 360 makes a sweep. He's like, "Is that one there on the side of the brush pile?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, whoosh, fires in there. He's like, "Got him." Reels in. It's like a 5 1/4. He's like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I got my drop shot back." Here's his tungsten drop shot weight and his hook hanging in this fish's mouth. I'm like, "I told you that wasn't a pike," I said. And
We were
then
laughing.
ended up winning the derby.
Dude, that's awesome.
I'm like, well, guess it worked out. Only Schroeder.
That's a great story. That happened to me, well, kind of last year on a smallmouth lake. I was throwing that Nishine silent blade bait deal, wrecking them on it. I break one off. I'm like, shit. I only got like 2 left. That was my last one in that color. Tie on another color. Go check another spot. Like that afternoon, go back, check that area. I hook up, and it jumps, and I'm like, dude, I think it's got another bait in its mouth. I caught my bait back on that fish.
That has
It
never
ate it.
happened to me.
It had a freaking treble in its head,
Times.
and it ate the other color of the same lure
That is
in the
never
same
happened.
day.
Oh, I've had them like literally break off and tie it back on and flip back, especially on a dock, and flip back in there. And
Remember that dock on Titanka? We gotta tell the story. We're fishing some docks on Titanka in a derby, and you got stuck, right?
stuck, yeah.
You got hung up on the dock, so I pull up to the dock and I drop him off on the dock. As my boat's sitting there, I just flip into the boat lift, and all of a sudden, boom, set the hook. I'm over the top of bar, and I'm like, I can't get it out. He's like, throw me the net. So I bomb the net to him onto the dock. He catches the net, scoops the fish up. It's like a 4 1/4 or
Oh my
something
god.
Get my bait.
Get your bait, get the fish, come back into the boat. Oh, that was funny. That was a good one. I remember that dock. It's probably got about 8 inches of water on it now because the water's so low.
I'm trying to get my buddy. He's buying that house.
That's your buddy's dock, right?
He's buying it. Well, that was his father-in-law's, and he's buying it now from his father-in-law. So I'm trying to get him to extend that dock, make it a little further
Oh,
out.
man.
See if he'll put some Christmas trees under it for you.
Problem
got
is,
guys that do
it's
that?
got coontails. It's super
Yeah.
thick right there now.
Never used to be that way.
Walker, can you tell us any stories about Christmas trees?
No, I don't recall any.
Where are they?
Where what?
Your Christmas trees.
I don't know what you're talking about. No.
It's a good thing you know the boss of the Mafia
I
paid
found-
the cops off so you don't get in trouble for sinking them Christmas trees.
Yeah, no.
I found one of your hots on Dakota.
What?
The one on the west end.
Yeah, you knew about that one.
Found it right away. Took it like a sore thumb.
6 minutes. Gonna have to do better than that, son.
Yeah, that was my partner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
No.
haven't caught a fish off it yet, but it looks really neat.
Oh, what's Hayden and them? That's where they caught him off.
I fished that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the west end?
Yeah, I got
sure.
bid on that in practice.
Really?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
couldn't.
I had like 6 of them along there.
Yeah, we watched him peel 3 of them off of it.
I think I found it was too new.
I let him
Yeah.
have it. I drove by. He's on
There's
it.
so much good stuff on that lake.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
you
everywhere.
know the one on the other lake too, where you fish the Legion tournament.
Are you ready to reel in your next home purchase or refinance? Supreme Lending's Dream Team can help guide you through the entire mortgage process, from pre-qualification to closing. They have a wide variety of home loan programs in their tackle box, including down payment assistance and first-time homebuyer options. Just ask me. I trusted Aaron Dagas, a bass fisherman just like you and me, and Supreme Lending's Dream Team to help finance my first home. Contact Aaron Dagas and the Dream Team today by scanning the QR code or giving them a call at 763-326-0677. That's 763-326-0677. Did I catch a 7 in there? Or visit their website, aarondages.supremelending.com. That's AARONDAEGES.supremelending.com.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that the one Jason Charlie caught their giant off of?
No, this.
They cut that one down in mud.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we watched them fish that tree for like an hour the one day. I was like, how do you have the patience to fish the one tree for an hour?
Well, I'll tell you.
Was that down in mud?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Well, it
come
sounds
to
like
find
they're-
out they caught that 6 on there. But I mean,
Well, you get as many boats as I heard was down in mud, you might have to fish a tree for an hour.
That's how mud is though. Like you pick a bank and you go back and forth basically.
Yep.
Timmy's like, what do you mean? I don't even open the bail till an hour 20.
He's
or
the one
close
that-
the bail till an hour 20.
He's the one that actually started this whole mud thing, to be honest with you. So what was it? 15 years ago we went back in there.
Well, I've been fishing it since the first time I moved here, so 25 years.
Yeah, but the first time you took me back there,
It was probably 20 years ago.
20
man.
years ago. So we
I was arresting you probably the first 5, so.
We'll talk
Probably.
about that a different day. We're gonna talk about that. Go down that road.
So yeah, it was probably,
story
probably-
time.
it was probably
No,
20.
We got to hear the story on that
There's
one.
no story times.
Yeah, there is.
Oh my god! But I remember one of the first times I went fishing with you. You took me down on Lower Cicada in the spring, and it was like 100 fish day. Like it was insane.
And they were big,
They were
like
big.
really big. Back
And-
then, like it'd be no problem to catch one over 7.
But back then, everyone was scared to go back there because there was rumors of people taking their lower units off. There was no contour maps. There was no.
I Google Earthed it. It looked like you could hit some.
oh,
you
you could
can.
definitely
Yeah,
mess some
it-
stuff up.
and
I
have.
seen it low. It looked, yeah.
But
There's
it
some
wasn't.
trees.
So he took me back there like 20 years ago, and we just knocked them. So it's like, okay, I got a derby coming up here next year. So me and my old partner Shay, we went back there and started exploring around. We just crushed them. So it's like 3 years straight. Me and Shay went back there, basically won our top 3 to every single tournament we ever fished on Titanka. And finally, one day the word got out. We were back there fishing a derby, and there was a duck hunter back there, so it was late in the fall. And duck hunter come to the weigh-in and said, "Who was back there fishing in Lower Cicada? They had a red and white bass coda," I think he said.
A bass
we won the tournament. So basically, ever since then, long story short, rewind 20 years, it started with Schroeder, the whole Lower Cicada thing. That's where the TOC was won for the team trail.
Yes.
It goes back to Schroeder 20 years ago. Oh, that's funny.
My bass.
I like to catch big ones. What can I say?
Hey, I feel like you could probably catch a big one on that in Lower Cicada next spring.
Definitely good. I feel like this screams Lower Cicada.
I feel like that screams Lower Cicada. I don't think America's ever
Yeah,
even seen that bait.
that screams Lura Lake right there to me.
Yeah.
Lura?
Yeah,
This one right here?
these ones are juiced.
You think Lura? Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Ooh,
thinking,
smelly.
heck with the flipping stick, putting a jig worm head on this thing.
I think you could totally do that. Jigworm head, football head.
I'm thinking flipping.
I'm thinking EWG hook. It's pretty durable.
At least around here. I'm thinking laydowns,
I mean,
I'm thinking
there's a lot
jigworm.
you could do with that.
brush piles.
There's a lot you could do with
Jag
that.
worm.
Carolina rig.
Carolina rig.
Ooh, Carolina rig.
They
would be
gotta
good.
stink.
drag that on Tonka
What is
on
it?
some of that stuff there.
That's, I think, what's cool about, like, Tim, in all your years bass fishing, how many bullhead imitator baits
in
have
your
you
pocket.
seen? That's like the second
better.
one I've ever seen. That's
There's
like,
not many.
no.
There's not.
I mean, if you go way back into
That big tube you used to throw.
Bass eat,
That goofy looking tube. You showed me that at your house a couple years back.
dude, bass eat way more
Oh,
bullheads
I got
than
that
we
one.
try to imitate. Bass eat way more bullheads
God,
than
yeah.
we try to imitate. Like, just like bluegills. Like,
Oh, it just
the amount of
stinks.
bluegills that bass eat, and nobody ever made a
there's-
bluegill soft bait until 10 years ago or whatever.
That's why I throw that. No, what bait?
What a
Cool bomb?
knee shine?
Oh,
Knee shine
The
makes a
one we
really
talk
or
about.
new.
Yes.
I don't know how you say it.
That's a big
oh yeah.
floating bluegill.
Yeah. Totally. So I think that's what is interesting to me. Like when I was throwing that cover scat on Tatanka, like it was like a magic cut light bulb, like if you will. Like
We're cutting right now?
I want to. This is the Vulcan.
But it was deep and cold in there.
Fucking guy. You know what he used to do all the time?
The Vulcan.
He used to, whenever he'd be fishing a derby, he'd take a piss out the back of the boat. Oh, water temp's about 63.2 degrees. Oh my God, I'm sure it is.
That's freaking hilarious.
Or it'd be like right in the middle of it. Got one, get the
Yeah,
net.
fucking
You're gonna
whales
have,
hanging
he'd be
out.
like, you're gonna have to do that on
I
your
ain't
own.
getting a net, dude. That's your fish. I'm not going back there.
No.
This
way.
fish tournament on Minnetonka. It was like a championship for Fishers of Men. The 1 year with Ross Taylor. I had a jai on, and he's like, "Nah, dude, you're gonna have to do that one on your own." It was like mid.
You're always good for that, though.
That's kind of like Timmy's MO is
It is.
set the rod down,
Oh yeah. Stupid stick it.
go rub one out quick.
Have a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Yeah. That's, I think, the next trend.
This? I think-
Gravity baits. Weighted soft plastics, I think,
pretty
is
cool.
the thing, like the one thing that is probably being thrown the least and probably one of the like biggest things I've seen open my eyes anyway, where I'm like, damn.
Let me see that.
I think it looks pretty cool.
Oh, now you want to see it.
Well, I didn't know it had a tail on it. I just seen that.
That's why I told you to take it out of the bag.
Like a paddle tail. You just swim it along.
Like
Shovel
that,
tail.
right there.
Yeah.
The mamba.
Weighted plastics. I think that's what's coming down the pipe.
See, I like this one better than that one.
Me too.
Well, I take that back. I don't know.
Depends on the lake.
That one,
Yeah.
the tail could.
That's
As it's
got-
falling.
cool.
That's got more dual action. This is like
This is like around home.
your
for
more
me,
tube
kinda
jig.
thing.
I mean, that shovel tail, like you're talking, drag that on a mud flat. That shovel tail's gonna add like gonna disperse some water.
What is
drag
this
some
Valley
mud.
Hill?
Yeah, it's a Valley Hill Ebby tank, motor oil.
That's pretty cool.
Tim, bring some. You brought some old baits. What are some? Let's walk down history. Let's remember our history for a second.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
Did you bring the Gold War Eagle?
I brought
Why'd you say you're
coleslaw.
not supposed to say gold? I thought.
Well, he said like 16
We're
times
out of
already.
cut mode now, so you guys are.
That ain't the right one, though.
That poor guy has caught like 300 bass in 3 days this year.
That's not that old school,
No, but it's.
but it's gangster.
That's the one bad thing, is these get ratted up so bad, too.
They do. Yeah.
So I was told Walker, like, you gotta sell a comb to go with that mullet so you can straighten it out.
Oh, it's a hand tied one.
The one that Willie makes is really good.
This is an outcast
So
one.
this
You
is
throw
an
that
old
one
sc-
at all? No.
Wait. Oh, the mother clucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
that
good
one's
one.
really good.
The
Why are
one
you
at
showing
Whitmore.
that?
Well, because he's sponsored by Supreme, so.
Well, yeah.
This
Actually,
is a
not
knockoff.
anymore.
Well, then hell with it then.
No, I think at the end of the day, Tim, you've had a great run, and I think it's
legit.
These are the ones you pay like $2 a piece for.
yeah.
No,
The
and I
amount of
put
money Timmy's won on that bait right there, that schlag.
Yeah.
is borderline insane.
Yeah, that one's.
Timmy's got these locked up in the safe.
Dude, I saw his stash of those. He's a maestro.
Oh yeah.
He's got all of them.
I've got not as much as Schroeder. I got like 200.
That bait is magical. That bait will never stop catching them.
You know, this is like. These are
Yeah,
Brian
slug.
Gustafson models.
Oh, that's like they
Those
don't
are
get
gold.
better than.
They
much
don't get
better
any
than that.
better than that one. So.
Put that in the pocket, huh?
But yeah,
Yeah.
What the hell?
Made in Canada. Canada baits are just awesome.
Canada. Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, Tim,
Yeah.
we got this Japanese
Yeah.
stuff now, but like back in the day, what? Obviously, there'd be baits that were hard to find, hard to get.
Here's one that they don't make anymore.
They don't make anymore. Exactly. Like there's some scarcity with some of these old baits, and
I just talked to someone yesterday that found 69 of them in a box.
Are you serious? Like a garage sale or what?
Nope.
probably his own box.
69 of them.
Probably his own box, and his last name probably rhymed with
Graveling.
Flaveling.
I do like these though. These are that going with about anything. I
They don't make them no more.
What?
They don't?
They're not making the money jig no more.
Really?
Correct. So yeah, that was a big reason Waypoint brought in that untamed one, that mushroom head.
You better buy them up.
That
Schroeder.
money jig is no longer. So just be aware of that.
The all-terrain one's similar, but it doesn't have the right. It's not the same color as that though.
It's close.
It's close though.
So
It's the same deal though.
this one,
Different
this is the one that I
angle.
actually had custom made by Seth and
Lightner.
Brad.
no
Douglas.
Douglas, and then they started making them. So when they started making that,
Oh, that's a fighter fly prototype. Is that with the lighter hook?
but that's the color. The color was
Oh, yeah.
is mine.
Purple.
I mean that. Yeah.
What else you want, Teal? I brought a little.
I don't know. What do I want, Timmy? I want a history lesson. Like we're talking
No
about
one
all
knows
this new
about
cool
these.
stuff.
They don't make this anymore either.
Oh,
I had
we
a-
were talking about these earlier.
The gulp sinking
The
minnow.
gulp sinking minnow.
Would you fish at weightless or Neko rig that?
Throw them
That would
out
be-
You
there.
can show them because you can't buy them no more.
That's
Gulp sinking
money
sinking
jig.
minnow.
money jig.
Jigworm
Wacky
Or
rig
weightless too, though.
on a money jig.
on a money jig. The way it would fall.
Crazy.
This would get big.
How much money you went on that thing?
There was one year, every tournament, it was stupid insane. You'd cash a check.
Huh.
Like it didn't matter. It was prior. It didn't matter where Minnetonka. It was a while ago. They quit making them, like I said,
A
but
long time ago, I quit making them.
for like a year or two, I don't know what it was. It was stupid insane.
Huh.
That was the ticket.
I suppose like that's probably the only way to get some action out of the thing was on a wacky head like that.
Well, you could fish a weightless too. It'd be like
Have some shimmy. Oh, more of that.
I always threw it wacky rigged on a money jig, but
You think the scent had anything to do with it?
I think so.
I think so. But I think that gulp probably goes bad. That's why I've tried it since and it hasn't.
Kind of yellow too. Yeah,
Yeah.
you see the yellowish starting there.
It's probably deteriorating the baits.
Probably stinks.
I would
Like
imagine.
20 years old, maybe.
Pure fish.
That stuff's cool.
Yeah.
And then it's always fun to. You always got to make money on that.
Power worm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Old school power worm in it.
I still catch them on that.
Oh, you saw my wall.
Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah, I did. You had the Champs Tour weight belt, I think, with that worm, right?
No, that was a
That
different
Tonka
worm.
tournament.
It was
was-
involved in that deal. But
Well,
there
that was-
That's the only one you let on camera.
That's what we were talking about earlier in the day. That
Yeah.
that me and Schroeder one.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we can talk about it. I don't care. It's pretty well known now.
That's Neko.
Neko.
I mean, you look at a lot of shit's getting won on a Neko rig nowadays.
It's the new shaky head.
Mm-hmm.
Like me, you go back what 10 years ago? I've been 10 years we've been fishing in Neko now. Wouldn't you say?
Probably since about 15, 16. Yeah, 10 years.
Want a lot of money on the Neko. A lot.
Do you throw shaky head much?
Do I? Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you?
Up here?
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't up here much.
I don't
You're
like
like
shaky. I don't know.
Jesus, you guys are gonna try to steal
Well,
that.
yeah. That's $25 right there.
I like some hooks on there.
That's probably like 50
That could be more. Oh.
if you on eBay.
Can we sacrifice the packaging in that one?
This is our sample pack.
I'll probably buy that one.
Can I buy it at a discount?
Yep.
Now that it's
Give me
open,
$2
it's
for it.
used.
I'll see if there's any on eBay right now. In
Little
fact,
waypoint
I don't,
sneak.
I don't think there is.
No.
no, not that. I'm talking about the wiggle.
Oh,
Wiggler.
Yeah, I feel like the amount of things you can Neko rig has gotten a lot more diverse with some of the stuff that they've been coming out with.
I like the matte color on it.
There's one for 90.
See, then
Magwort?
you cut them up, make them into little dice too if you
Yeah, some
wanted.
guys do that with them too. So that's a Koike Elastomer Straight 110.
What in the
real
heck
nice.
centipede thing is that?
So that is a worm that you can trim the hairs on, but basically you can Neko rig that. I think it'd be a great 0-1 strong jig trailer.
You know what it reminds me of?
So-
I don't think anybody will recognize the babe I'm talking about, but maybe Schroeder might know about this babe. Like, remember the old caterpillar arm?
The centipede deal.
It had like, it looked kind
It
of
was
like
an
that.
Arky.
I don't
An
remember who made it.
Arky made it.
But it's called a caterpillar worm, I think it's called.
Well, there was like one that was like very similar to this. Arky made it. There was a lake that
Like,
we
just
just
like
absolutely smashed. the
25
small
years
jaws
ago,
on it.
probably.
Smashed the small jaws. It was an Arky.
I don't remember. I
see that
gotta
thing
Google
It was very similar to that.
So yeah, that will float. So like on a number 2 hook, you could dead stick it, set your rod down, and it's just gonna sit
Ooh,
there.
I like that sandwich time.
Yeah. So it's a perfect sandwich worm. Guys will trim down the hairs. Like some guys will only leave the hairs on the tail section, even watching the Japanese videos and stuff. But
I don't want to get them all dirty.
you're fine.
I'll probably-
But
I'll
I
buy
like
that
how
one.
durable it is. The only way you're gonna lose one is if you bust it off. And it sounds like Timmy might get it back anyway.
Yeah.
Can't find it.
I'm angry at my tackle. I like to get it back.
I don't
I'll
know.
go swim
I just
after
break
it.
them off. I think it's pretty cool though.
It is cool.
So in the
You're
package,
sort of
look-
thinking
looks
this
shiny.
deal. It looks.
No,
Oh, I
Nope,
hadn't
that's
seen
not
that
it.
one. Huh.
I think it's called a caterpillar worm. My dad fished them when I was a kid. It had like this basic shape. It had a ribbon tail on it, and instead of these little fingers, it had
More ribs?
they were shorter and they had like little openings that where salt were. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. That was 25 years ago.
I feel like
pretty
on
cool,
a
though.
jig worm. Probably jig worm that thing,
I would
Timmy.
Neko rig this thing. That's what I would
That's
do.
what I would do too. Guys drop shotting it, liking it,
That's kind of what I was
like in
thinking.
cover.
Yeah, but I feel like if you drop shot, it's gonna do this on your drop shot hook, because it's the elastomer. It's gonna float.
Texas rig it.
Wacky rig
depend-
it.
you
Drop
get-
shot wacky rigged.
Well, no,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
you get a big enough like Neko hook or something like that
Yeah,
on
they're
a drop
using a
shot.
weedless hook a lot of times. But I mean, I'll be honest. I was watching videos of them in Japan swimming it on a drop shot through the column.
It'd probably look pretty
Like
good.
this.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but he trimmed every hair minus the back ones.
oh,
Really?
And yeah, swimming it. So like I feel
I'd like
like
to try these. Neko rig.
kind of like they've been strolling for like 10 years.
Throw that
Yeah.
back, throw that back down here once. I want to look at it again.
Like when they don't eat that minnow anymore, like those guys
Yes,
are
they
at
do.
that point.
You can just leave that
Oh,
right
yeah.
here
Where
if you
you're
want.
swimming a worm through, or you're swimming like they're swimming some of this stuff like where we wouldn't, like they fish stuff different.
swimming it.
Oh, you're breaking that out.
I think we should.
I mean, that is. I think,
Oh, we got to open the plastic.
Uh-oh.
that-
You can
I mean-
sacrifice that one too?
So do you? If anyone's got a knife, I can save
Yeah.
it.
You can sneak it in there. And,
Walker Texas Ranger. I'll show you guys a great trick so you can still use your pegboard when you're done. Ooh, this is a Walker Texas Ranger knife if I've ever seen one.
Freshly sharpened.
It's the only
ain't
way.
that sharp.
Man, that
No.
thing's light.
That's a
I like it though. I think I might just keep this one.
Yeah, let me see him. I like
No.
that color looks real nice.
I like the matte.
Natural too.
Yeah.
I mean, brown.
Definitely something
Brown
matte
works everywhere.
finish. I think that's what's been cool about plastics. I think that
Come up the matte finishes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think though, like a bass sees a spiky thing, like why would you want to eat something so spiky when instead of like a straight worm? Like
That's why I used to think about the dice baits.
I know. I mean,
So I mean, to me, it's more so like, why are they eating a set of ribs? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what
Yeah.
looks natural about a ring fry?
yeah.
We've been throwing that without a questioner. What looks real about a power worm? A ribbon tail.
Yeah, that's
mean,
true.
So like, where does it start? Where does it end? The way I see it is like
They
moving
elastic?
water, like living things.
a
Like the
gravity.
living
I wonder-
stuff moves and breathes, right?
I
Same
wonder
reason
if
marabou jigs.
That
did.
deal that you got there,
This feels
Teal,
weird.
has got, like, as it's falling, like the bubbles and stuff
Oh yeah,
come off.
That's totally
you know?
what it is. Yep, and then they undulate. All these hairs, they just
Move, but just the water moving.
So
that's what it is. It's creating displacing things different. I mean,
is this like is this gravity and this is non-salted?
so just to catch everybody up to
Like half
speed
and
here.
half or what?
So, I mean, it's all salted, but
Yeah, but this feels like a gravity bait right here,
yeah.
and this feels like
Well,
this
that's
is way more dense on the back end.
totally. It's heavier and it backs, so it falls more erratic than a cover scat. Like more erratic, faster, backslides,
Would you throw
and
that?
Huh? Why would I throw it?
How would you throw that?
How you could either Texas rig it, you could put it on the back of like a real, like if you shortened up a skirt on a swim jig, because this is like a chatter,
Think of
like
Weightless EWG.
you know what I'm saying? Couldn't you?
I've
stick
teabagged.
to
I
my-
teabagged about 20 bass with this here AK punch this fall, and what the guys do with it is they take a 16th ounce nail weight,
Put it in the side.
they put it right through there on the one half, so on the bottom half, right, and then you Texas rig it. It falls all erratic, and then when you move it, feels literally like a jackhammer or something on your spinning pole, like, and then it falls all erratic, and then falls all erratic. Like, think about being able to put that under dock in a laydown in cover, and
Oh, I bet
now
he
you're giving them
Skip's probably.
a more erratic Senko, just like a cover scat or what's been proven to catch fish, but it's gonna actually like get that lateral line going. This never fished a soft plastic like that's as fun to fish.
I just feel
As
weird
this.
holding it.
Don't you think?
Feel kind of like a chomo.
I'll be honest.
Well, that's why you three are holding it and I'm not. So
Come on, Timmy. You want to touch these? You don't want to give these a touch?
no.
Don't you think you could
I'll
run
be
that as a
honest,
small
for a-
trailer?
Yeah, you could like a gap jig or something like that.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. For black dick and balls, I thought
just
this would
something
be
like
a
you're
little
swimming
bigger.
it real slow.
This looks more like a white one.
I do like them.
I'm out on it.
I'm out on it.
Good. I hope everyone says that.
Is this the only size they make?
Yes, I'm guessing if I were them, I'd come out with a 3.4 and 20,
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
But I think the most surprising thing to me is how heavy it fished for its size.
So it falls pretty fast.
Yeah, like I was catching bass in 12 feet of water with it on the river, smallmouth, in places I wouldn't like. That's what I was playing with this fall. I was like, how many places can I catch a bass with this thing? And 12 foot was the deepest I could make it work. But they ate it everywhere I threw it, beside shallower than 12 feet. Largemouth ate it as good or better than any other lure I threw that day.
I'm gonna play
What-
with it for sure.
What I like about
sure
it is
you
that,
will.
like, when you're in that crappy grass, it's not nose heavy.
He's gonna be holding it over Jenna.
It's gonna come through really nasty stuff really good, I think, because
Yeah.
it's tail heavy. So every time you're pulling out of something, it's derooting itself the right way. But
That's pretty cool.
yeah,
I watched some videos on it, and
It looks a lot bigger in the videos.
it looks so much bigger in the video.
Yes.
Like
Well-
I was thinking it'd be like that big when I was going to see it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I think the good news is when Noah wins a Champions Tour event on this, they're gonna have to cut it out
Yeah.
because it's too graphic for kids
That's
to watch
true.
Noah teabagging that many bass in one single
Pornography
day
on the
on
tour.
this. So it's almost the shape protects you, like it's a protected secret. Just
But yeah, I thought I was going to be like watching the Japanese videos. I mean, it looks like it's about 3.5 inches long.
it looks bigger in the videos,
But they're smaller people. So
that's what my cousin says. It's like, if you go to Japan, just be aware they're all gonna look at you like you're really weird looking, like Godzilla, like Godzilla. Like Godzilla. But dude, isn't that weird? When I first saw this bait, I thought the Japanese were just trolling us bastards.
Until you seen the underwater footage,
And
it was
then
like,
you're
Yeah,
like,
that's what I seen too. I'm like, holy cow.
can we
I
just
get it,
walk
man.
through the
I haven't
creative
watched
process of this lure?
Who thought of it? That's what I want to know. I don't know.
Mr. Icy himself, I don't know his name, but this is the AK Punch. And I think the guy was like,
even put
we
texture
want
on it.
gravity bait, but we need something to flap on the back.
It works though.
We
Sure you
I, mean,
don't
I,
wanna
haven't,
try
I haven't
'em?
personally tried it, but you watch the videos and you get the idea. You know,
They're impossible to find.
like what
Look
plastic do you have that can create a vibration like that? You know,
I've never fished a soft lure that feels quite like this. Oh shit.
Ooh.
I don't know. It's something they haven't seen, so I mean, it should work.
Teabag you a bass this year with the AK Punch. You don't want to teabag a bass this year, Timmy?
I'll stick to something else.
I mean, you look at the dice too, though. It looks
Yeah.
stupid, but it works. You know.
Wait a minute, I gotta go back. We gotta go back here a minute. This is bugging me now.
Yeah.
They're not making the money jig. Did Outcast?
No, not making it no more. Doesn't make him enough money.
Nothing.
Nope, none. Done.
They're done.
Not making a money jig ever again, even if there's a fire.
Do they make a do-it mold?
I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
That's a good question to ask.
Well, I need to buy some.
Well, I think you got a good stock already.
Yeah, you got plenty.
How many hundreds do you have?
You got
Thousands, I should say.
You got a search warrant?
Know a guy that can get one though.
Bet you know a few judges.
Oh, that really bums me out.
Well, I think you're good for about 10 years.
I've used that for. I even got like some of the old school version 4-aught hook ones because they work with a certain bait better than others.
You know, if there's one thing that Japan will never make as good as the Americans, it's a jigworm head.
Never tried it.
I've never seen one better.
It makes me sad.
Did you see Outcast's new Ned fly? Or whatever that is?
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called.
Ned fly?
it's just
It's like a tied.
just bucktail on a hair jig. It's-
I'm gonna have to make some phone calls tomorrow.
Buy the molds.
You should. Have you seen that Untamed one? Their mushroom head, the
No.
shiitake head.
Oh,
I think you'd be pleased with that one.
that Blair Erickson.
Yep. Between like if you're not into like a full Nedster head, like a full on Ned head, that
No,
that
I hate
unta-
throwing the Ned.
Look at
that
Walker
untamed
beat me with a Ned because I wouldn't throw the damn thing.
that
If I would have
shiitake
thrown it, I
head.
would have won no problem. But no, I was too dumb to throw it.
That shiitake head's more money jig than Nedster. Like
it's got a lot
it's
longer
got a
hook
bigger
shank.
bigger keeper. It's actually not as long
See, like,
The money jig might be longer.
See, like you hear all these southern guys talk about, oh, natty rig, and they got a 5-inch Senko with a 3-aught hook. No, that's a jig worm.
Yeah, that pisses me off.
That is not a Ned rig. That is a jig worm.
Yeah.
Ned rig, you're fishing compact, short shank hooks. Like that is not a Ned rig.
And that's just because we seceded to the comment.
Still
Okay,
there.
that's still a jig worm.
Selling
That
whatever's
3-inch bait. We just decided it was okay to call that a Ned rig, but not a 4-inch bait, not a 5.
It just kicks you to tackle warehouse or Omnia.
That's why I started making my own nets.
I
Too,
feel like
with a
I
bigger
gave
hook.
Tim depression tonight with that.
That makes me sad.
No more money jig
The
for the
old
man.
pinky.
Dude, try the untamed shiitake head, dude.
No
I'm
comment.
telling you right now, Timmy.
I'm gonna make my own.
Wait, whether I should say cut or
The
not.
untamed shiitake head.
Don't be doing that, Noah. I'll start dissing out your secrets.
I don't have no secrets.
Oh, yeah, you do. There's one on Black's you still got a little secret with.
Okay.
Yeah?
Enough.
What?
I think we all got secrets for that lake.
No, this one works real good.
Enough. We're not talking no more.
It's been confirmed. Aliens from another planet have landed on Earth. Sources say there's been 2 confirmed landing points for these extraterrestrial beings. One being Japan, and also, unexpectedly, in Minnesota at Waypoint Angler Supply, a local tackle shop on Lake Minnetonka. With the ever-expanding universe, it's no surprise that there are other planets out there that also share our love for the sport of bass fishing. And to Earth's surprise, this latest visit came from extraterrestrial fishermen light years away and many innovations ahead when it comes to fishing equipment. Some hypothesize these beings came from the planet of Nibiru, matching up with Mayan folklore dating back thousands of years with fishing equipment ahead of their time. It has been confirmed they left things never seen before by an Earth-born bass. Waypoint Angler Supply is the premier space station in the bass galaxy and has tackle that could previously only be found in Japan or the planet of Nibiru. The Waypoint ship is full, but we don't know when the astronauts from Nibiru will be back. So hurry in to Waypoint Angler Supply today and stock up on that Area 51 Planet of Nibiru JDM good before your buddy is whooping that sweet ass of yours. Stop into their store on Lake Minnetonka or visit their website, waypointanglersupply.com. That's waypointanglersupply.com. Use the code GALAXY2224. My bedfish I was catching on that koiki.
Micro?
No, the
No,
big.
the fucking 17. On
He
a,
was sitting on his front deck. I'm like, you are not throwing that. He's like, caught my biggest one on.
the biggest one I weighed, it was just shy of 5. It was on it.
What's the next size? A 14 or 13?
13.
I have a
I'd-
13 in the garage.
Oh,
I don't have the full cast one, a big fucker.
I'll be honest, I didn't throw it enough. Like,
that the
that
one
was
that-
my problem. I should have thrown it more.
What you have?
Yeah, that's.
I
So
should have
you
thrown
got the full.
No, you got the big size.
I got the medium one, about this big.
I got all of them.
I was
As soon as
pissed.
Teal gave me that big one, I'm like, I gotta
I
probably
ordered
get
from
some
Japan,
more.
and I paid like $40 for it. And whoever sent it to me sent it in a fucking poly mailer, so it just got crushed. The whole box right there just crushed.
Oh,
And I'm like, I wanted like to display it, you know, like
Mine sort of displayed sitting on the wall. I just put it on the hangers up there. I'm
I
like,
fondle it whenever I go there. I pick it up. And
Timmy, I want to see you unlock that bait.
I'll figure some way of catching it.
Koiki master.
Yeah, like that's
Are we
like the
done
new
cutting?
jig
Are
worm.
we safe now? We good?
We're out of cut.
We got a cut?
We're out of cut.
Out of cut.
Oh wait, we were out of cut when I said koiki.
Okay, I think we're safe.
Yeah, we should be good.
All right.
Yeah, when I was. So I'm giving up all the stuff.
Your stuff.
Yeah, you're welcome. Actually, I didn't do that good this year, so. But that's more between my ears than anything.
Oh,
It's
Wally
not-
got a W this year.
Wally did get a W this year. Strolling a damn minnow, you.
What minnow was that, Wally?
That was the Crush City. God, what was it called?
Not the mooch, is it?
No,
was
it
a
ain't the
Canadian one.
Mooch. It's
Canadian one.
yeah, it was when I went up to
The
Canada,
Trudeau.
yeah, when I went up to Canada this spring, I seen him. I'm like, that's well, there was no release date or nothing on it, and there wasn't even no pictures or anything. So I'm like, well, I'll pick a bunch up. Then I went up to Canada, fished with it, smoked the walleyes and the bass on it. I'm like, I better go back. So I drove an hour out of my way to go back to Lake of the Woods headquarters that Brian Gustafson owns or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I brought home like 20 packs, and then sure enough, used them on the St. Croix, and that was kind of a little deal because they hadn't seen something like that, or the way it rolled on a head, I guess, just looked better. But
Well, we were in the hotel room comparing notes, I remember, and you showed me those. And, yeah, you had a good deal going. Crazy lead you got right away. I don't know what happened to that bite.
it disappeared.
It was a morning bite.
Sun
It
came
was
up.
it was a
You could see the sun. I was
Yeah.
like just watching.
It was a bait chasing bite.
Yeah.
and that
Once
was
the sun got above the trees in the bank.
that was a shady bank, and
Yeah.
it held out for I don't know till
I
10
figured it was
o'clock.
about 10 o'clock deal.
Yeah, it was
It
10
would
o'clock,
die.
and
That's
then-
kind of what happened.
And see, I missed that. I didn't know if it would die or not.
That's what I was chasing too. It's about 9. I mean, he had a crazy lead. I was chasing him all morning. And
Chased him on my spot, my starting spot. I was supposed to be
I
at.
wish I would have just gave it to
I was when I drove all the way up there and I seen you sitting there. I'm like, God dang it! Only he would know. And you were like 2 boats ahead of me too.
you. You're like, can I come in? I'm like, if you want. And you're like, kind of sat there, and then I set the hook on him, a small one, and you put it in reverse, and boom, you peeled out of there and landed on the mother load.
I caught 2 fish there in practice, 2 fish, and that was it. And that was the closest spot next. So I just like, yeah, I'll pull in your look, and then all of a sudden, the whole wolf pack had shifted down that bank right to that spot. It was like a small little hump off the bank.
Yeah, you
pretty
didn't
much.
go far.
No, it
100
wasn't.
yards?
Yeah, it wasn't too far. I could see it the whole time.
Yeah.
I love that river.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
That's
That river's
pretty fun.
so fun.
It's so cool. You gotta go there, Schroeder. It's so much fun.
Dude, it is. I
Oh,
love the St. Croix River. It is
Ross
fun.
has tried to get me to go there and
It's
fish
just,
with him. And
it's so full of fish.
There's so many fish in there.
It is, and they're
There's
so
some good
aggressive.
ones.
Yeah.
There's some big ones in it. I
Like
good ones in
the
practice.
tournament
anyway.
did not
Yeah.
reflect the fishery at all.
Well, and it's tough, right? Because like, if it was a 5 fish, I'd have fished that.
didn't the
Totally
weather
different
do
for a 5
something
fish.
goofy right before you guys got there?
Yeah, it rained like,
Like 4
2
inches the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, in practice, I would say I was generating probably 40 to 80 bites a day in practice.
Yep.
Like it was unbelievable. Like it was so much fun.
Then
Like,
you
you
also-
could call your shots and go wherever you wanted to and generate bites. And
I mean, you talk to other people though. Some of them just couldn't. They weren't getting bites too though. was
At
the
all.
thing. Yeah, it just was really tough. But I think if you were on the right pattern, like
it was a pattern thing for sure.
even
I
you
agree
go
with that.
you go crank down the bank too though. Some of that rock, you get on the right rock, and
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of them there too.
Dude.
But there's a lot of rock you could go a mile and get like 112 incher.
Yeah, because
But
what is
there's a pattern when you figured out the right
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But what's crazy to me about St. Croix was it was kind of the first time where like playing with smaller baits and stuff, like because they were keying in on such small shad. And I remember in practice I was cranking a little bit. That was kind of my other deal was
Yeah,
crankbait deal.
A good crankbait bite going. in
And I
practice.
put on like a baby tiny crank. And I started blasting like 3 and 4 pounders, like downsizing my crank
Well, the
to
bait
like
was like this big.
it was the size of your
downsizing my
thumbnail.
crank to
Yeah.
like I could only throw it on my lightest spinning rod,
Yeah.
and it would be like
the
it
bait
was so
was the
fun.
size of spear cap. Like it was.
And a lot of it was color. It was all color, pretty much, in my opinion. I thought.
I mean, I don't know. When I think it would be, I'd like save that crank and pick up a different
No,
one the
I-
next day and catch them just as
Saying
good.
shaking a minnow. I'm
Oh,
saying
Like
for
I
sure.
remember
Yeah.
because we pulled up on a school of white bass. Me and Walker did. We were kind of going on the bank. We met each other on the sand point.
it was
The
wild.
school of white bass. I got a video on my phone. It just erupted all the water around us. He's catching 5 to my 1, shaking a minnow. And I'm throwing the same school of bass at white bass that he is, and he's catching 5 to my 1 on my.
Yeah,
And I thought I had it dialed in until I watched him just every cast. just peeling them. I'm going like every 4
Shiny,
or 5
right?
casts.
Little shimmer.
Oh yeah, even the guy in the kayak was beating Noah in that race. He was just loving it. He was so excited. That was a
So that realized like, okay, dang, I got to try some more colors. So then I switched to a more translucent color to kind of minimize the profile on the sides of the bait. And I started generating more bites that way. But whatever he had, I just knew I couldn't compete.
and you still can't get those baits that I was throwing in the U.S., which is awesome.
But definitely, it was for the minnow shaking deal. It was definitely a color thing for sure.
I think I conditioned my fish. I had a 3-part. I was in 5th after the first half, and then I bombed my way away from that. But should have ran to the.
I should have went
Prescott.
south.
That's
Yeah.
what I did.
I had
That's where I
good shit
screwed
down
up.
south. I was just worried about time because there's no split, and I had a lot of good shit up here to do.
So I feel like that's where I made my mistake because I ran to Prescott. So I started right there in the bay on the second half split, just boom, peel them. That's next thing I'm in second place. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get Wally. I'm gonna get him. I'm coming for you, Walter. And I'm like, okay, I need to win. How can I win? I'm like, I could stay here. I might be able to grind it out. If he flat lines, I can pass him here where I'm at. But I know him. He's going to catch fish. And I feel like I can't compete where I am, so I have to run to Prescott. So I make the run to Prescott, get all the way down there, burn basically half my period running there and back, and the school wasn't there. I caught, 7, 8, 9, 10 fish maybe, but they're good quality fish, but it just wasn't enough. I had to make that long run back, and doing that run back, I felt it like 4th place, I think.
I had a can in Prescott, green or red buoy in like 18 foot of water. It had like 18 and a half, 19 pounds on it in practice.
So
There's just like 6 of them on it, and I checked every fucking can after that, and that was the only can I could find them on it. But there's a bunch of fish in that Prescott area. It's so hard not to run there.
See, that's like in my second half, that's where I caught a lot of my fish was suspended up in a water column over 20 foot of water. Like 2 foot below the surface, shaking them in.
That's what's so cool about that river stretch, dude, is you can go crank some rap, catch them, go out in the middle, and
I should have stayed with
Shake
those suspended
one.
fish.
I should
feel
have
like
grabbed my
after-
balls and done that too.
They would have reloaded, but I ran on the Prescott and decided to fish rock. And I just
There was a really good chatterbait bite too. Any grass you could find, you just roll
Yeah,
a chatterbait through.
really
It was really good.
largemouth, smalley mixed.
Yeah.
I had a spot right.
But that got a lot of pressure, though, I feel like, in practice. I feel like guys really figured that
Yeah.
out.
I had one spot in the middle of the river channel. It looked just like a walleye spot. Right? Nobody fished it, I guarantee it. And I never ran their tournament day. And I don't know why. But it's like, I'm looking back on this year and just, dude, it is a mental ass sport, man.
That's hard.
It's so hard. I have so much respect for you boys. I want you to know that. Because I think there's a lot of damn good fishermen out there. I think I'm a good fisherman, right? But it's like, there's a lot more to it than that.
No,
A lot more to it than that.
Oh, it's definitely a head game. I mean,
it's mental.
it,
We're all equally as good.
No,
yeah,
not bad,
and
but-
I mean, there's just years like
Well, it's all right here, though.
between 18 and now, I've taken usually fish a year, then I'm off a year, and obviously work.
He's coming back for 2025, though.
I'm on the waiting list.
He's coming back.
He's gonna be in.
I heard the waiting list is pretty long.
It's very big. But he was John on the spot. I think he got on there right away. So he should have
I would
first
think they'd
dibs.
take old, like if you fished before.
I think
There's
we're
a
gonna-
river.
Should we put him on the spot?
Dane?
No, Schroeder.
Oh, yeah.
There's a
Yeah, we
river
should.
on this year's.
That doesn't matter.
Oh,
I don't want
I
excuses.
have not fished a river in 20,
I know.
20 years.
You don't fish rivers. You had an experience.
So
But I feel like if you don't get in now, it's going to be hard to get in. Because I feel like, I don't know for sure, I'm not going on the record saying anything, but I feel like he's going to cut the field and create qualifiers, I think.
I think you'll have to qualify. And the owner's my best friend. So I'm careful about what I ask him, and I know he's careful about what he tells me. And this isn't a for sure, but I'm guessing you, like, aside from this year, you're gonna have to qualify to fish that trail. which is why I'm fishing.
That's the
again
way it
this
should
year.
be,
Like,
though.
Can't take a year off.
That's an elite tour, and it should be on that pedestal where if you want in, you can't buy your way in. You have to earn your way in my opinion.
I don't disagree. I think it's smart on Dane's part. Sucks for Tim, but
Well, he's got his opportunity this year.
Yeah, you better make her
And I
in.
feel like we should all put him on the spot and make sure he fishes this year.
We'll see if I get a.
There's no we'll see. Put your money down.
I mean,
Look
I
at
don't love fishing against Timmy. He's good.
look at this. Like you fished 2 years in the Champions Tour,
3.
3. Well, not
Well,
counting
two and a half.
the full years.
Full years 2.
2 years. And what are your earnings? 20 plus grand probably.
26 plus.
Yeah. So there
Yeah,
you go.
including a belt.
That's
a
a
century
no-brainer.
belt on Minnetonka, the hardest tournament lake in the state,
Yeah, that's like a no-brainer. You know, like
and
why?
a second in the pro-am. Hopscotching with Blakely.
Well, and then we had the second with Walkie on Lahamadou.
Oh yeah, no.
There's
Timmy.
been a few.
That was
There was
Timmy.
3, and then I had a second again on Minnetonka. So
That's what I'm
first,
saying.
the second, fourth at Lahamadou, second on Lahamadou.
As far as top 10 earnings goes, I would think you'd be top 10 and only fishing 2 years, right? You got to be up there.
I'd say.
I could
I'd say
be
it
fine
would be.
just being retired and
And only
going fun
fishing
fishing.
2 years.
Maybe I'll just come out, hang out, and drink beer with you guys.
We gotta have a lunch spot at least once every tournament, right? We need a third there for that though.
Yeah. Where are you guys having lunch? I'm gonna come.
I
was
think
crazy.
Lahamadou we have to have it at the lunch spot.
Are we going back to Lahamadou?
I never fished that spot in the
Yeah.
tournament.
What time of year again?
That's
Huh?
great.
August
I never
again.
fished it in the tournament.
Okay.
I even
I
asked
like
you.
that.
I did ask.
Well, I told you. I said no.
That's
I-
why.
Yeah.
I know you love
That's
that.
the only reason I put in to possibly fish again.
Yeah, we'll duke it out again, I suppose, up there.
Lunch spot. Oh my god.
Saved my day, that's for sure.
I didn't even fish it. I had first dibs. I fished the opposite half. So I fished that half where the lunch spot was in the morning, and you guys were on the other half of the lake. And I never even made a cast on that spot.
If I would have went there, it would have been a game over for the day.
Yeah, Timmy would have won.
Dumbass.
Thankfully, the fish all shifted behind my boat, and Timmy was ahead of me in that spot.
That was so stupid.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard that story.
Oh yeah.
So me and Schroeder go down the weed line. This is a nothing weed line down in Darling. Just do. Here we meet in the middle. Just stop, spot, lock, start BS. And yeah, you want a beer? Yeah, you want a sandwich? Yeah, sure. You know, start chit chat. About 15 minutes into it, here comes Wally. Sets down. I'll start BS, and I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on my passenger seat. I just grab
You grab a crankbait.
a crankbait.
Yeah,
Bombing out there. Jeez, a gallon. It's like a pound and a halfer. Throw it back out. Got another one. I'm like, no way.
We peeled like 12 of them out of
Then
that
I grab a
spot.
Neko. There's another one. So we all stand up. We all start bombing there. And just for like half an hour, peel like 30 fish out of there. It's like, oh, this is so dumb.
That stretch was burnt. Tournament day felt burnt.
And
No.
we peeled on them.
I caught 12 of them off that spot the next day.
It's not a ton.
No, but I mean,
That's all you needed.
that's what I
All you
needed.
needed, yeah.
And then I went and caught 1 or 2 everywhere else, and
the best part of the video. Oh my god, the best part of the video is Schrader's running past you, and you crack one to take the lead.
oh, that was
It hurt my
yeah.
feels.
My favorite part was the waspises.
oh yeah,
The waspises.
The wasps.
The waspises.
they were bad out there. I don't know what they just
Waspises.
loved me. Must have been the boat or something.
That's funny.
What was that? Pow pow.
I forgot about the waspises.
Oh yeah.
What do you think's like the most underlooked edge you could have in competition? Like,
Edge?
yeah, like something that's giving you an edge that you think that most people overlook or underlook or don't even
Work
consider
ethic.
it. Work ethic.
Being prepared.
Oh, I think it's mental.
That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say too. Yeah.
I mean, you can work on it. I mean,
Yeah, you're probably right. Mental, yeah.
it's
Working with the right people is
being
as
able
well.
to adjust on the fly, you know, like adapting and being able to adjust on the fly, and or yeah, it's it ain't working here, or if it worked here, it's going to work there. But I mean, it's just being able to adapt. And
I think it's everything, really. I mean, like
well,
putting yourself around good people. Work. I mean, you're not gonna go to a tournament and not practice a day for it and win the tournament. You know, consistently, anyways. Like, especially like never been to, like, just work ethic, the mental side of it. Put yourself around. Like, we have a real good group here, good core group of us that we don't share spots, except for the lunch spot. I mean,
That
that's
was
a different story.
Plus, we're eating lunch.
But we just share, like, just general things, like, oh yeah, dock bite's good, or yeah,
General clues, like
Yeah.
to keep everyone kind of in the same realm of things. You know?
Yeah, but like we don't really talk about baits either. It's more
no,
like
it's like
are they biting?
Yeah.
Yes, they're biting. I got 50 bites today. Really? Shit, I only got 5 bites today.
yeah, Gull Lake, prime example. No, I was getting 60 bites. I was getting like 10.
Yeah, that's like,
I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong.
but
Did he
just
tell you he was getting 60, or did he tell you he was getting 10?
No, he told me he was getting bit. I wasn't getting bit. I don't know what I was doing
he's like,
wrong.
oh, I can't get bit. I'm like, really? He's like, no, yeah. I'm like, I'll tell you, dude.
Figured it out tournament day. I wasn't in far enough in.
But like just like people you can trust, bounce things off of. Like not like, oh, I need this waypoint. I need this. I need. What exactly are you throwing? Like just like general things like, hey Schroeder, like how many bites you get today? Well, I had 6. Okay. Well, I had 20. Okay. Well, or talk to Schroeder. Like, how you doing? Well, I had 40 bites today. I'm like, what? I only had 3 bites this morning. You know, like what's going on? You know, like just general things like that kind of keep you in tune with what's actually the pulse of the fishery, what's actually going on. People like,
well, that'll just
like,
push
like-
me to figure something else out because
yeah, knowing
shit,
that you're
I'm
behind the
on
8 ball.
I'm on the wrong page right now. Better figure something else out.
Like Fothergill said it best in the last podcast. Completely ignoring the dock talk and just having your core group of guys that you can trust that aren't going to BS you. Like, but you're not going to, hey, I need this waypoint. Like, are they biting? Are they not biting? Like, simple things like that. Like, you know, like you're not on the wrong. They're biting, but you're not getting bit. So you got to, adjust your game plan to try to, you know.
Or if you need help at the landing and your core guys show up.
Or if your boat is stuck on the landing on the concrete, like, hey, I need help get my boat back on the trailer. Just simple things like that. I think that helps a lot. You can just to know that you're on the right pace, if that makes sense, on the right page.
Here's a weird question with that. Like, do you think guys have a tendency to over-adjust or under-adjust? Because from what I've found, like, sometimes it ain't as far away as you think, like that answer, right? And the other times it's like you're in the wrong
Part of the lake.
You need to adjust
I don't think
a lot.
our group does really. We're pretty in tune,
Yeah.
pretty much, with what's going on all the time. But I would say some people do, yeah.
Well, like,
Don't you think?
I've seen it on Mille Lacs where it's like, man, this section of the lake sucks, and then you idle 30 feet, and there's a school of 8 of them, and you catch all of them, and it's 24 pounds, and it's epic, and you just move the boat 20, 30 feet. Didn't change a damn thing. I've also seen it where, like, no, you need to go fish docks now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do something completely different. And I think when shit's not going your way, I think that mental thing, that's when it comes in, right? So those questions you ask yourself, I mean, you're obviously getting feedback and whatnot, right? If it's that dog shit, like, yeah, you're off. But
It depends how stubborn
I mean,
you are too. With it,
well,
you know.
here's the deal. On Lake Minnetonka, there's more 4-pounders swimming around than a 100-boat field could catch in a day. And guess what? They're swimming there. Like, they're around, you know, but you ain't catching them.
Bunch of
You know what I mean?
pricks.
Like, that is like a weird...
Minnetonka's
such
a
a
wild
weird...
card.
Those are prick fish. I don't like 'em.
maybe
That's a wild
Tonka's
card.
a bad example, but, like...
Because I could call Schroeder and, like, practicing for the Blackfish last year, like, hey, how's it going? You know, like, oh, yeah, I'm getting tons of bites and I'm doing okay. You know, I'm talking to Walker. Yeah, I'm doing good. You know, I'm getting some 3 3/4, 3 1/2. And I'm like, God, dude, I can't barely even generate a bite. Like my practice last year for the Blackfish was absolutely horrendous. Like,
Same.
I'd be looking to catch 5 to 10 bass a day. Biggest one might be, 2 3/4. Like, it was just a horrible practice, like,
Yeah, it was.
So
it was just bad last year.
It was bad.
Minnetonka is a complete wild card, but then tournament day you go out there and just stumble and do, 18 pounds or something stupid might happen. But
I think that's just how much experience you've had on the lake too. You understand where to go run and stuff like that.
Well, you
Yeah,
can
do
just
you
keep
need to be
running
in-
spots until
Yeah.
you run into something.
I don't have.
Well,
I don't
Tonka, it's
have
like,
that.
do I need to be in a different bay or do I need to be,
I feel like
doing
Tonka's a
something?
bait thing. Don't you?
A lot of times,
I think
yes,
it's a bait
but
thing. I think West Arm might fire one day, and Waseca might fire the next day, and Halstead's might fire one day, and Cooks might pop off.
I just never feel like you have time to
No,
run it.
yeah.
You have to put your chips somewhere, and that's I think the struggle I have with Tonka is just I don't have the time those guys have. Like Tonka is a lake that is proven to, and maybe you might be the anomaly compared to some of those Denny's guys because you seem to have a lot of success out there and maybe not spend quite as much time as say like a Rob Stora or some of those Denny's guys who are in there week in week out.
Yeah. I don't know.
I got no answers on Tonka.
Neither do
only
I. I
questions.
really don't. Like I've had success there. Yes, I have, but it generally boils down to like mine and Pittman's last Blackfish win was first 3 spots dud, and then all of a sudden we go to a spot where I caught 2 3/4 in practice, and we peeled in there and we catch a 4 3/4, a 4 1/2, and a 4 1/4, and some other ones. And we run to the next spot and nothing. Dud. Go to the next spot, catch like a 3 3/4, and it's like next thing you know, 20 minutes left at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, I got one spot where I rose a fish. Looked like about 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I seen her. That's all I said. We roll in there and we actually catch that fish. Like that never happens,
Do you lube your horseshoe before you shove it up your ass in the morning?
But it's like it's a little bit of luck. I'm not gonna lie. Like Minnetonka, like for whatever reason, things just seem to happen sometimes for us, and we get super lucky. But I don't ever feel like I have anything dialed on that lake. If anything, most of my practices on Minnetonka are absolute horseshit. Like horrible. Like
God, I just feel surprised hearing that from you.
yeah, like they're not. And like when I go to Minnetonka, I don't load waypoints. I just run stuff. I don't know.
Well, dude,
I'm not lying. That's my partner. Like
no.
we usually just stumble into them. And like if we ever find a school, I cannot remember. There's only one time in all of fishing Minnetonka. Maybe same for you guys. I'm not sure, but ever fishing Minnetonka where you go to your starting spot and those fish are actually there. There's been one time in my entire life, and that was the first Blackfish Classic that me and Pittman won. Those fish were actually there.
I've had it a couple times where you hit the right spot. Like
Is it your starting spot though, where you think they're actually going to be there? They should be there, and they actually are there.
they were, like,
Like it never happens.
well,
Every time it gets them.
that the day that I had the 131.7 out there, the afternoon, the second spot, it was like you're at lunch, and I'd stumbled into them at the first half, so that was a luck. The second half, I had 3 spots to go, and I only fished 1. I had 4 spots to go, and I fished 2, and I didn't even hit 2 other ones.
Yeah, I guess.
But and then it was like the second time when I got second out there out there in the Champions Tour.
They were there, right? Second half they were there. They were there.
In the second half, but I was like, we came under the Arcola Bridge, and I'm like, just like, please, fish, be here for once, just be here. I was like, I need to get after them, and then they were there, and then, now they've never been there since.
But the first Blackfish Classic that me and Pittman won, our starting spot, like I said, those fish were actually there. First time in my life I'm in Minnetonka, that starting spot, the fish actually stayed. We lit them up, caught 20 pounds in 15 minutes. I have never caught a fish there since. Never.
Yeah, there's very seldom.
Grass changing.
Yeah.
Everything's changing.
But like in practice, like if you're 2 days out from a tournament and you find a school of 40 fish, like Why isn't there at least a few of them there, you know?
They're usually there for me.
They're never there.
I'm really good at finding them filler fish out there. It's them kickers that I can't figure
Yeah, I
out.
don't-
But I think, Noah, your approach, I guess, to reel back a little bit, like talking to the good Denny's guys I've talked to, your approach to that lake, I think, is correct. And it's a tournament fishing. You don't need to light the world up in practice. You need to find, a little something here, a little something there, and you just putting the trolling motor down like that.
Do you trailer your big outboard? Then you need the MyWedge motor support. MyWedge keeps even the heaviest motors safe and secure on the trailer. And talk about easy. Up with the motor, on with the MyWedge, back down, ready to roll. And MyWedge is built to last. It won't rot, it won't split, it won't fail. Guaranteed. Pop on MyWedge centering clips for lateral stability and you're good to go. MyWedge, security in a snap. To order yours, go to mywedge.com.
To me, I guess is what's brought you the success is that hard work that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, and just like Schroeder walks to the mental side of it too.
You're not afraid to just not get bit for how long to find that one little
Yeah.
and that's what it takes to find it because you found it before, and that's why no one else is finding it because no one else is willing to do that.
Yeah, you fish on a
And-
straight weed line for
Correct.
4 hours straight.
And you get some.
Ice you could spend all day, 2 days.
You could
know,
spend
and
weeks, Timmy, like
it's
months.
just like-
put your trolling motor down. Just
How much miles of weed lines are in Minnetonka?
A lot.
I mean, same as more than the amount of shoreline.
oh yeah, our best. I mean, I don't know. if Pittman might.
You couldn't
get pissed at
fish
me
it
for
all
saying
in
this, but our best spots on Minnetonka, we find not with side imaging, not with live scope, not with anything. It's just putting your trolling motor down, a bare ass weed line, a nothing weed line, and just fishing until you find a school of fish.
And the success I've had, on Boji this year in the second half, that is like everything I look for offshore. And I guess,
But that could be the kiss of death too.
oh, absolutely. But let's look at your math.
So look at my math.
Let's look at your math.
My math is like, I am up here or I am down here. I don't really hover in between. I am like up.
Unless they're giving away a boat.
Perch. I don't hover. I don't live in the.
But your
middle.
like statistically, you are better than most people on most bodies of water. But Tonka would be a prime example, I think, of a place where a guy like Noah Schultz, who isn't necessarily supposed to do good on Tonka, you've gone there and found success. And I think it's just how you approach every body of water you go to, dude. I think you're willing to beat your head against the wall harder than most people.
Well, yeah,
because
but he gets
it's worth it.
But he gets there at 4:30 in the morning, an hour before anyone else, and then he leaves at 8 o'clock, and you've already been at the bar since 4. So,
see, Noah and I are a lot alike, except he's there earlier than me. But I think I'm there later than him because
Yeah,
I'll
I
leave
think
the
it
lake
evens
at
out.
11 or
Midnight.
midnight sometimes.
We're obviously-
I'm not a partier. I'm not rich
But
enough
I think it
to-
goes back to what I said earlier. It's the work ethic. I don't care who you are or how great at fishing you are or anything, period. If you have 4 days of practice and you're a lot of time and you are on the lake at 9 a.m. and you're leaving at 2 a.m., but I'm there at, or me and Walkie or Schroeder are there at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're there till 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. At the end of the day, we are going to have more time on the water than you are, period. And that is the one thing that trumps everything is time on the water. Because how can you find fish if you're not on the water?
It's true. You might be able to find structure, but that's it. You can't find fish unless you on the water.
Period.
The mornings are very relaxing. Sit out there and just float around for an hour and
Super
then,
quiet.
then just go out. And
this is coming from Walker, who, when I was with him as a boat captain, and
Sleepy
he's,
time.
the kid wouldn't roll out of bed until like 11. He like, all right, just hit. I'm like, dude, this is your time to practice. So I'll get up when you can go to the lake when you want to go. Wake me up, otherwise I'm sleeping in. But then and then we'd go. But then there's the time that's like, all right, you put the time in, and I'll put the time in for you or with you. And like one of the days I remember it was like he needed to fish. The high school deal is like I'd literally worked like
What did you work, 36 hours or
36 hours in a row or some stupid thing, drove all the way to Gull and then fished with him all day and then drove back. So it was like, so we put the work in.
Was that the rainstorm tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's lipping off. I'm like, I didn't know his dad was there. I'm like, I'm yelling at him. I'm like, I will go home right now. I'm like, it's pouring. Like, you can't see 20 feet. And I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I was the first one at the landing, sleeping in the landing, waiting for him to show up. Or there was the time, even when we were on Pelican.
Oh, my God, yeah. I remember
Noah
that.
rolls in.
I got up. I thought I got up early. So Schroeder's not there. You're practicing for the Pelican tournament on Ore. And I roll into the landing about maybe 4:45, 5 o'clock, something like that. It's still dark. And I roll on. There's a truck and boat there. I'm like, nobody ever beats me here. Like, who's this clown to landing?
This guy, yeah.
Who's this guy thinks he's tough? Like, who is this guy? You know? I roll up and I look and there's someone sleeping in their truck. And I'm like, that's Schroeder. Like, when did you get here? Oh, about a half an hour ago. I said, didn't you work last night? Yeah. I'm like, so you got off of work, you drove through the night to get here. He's like, yeah. I'm like, you gonna fish today? Going out right now, he said. So I'm like, how much sleep you get? 20 minutes, half hour maybe?
So
oh my God, dude.
I don't know how you do that, man.
But yeah, so like my wife always gives me a hard time. She's like, when are you coming home? Are you going to come to the camper? You know, it's getting late. And I'm like, yeah, another half an hour. She's like, is it going to matter? I'm like, it only takes 10 minutes to win a tournament, you know?
It's true.
It only takes 10 minutes to find a winning spot to win a tournament.
Yep.
Hi, Millie. What are you guys doing?
Kids want to see what it looked like.
Yeah.
Hi, Mimi.
We're taking guest appearances.
Not me.
Oh, I'm going to beat you to the access every time this year.
That's one thing.
What?
Casey's going home.
Am I?
Too much to drink.
Bye, Stacy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's one thing I will say about Wally. Though. The first year on the Champions Tour, I feel like you were kind of dragging ass a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But by the end of the year, you were sending me photos. I beat you to the landing. And I'm like, I guess I have to alarm for 15 minutes earlier tomorrow because you ain't going to beat me tomorrow.
Oh, I felt so bad. It was like I'd get to the lake. I'm like, I thought I was getting up early. And then it was like, both of these guys already got their boat in the water. I'm like, son of a.
That's what happens, though.
Look, competition drives you, you know?
Well, even like
That's the fact. I mean, this country is built on that.
Yeah.
even like working this
You're
winter too, or last
8
winter.
years younger than me, and you're 27
Yeah, you're an old jam.
years younger than me. So
Yeah.
we'll talk when you guys get a little older.
Competition drives you. Like for me, just something as simple as being beat to the landing drives me up a wall. I want to be the first one there.
Pole position.
Yeah, pole. That's Walker's famous text.
Yeah.
Pole position. I got you today.
That's famous quote from Duh.
Pole position. Yeah, duh.
No.
Yeah, you'd be like about 2 a.m. to beat him though.
Oh yeah, him and Brad sleeping in the parking lot. Yeah. That's a fun group of guys too, though.
Yeah, we should have Duh on the podcast.
Oh my word. Demonetized.
I mean, we were demonetized long ago.
You just tell by the name. Duh.
Yeah, we should have had Duh over. I don't have 5 mics, so there's
Oh,
no
you
way
need-
we were leaving.
You won't
Timmy
need a
out.
mic with him.
you'd have to go outside though. He smokes too much to sit inside for this long.
Fair enough.
That's true. We got a patio door right there.
I suppose, yeah.
He's good shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, him and Marv.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of old Dane taking over Champs Tour now?
I'm pumped.
Crazy.
I'm excited.
I'm
Especially like talking to him at the whatever team trail, the championship when he stayed over. It was cool picking his brain. He has so many ideas.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's cool to see a angler's aspect going into a tournament, well, leading a tournament trail now,
I think he's the right guy to grab the torch.
100%. Yeah.
That surprised me.
Me too, dude. I was like fishing tournaments with him all summer. You didn't tell me.
How many days
He's
before?
acting all weird. I'm like wondering what's going on, and then like 5 days before he announced it at St. Croix, he told me.
Really?
Yeah, he'd been holding it in for like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
I knew he was holding something in, but I didn't know what.
We were at the
And-
TOC meeting that night. Was it the banquet?
Yeah, it was that night.
That
Yeah, it
Striker
was-
building.
Oh, so it was St. Croix.
It was the St. Croix.
It was St.
Yeah,
Croix.
yeah, at the striker spot.
And
Yeah.
Scott's giving this huge speech. The new owner's going to take over. This and that. I'm like, oh, great. You know, this is going to be, you know, like, hopefully it's just not some guy with money. He's going to just doesn't know anything about fishing, you know, and all. He says, Dane Waseca. I'm like, no
I saw
way.
it was cool because I saw it coming and I got to watch everybody's faces, like, and everybody.
It was pretty cool.
That was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But when he told me in my garage, he's like, Teal, I'm going to tell you something, but you promise you cannot tell anyone, okay? Like, even this person, okay? He's like, no one can know, okay? This is soon. And I'm like, oh, fuck, he's getting a divorce. Like, that's literally all I can. It's like, already? It's like, damn, dude, you got a kid? You just had a kid. It's like, then he told me that. I was like, what? Did not even see that coming. So it'll be interesting. The only thing I said was no more lake splits. Fuck lake splits. But he's not going to listen to me.
No, I just told him, I said, whatever you're going to do, I'll support you on this. That's cool. You know, like, I'm just grateful that there's tournaments to fish. Like, I don't want to be one of those guys that complain about how you should run a tournament, because without the people running the tournaments, I have no tournament to fish.
Yeah, I told
That
him the
makes
same
sense,
thing
like-
until it comes to lake splits. Like, no.
I like them. I like a lake split, but I do not want to choose.
Oh, we should make Noah choose every time.
No.
He hates it.
That was my demise.
Absolutely
I don't
hates
want
it.
to. But I like a lake split because I feel like it makes it more difficult.
No, just let us fish.
No, because
Lake is-
because if you find a hot school, you go back to that school.
If you get your boat drag in, which you don't.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a little bit of integrity there with, you know, people like.
For sure. Unless I had the dot.
I just feel like with the lake split, the best angler at the end of the day will rise to the top with a lake split.
So you don't think in a team event, no lake split, that the best angler rises to the top?
No, yeah, okay, you got me there, I guess, but
I
it
think-
takes a lot of the luck out of it. If that makes sense.
Kind of, but
You're essentially fishing 2 tournaments in one, so you're taking an average of the 2, and you're eliminating a lot of the luck factor that goes into tournament fishing.
But then on the St. Croix, that area that I exploited first half was no good second half.
Even with gold, too, though. That northern half, the neutral zone.
Fuck that. That was the worst one. That was the worst one. That was the worst split.
I like a lake split. It makes it more challenging. I don't know what you think, Schroeder.
Actually, you know, I just saw your trophy room up there. I'd have said the same thing if I were you. I'd have said the same thing.
But choosing your half is kind of...
Ouch.
it's so much of a strategy, though.
It's the worst.
It's the worst. Because if
I
you
don't
fail,
know.
it's on you.
Oh, it saved my ass and it's burnt my ass.
Me too.
Saved Yano Kaboji.
You're damn right it did.
Who's using
Well,
it?
Burned me.
You look at it though, like some of the lakes where we haven't had a lake split, like Pelican, for example. You know, Rasmussen just went and absolutely annihilated them.
He had it one.
Hurt my feels.
He didn't even need to go out second half. He did
So-
not even. He could have kept his boat at the fucking.
Down to
So
the bottom.
I would say I like the lake
How
split.
crazy is
You like
that?
it?
I like it.
I like it too.
It makes you fish the whole lake. It
Cut.
It puts more
It's
into it.
not going in the suggestion box. There is a. I just don't understand why it's the only trail that does it.
Because we're fishing for more than
makes
5
it makes
fish
I'm just telling
is a
you,
thing.
Like,
It's a
know.
complexity thing. It's a challenge.
How do you fish? Choosing the sides with 65 boats is nice because usually it's been a half and half the whole every
it makes me run way more water in practice. That's the biggest thing I don't like about it is I have to now practice the whole lake.
Well,
Yeah.
if you got to practice a whole lake, that I like that idea because otherwise you got Matt Peters camped in your spot and you're nose to nose casting at the same fish all day.
From that aspect, that makes sense.
And I've had that happen with Maddie's been either casting at me or over me or around me, or I'm like, dude.
And to be fair, a couple good finishes I've had, a lot of the damage I did, I maybe wouldn't have even fished some areas if I wouldn't have been practicing for splits. So, maybe I just wanted something to bitch about.
I think if you go, well, come not next year, but the year after, if they do a qualifying event and cut the boats down eventually to 50, then you wouldn't need to do a lake split,
I just feel like it's...
Then you could have a lot more water to run because 65, there's a lot of boats parked on top of each other if you have no lake split. Look at the Kinney on St. Croix. How many boats were sitting there?
I don't know. I didn't make it there.
There had to be like 13 boats there. In the video, there you just pan around. There's
Dana's
this,
catching them.
yeah, and they were there for 2 periods.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Hard to say. There's no good answer to it, I guess you could say.
I think it's the freedom. I think I just like having an open lake to go, like an open board.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
if you have
I
a
was
lake
thinking,
big enough.
like on Waseca this year, right? I had this patch of pencil reeds that I just like, kind of like a plan B scenario, right? And I checked it in the morning after I got to watch shoot a peel on 50 yards away from where I thought they were going to be. And they weren't there. And then James blasted them there in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But it's like I couldn't have even gone and checked them because it's on the wrong half of the lake. There's no pencil reeds on the
South end of the lake.
exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? So it's shit like that bothers me. It's like when I want to make an adjustment in the afternoon and do something and I can't.
No, you ran into a water issue.
Piss me off.
Just text the boss.
Yeah.
Granted, those 4 docks right by takeoff. To be honest, if I could have done it all over again on Waseca, I'd have just fished them 4 docks back and forth. Through the
I
whole second
do
half.
appreciate you letting me have that one dock with a 2.5 under it. That was nice.
No problem, dude.
Made me some money. That was good.
Well,
I still
you were
got
in
jumped.
a check hunt, and I was just pretty pissed off at that point. So, might as well help a brother out.
Yeah, that was very. He was
I
touching.
know you'll return the favor when it matters. Actually,
I did.
you kind of.
That's all right. I had no idea. Like I told you, and before, I didn't know them fish slid up that far. You obviously knew they were there.
I found that in January on Google Earth. It's pretty. It was so textbook looking with the high water.
Yeah.
I felt so bad, dude.
No, I mean you didn't do
I
anything
felt
wrong.
so bad. But no, I know I didn't.
No, you were all good.
But just like I felt for you. Like I put my immediately. I'm like, they don't know that I'm about to break their absolute hearts.
If I would have had Timmy's boat up in that tight little channel like that, he would have been sad.
I just think it's a crazy series of events, Walker.
Remember?
Like crazy series of events. Like talking to Kiki after. He couldn't get his boat up there but he practiced it before the water rose.
No, I was the one that told you there was a beaver dam up there,
Yeah, I know.
and
The
I
water
couldn't
blew it
get
out.
I couldn't get over it. Yeah,
Talking about Boji?
yeah. Where we both
When
had
Walker let me in
Yeah.
on that.
No, if we didn't have 2 bombs, or like me and you didn't have a bomb there, we would have been top 5 for Angler of the Year.
That was my worst season on a tour by far.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself about that one. If I would have had top 15, I would have been top 5 in Angler of the Year points.
What did you end up at for AOI?
I was like 7th or 8th.
I think I ended up like 14th or something like that.
Yeah.
Gull crushed me. Gull killed me this year.
Boji was. I did a 4th, a 4th, and 7th. And like a 15th and a 45th or something. But it was a decent season, but frustrating.
This is what's weird for me,
was.
and I've noticed this throughout my tournament career. And this year's a prime example. My best finishes were lakes I'd never been to before. And that is, I have so many examples of that. It's crazy. And the lakes I thought I was going to last one I sucked.
That's why I was excited for St. Croix. I've never been there before.
No one really
I
had.
think that's how I feel about tournaments up here now. It's like if I haven't been there before, I'm excited. Tatanka was the only place I hadn't been to that I didn't do good.
But you did. I mean, like, you had the
No, I
winning
didn't.
areas. I know. I'm saying, like, you knew where the fish were. It's just they didn't play out right for you,
Oh, no,
or you
it
weren't
didn't.
there at the right time. You know.
Yeah, but
But
I
it
don't
sounded
know.
like your
It's-
practice was all right, though. I mean, honestly.
I couldn't even tell you. I got 9 bites, and after the 8th one I shook off, Walls was telling me how many walleyes catch offshore and drum and stuff. So I'm like, well,
Oh, yeah.
So I, threw my hook out. The one fish I set the hook on in practice was 5 pounds.
Yeah.
I only got 9 bites that day, but they all felt like good ones offshore, running rock and brush, and like Dane practiced cicada.
Yeah.
I practiced Tatanka.
Okay.
He had nothing in Tatanka because he practiced 2 days. I practiced 1.
Mm-hmm.
And he practiced first day in Tatanka, so he found nothing. So I said, well, I should probably try to find something in Tatanka. He sounded pretty done with that lake. And then he went to Cicada and actually found a couple stretches that he had he said he caught one and shook the rest off. We ended up starting on that stretch, but it's weird, like with a partner, you each find stuff, right? And so we never got to fully commit to anything.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that was our downfall, if it was that much of a commitment deal. But we just were non-committal. We'd kind of feel that out. It wasn't working. So we go do this, check 4 brush piles, 3 rock spots. Catch
Yeah.
1.
Well, down here you either got to ride or you die. That's pretty much it.
Is it commit or die out
I
here?
would say so.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was our mistake then.
Generally, if you're catching 30, 40, 50 fish a day, you're generally on
The wrong
the
one.
smaller fish.
Unless you're flipping on Tatanka.
So
That was pretty wild. Like, if we could have if the tournament was 2 days before, it would have been lights out.
So I think maybe Dane and I were each on the right deal, and we settled for something in between because we got that's what it felt like. Because what I was curious about is like, what if I just committed all in to this rock brush deal and just did that? Would I get 5? I got 9 bites just doing
Yeah,
that,
you get 5.
right? Then we should have done that.
Typically,
Or-
like in the fall, or summer, fall, that's typically how, I'll fish Tatanka. You just rock and brush, and you're looking for 5 to 8 bites a day.
I think they like bullheads on Tatanka.
Probably do. Bluegills, bullheads. But I also have been fishing that lake for a long time, so I know generally the higher percentage piles and the higher percentage rock spots, and so I can keep myself in good areas throughout the course of a day. But most times, like if you hit a brush pile, there's a couple fish on it usually, but you might run 10 piles and never get a bite. And all of a sudden you hit one pile, and all of a sudden 1, 2, 3, 4 fish come off that one pile, and you just run another 10 piles. Another 2 or 3 hours go by, and then all of a sudden boom, 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 you get a couple more bites, and that's your tournament. Typically how it goes. But you have to be all in because you have to run so many of them or so many little rock spots
Yeah,
that it
recheck on.
consumes your entire day, where it's hard to pull the plug and then run. So like the last time I fished on Tatanka this year was right before you guys' team trail, and I'm 3 hours into the tournament. Brush pile, brush pile, brush pile, brush pile, rock, 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 brush pile, and it's like 10 o'clock, 10:30. I'm 3.5 hours in, and I've got what I would consider one decent fish. So I'm like, okay, do I pull the plug or do I stay all in on this? So I pulled the plug and I ran all the way down the lower, knowing that the lower is just as tough. You might only generate 5 bites in an 8-hour tournament. Run all the way down the lower, and luckily I ran into a little spot. I ran into a little wad of them. We ended up with like 22.75 or something like that for 5.
So you change gears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but typically that doesn't work.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, that day just felt like it was cloudy, it was nasty, it was kind of rainy and misty and windy. Like, this offshore deal is not going to pop off. I got to run down the lower, and I got to fish shallow,
Totally.
It moved on you.
I love your
I
tape,
took the
your
broken
little tape
one.
leg there.
Yeah, this is it's seen better days for sure.
I'm gonna steal one from your Schroeder.
I got one more in me. Oh, never mind.
I better put a couple more in the bucket.
Our delivery service is checked out for the night, I think.
So Walker, what's a day of perch fishing cost again?
Depends how many people you got.
Let's say I got a family of 12.
12. Well, you can fit 4 snow bear, so you're running 3 snow bears at least. That'll be like 1,100 per snow bear per day. Yeah, I mean it's an expensive trip, but I mean you're fishing out of a snow bear. Everything's fully provided. I got my snow bear full of Dane's rods this winter, so I'm pretty excited about that. He's gave me a bunch of ice rods to go try out this winter, and
Sweet.
he
dude.
built a pretty sweet perch rod, just specifically for that. For up there, you have to fish with pencil weights, so it's inline weight. It's about yay big. It's brass rod, 2 snaps on it. You tie your main line on top, and then you got a dropper with your little tungsten on the bottom.
Yeah.
For fishing in deep water, and it's a very unique situation because your rod preloads already,
Sure.
so you got to be able to still see that bite. So it takes a very
Limber rod.
like a perfect rod for it. You know, something that can take the load, but then also still
Show
see
you the
that.
bite.
Yeah. So Dane built something really cool with that, and we talked about it when he was down for the championship or whatever, and yeah. So I got them all in there, and be pretty excited to use them. So
Timmy, you got a couple of Waselcas too, don't you?
I do.
What's been the your favorite rod Dane's built for you so far? I got a couple.
I probably like the chicken rod.
Oh yeah.
So I've got a couple other ones, and I had not the name ones or series ones, and then I bought a couple that were from him this spring that were ones that he had and used for a year or whatever, and ran a few of those. And then I got, what else do I have? I got like the 7-1 medium light spinning rod of his, and then
Go on.
the heir I have, chicken rod I have, and then I think I have like a 7-6 heavy type rod, like a jig rod of some sort. But
You throwing just the chicken on that chicken rod?
yep,
Throwing a chatterbait on it ever?
nope.
Okay.
oh, that's a good rod for it.
I love that rod, and for swim bait or chicken especially, but
The chicken worked. I thought it was pretty good this year. There's a couple other ones. I want to talk to him about the design and the grip. I'm a rod snob,
hey, most people are.
and well, I'm really picky, like
With your handles?
with the handles. And there's at least 3 that I'm not a fan of.
Sure. Yeah.
I like the rod
Yep.
action. It's just the way it sits in my hand. Like I'll literally have a rod for a little bit, and I used to sell it to Noah or high school kids, Walkie or somebody, and I just it doesn't feel, if it doesn't feel right in my hand, it's a block. Like for example, I had 2 drop shot rods running tied up on Mohamedou 2 years ago, and you're sitting there waylaying on them, and you're every cast, and finally at some point you got to retie. So I grabbed the other one. Well, they weren't the same,
Oh, sure.
and I'm like, it felt, when I went to the second one, it was a mind block that I'm like, I got to get rid of this rod. I'm like, I can't use it. So I literally threw it out, wasn't even holding it. I'm like, retied the other one quick, and then switched back to the one I was using, because it was just, then I went back to catching. Like I couldn't catch one on the other one. I'm like, I don't know what it was, but I'm like, no.
I don't
So-
think I've lost a bass on that chicken rod.
No, And this one isn't even, it doesn't even say the chicken. It's like one of his prototype.
Oh,
It was
cool.
out of his personal locker,
Yep.
So, but yeah, I definitely like the chicken rod. I haven't thrown a chatter. I got a different rod I throw a chatterbait on. But, yeah, I got a handful of them.
I saw Walker. You got a couple too, don't you?
Yeah, he when he came down for the championship, I told him what I needed for flipping that milfoil or whatever, and he had a whole pile of them in the back of his Suburban there, and started feeling them. And I used that one, and I'm kind of sad I had to put it down. I really liked it a lot.
I like that one. You brought that one over.
Yeah, that one felt.
I like that one.
That one's gonna be a milfoil flipper.
That was one I did.
As anglers, we develop special bonds with our equipment. There's something magical when you find that perfect jig rod and reel combo for a technique that elevates your confidence on the water. Whether it's a perfectly balanced, crisp, and sensitive jig rod that gives you the highest level of control over your bait, allows you to feel every grain of sand, every bite, and allows you to drive that hook clean, or a rod with the perfect action and taper that seems to keep your chatterbait, swim bait, or whatever it is in the back of the bass's head where it belongs no matter where you throw it, or a rod that allows you to effortlessly cast a lighter bait you used to cuss at on your old combo. These types of magical bonds are rare to find in a mass-produced sweatshop, which is why Waseca Fishing and Customs came to existence, with the sole purpose of bringing you closer to your passion by enhancing the bond with you, your rod, and the bass. Confidence is everything in bass fishing, and there's no bigger boner buster than losing a big fish, not feeling like you can present your bait correctly. The list goes on and on. Mr. Waseca is a full-blown artesian craftsman who can build you the perfect rod, no matter the size or action, custom, exactly the way you want it. He also has a wide variety to choose from right on his website, including fan favorites like the 8-foot hair jig rod, the drop shot rod, swim bait rod, the chatter chicken rod, the MH workhorse, and more. Even ice fishing. You do the whole frozen Swiss cheese thing, the ice fishing. Seen grumpy old men? Well, you can send that jiggle stick back to the antique store because Mr. Waseca builds custom ice rods in all sizes and actions too. So head on over to his website, wasecafishing.com. That's VOCELKA fishing.com to enhance your confidence on the water, feel your passion, and catch more bass, baby.
Stop by it over here.
Mm-hmm.
We need more crop tubes.
Yeah. And some weights.
Yep.
Yeah. Just show up to the old Noah's household, and of course he's always got everything.
I think you
If
were at
I
my
got
place
Schroeder's
grabbing
got
stuff
it.
too.
Yeah, I was at both places.
Well, that's what's cool about like working with Dane is if you don't like the handle, he can actually make you one with a different handle. You know that's more comfortable. I've been looking in Japan. They got some of them like shotgun grips and like pistol grips.
Oh,
like,
that's old school.
I want to get Dane for like
That's
Christmas
old
or something
school.
one year. Like a couple like nostalgic looking handles.
So I grew
get him
up-
like a pistol grip.
I had the old it wasn't an ambassador. It was a smaller quantum iron 3 or something like that on a pistol grip 6.5 foot casting rod. That was my spinnerbait rod.
Hell yeah!
When I was a kid.
Hank Parker style.
Yeah.
I had a 5.9 pistol grip Shimano bullwhip back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
That's like those Shimano bullwhips. If you go on eBay right now, back in the day, they're like $59. You know, when you found them, and they're a shorter rod, but it is like a cult following for those damn things right now. They're like $150, $200 on eBay.
way.
So a couple of years ago, we were up and I had one, like the very first rod I had as a kid, and it was like the perfect panfish rod. And we're up on Leech, and it was sitting on the side of the boat, and we were fishing on a 621, and so that back tackle compartment got opened up and it snapped the rod because the rod was sort of laying along the side, and it snapped the rod, and I was really sad. So I'm like, son of a gun, this is the longest rod I've ever owned in my life. You know, this is like the first one I ever bought with my own money. As like
my
saved up the
God.
birthday money.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're
Yeah.
like 5, 6, 7 years old and
Yeah.
bought this rod. And so my kid Colton, he found one on eBay and ordered one in. So now I have one. But they're like I said, if you look on eBay, there'll be a few there. They are stupid money. I'm like, I could get a Loomis for this damn near, you know. I'm like, but there was something about it because it's a graphite rod,
Sure.
and they were just amazing.
This first rod not built out of steel.
So
You
Remember them old steel things? I don't know how
I have
people
some of
used to. I do too. Couple
I never
antiques.
fish with them, but I have some.
Used to troll daredevils with them. No.
You remember the one I was passing around in boats? Shove them in the morning, that old Zebco setup?
No,
Dude,
I
You don't remember
But
that?
I think
yes,
Yeah,
we were on white fishing that was floating around.
Yeah, that Zebco rod. I kept putting it in people's rod
Oh, yeah,
boxes.
yeah.
Should we get that going again this year?
Dude, I think we're onto something though with this pistol grip. Like, think about a BFS like casting scoping rod with the little pistol grip that you're shaking a minnow on, or
Yeah.
little Kubon 40-foot, you know,
Coupon.
right on the
Coupon.
right on.
What do you think about this bait? Noah?
I have questions about that
Never
lure.
used it.
Shut up.
You never used one of these before? So if I
No,
go,
we can't cut this whole podcast.
so if I go out in your boat, you're not gonna have any of these at all?
No, I ran out actually.
Huh? Thought you never used them though.
Well, they flew out of the boat.
Ah, I see.
Those boxes catch the wind.
These things really intrigue me though.
I don't know.
I think
I think this speaks right now what I'm saying.
All right, we
I
can.
want $60 for a broken one. It's in pieces.
Oh, they're selling broken ones too?
You know, I don't know. Q-bomb? I don't know. I like them.
They're pretty cool. I mean,
Do you trim them down?
No.
No.
I've never fished one.
You let them weep, let them wallow.
Never
You have
fished
drop
one.
shot?
No.
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 No. I don't know.
They're a lot more castable than the other dice.
So
They are, yeah.
I'm glad Noah's never thrown the key bomb, to be honest with you. Right, Jenna?
For sure.
For sure.
Oh, thank you, hon.
It's a terrible lure.
What are
I'm
these?
lucky.
The old Dannies.
Dude, that is a catcher. That bait is
Do you
a catcher.
you trim any of these down at all?
Moxie?
If it's a
Yeah.
jig
Monkey
trailer,
bar.
I'll do the top two. But I was fishing
your
it just on a
toes.
straight, the Northland
toes
little football
ticklish?
jig this fall, whacking.
Oh, yeah. Did you play with that Northland football jig head and like a tube at all?
Mhm.
Yeah. Did you like that?
I like it for a baby tube head.
Yeah.
That Northland head, I'll put that Danny on it, and then I'll put it in a little baby tube. And, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I played with it a little bit, but that whole tube game I'm not very good at. I know that's.
Good.
I know you and Dane are very good with what you do with that, but
I mean, I've never won more money on any other lure than a tube.
Yeah,
it's,
Dane-
It's
Da-
my jig worm, if you will.
oh yeah, Dane was
It's
telling me
what a
all
jig
about
worm
it.
is to Timmy.
Yeah.
I want to come play with that one day. Have you show me how that all goes down?
I've shown a few people, and they've all thanked me, but I regret it.
Oh, I'm sure.
It hasn't been as good for me, but I mean, Dane almost won Gull with it.
Yeah. And was he fishing that Okaboji too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. I couldn't get him going on it as much there, and he didn't either. He was on the east end, yeah.
Yeah.
But I remember the day I figured that deal out on Tonka. That's probably one of the coolest things. I haven't figured out a whole lot of things, but putting that thing on that goby head in the grass for largemouth, flipping it like a
Yeah.
Texas rig, I think is probably one of the coolest like discoveries I've had. Because we went on to win a bunch of shit after that, so it was kind of really cool. But it's fishing's so cool. There's a lot of ways to skin the cat, and there's everything's a wrong and right answer.
It's cool when people find that little niche and then all of a sudden they start winning on it, and then it's secretive for a couple of years and you win that much money and
That's
then
why you don't want to talk about anything.
yeah. But I mean,
Good
now
news is I'm not quite like if Noah would have done it, people are listening probably a lot harder, right? Like, that's the good news about me and my little tube is, you know, I don't want to boat ever. So, like, hopefully that keeps my words under the radar a little bit.
It doesn't, though. I listen. I think we all listen.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you definitely listen.
We all listen.
Well, maybe that's why I'm getting worse.
I was like, earlier before
Giving all my
we hit
shit
record,
away.
I'm like, some of the things you talk about, don't talk about.
No, I know. I know. Like, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of cool things out there that you don't want to talk about, but it still finds its way out some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Noah
You know.
won't even let me talk about ghosts or wires.
Don't even. Oh my god. Every time you call me, I'm just going to ignore from now on.
You don't want to do that.
I'm kidding.
You're holding a little secret in your hand
We
right
can-
there,
okay,
Noah.
we
When
can
I
talk
call,
about
this is what's happening. My
We
mind
can talk about
is
the
telling
Q
me
bomb.
no.
A little bit about the Q bomb.
I want to know.
I don't know enough
I want to
about
know.
it.
I own a pack, and I did not throw it.
It's okay for me. I'm thinking largemouth.
Yep.
That's what I use it for. Obviously, yes, it's going to be a great smallmouth bait. But it's got. I like the 1-2s, not the ones.
Bigger one.
Yes, if I'm going to go for a 1, you got the smaller base. You have these huge tentacles. Like you might as well call it the OSB dice, in my opinion.
Got
Yeah.
it. Yep.
So I'll go with the 1-2s. I like the bigger profile. I'm thinking largemouth. That's what I use it for. That's just me. I mean, obviously it's going to work for smallmouth too, but I don't drop shot. I like to Neko rig it.
Mm-hmm.
Put nail weight in it and Neko rig it that way and target fish or follow-up bait, like for glide bait fish or whatever, you know. But yeah, it works very, very good.
You fish it more on the fall, or do you twitch it? Like, because I've found with, you know, the dice style baits, it's kind of a
Hold still bait or drag it.
to shake your tip on slack / let it. It's either let it sit or kind of let it fall and then twitch, let it fall, twitch,
Yeah.
twitch, let it fall, twitch.
Yeah.
Kind of like you would if you're a whack. To me, it's the best comparison is a wacky Senko.
Yes, exactly. That's
With
which is
that
why
style of fishing.
if I'm fishing really deep, yeah, drop shot obviously, because you can't get enough weight in here to make it sink fast enough to get deep enough. You have to go with the bigger gap hook because you have a lot of plastic here. So like your traditional Neko like VMC hook, you'll catch fish, but the hookup suffers.
Yeah, yeah.
So you need a little wider gap hook to help compensate for the thicker plastic. But I mean, yeah, it's a great largemouth bait in my opinion. I've been using it for better part of the year, I guess. But it's just another bait where they haven't seen it. It gets bites for me.
It's going to get overfished too a lot, I think, now with all the hype coming behind it.
But I don't think so though.
No?
Because it's so weird.
There's enough shit now. There's enough shit. You know what I mean?
I've never seen anybody in my area anyway throw that yet. Have you?
Even if they do, how many? How many? And there's thousands of millions of baits out there.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, at the end of the
If
day,
you go in my garage right now and look at my deck, you will see a Cuba. No lie.
I don't.
I don't own one, so I'm good.
On my deck, on my rod, right now, on the deck of my boat, you will see a Cuba laying there.
I believe it. And the way I see it, I mean, there's like we're looking at where fishing's trending, right? And we're getting this feedback now with this live scope. We're getting literal live feedback on. Guess what? They don't like that. Like
It's
you
just-
can actually know that now.
It's a bait when the fish are a little finicky, where they don't want to eat your traditional stuff. Like you're not gonna catch every fish you see with it, obviously, but you're gonna generate a few more bites where you couldn't generate them before. If that makes sense. Just like any typical dice bait would.
Well, that's like the biggest thing I learned, like messing with live scope this year. St. Croix would be a prime example, like minnow deal, right? Or Mille Lacs. Minnow, like it's a minnow deal, right? But if you're scoping and they ain't eating your minnow, like
Something's wrong.
what are you throwing at them? And do you have another approach? And for me, it was that baby cover scat. When they wouldn't eat the minnow, most of the fish I put on the scale that day were baby cover scat, follow-up bait after the minnow. After they chased the minnow, wouldn't commit to it or whatever. So I think, like with scope, with the sport and where things are going, it's a matter of having a 2 to 3, 4 bait rotation to based on their moods. And I think, like with that minnow thing, the one thing that these fish have seen the least amount, gravity, is that gravity style bait, whether it be
To me, this is a
Q-bomb
gravity bait.
That is
in
what
my
that
opinion, because that's why I don't want to put it on a drop shot.
That's why I think it's like the dice, it's better weight.
So to me, an OSP dice or field side, that is smallmouth. This is a bigger profile, largemouth.
Yeah.
Q-bomb to me, largemouth, OSP, field side, smallmouth. That's my opinion. That's how I fish them. That's what I use them for. This is a much bigger profile than your OSP or field side dice bait.
And I guess that's what intrigues me about that Q-bomb is the same thing that intrigues me about the dick and balls, right? And the scrotum, okay? Because, like, that baby cover scat was the closest thing to the scrotum that we had prior to the scrotum. And that baby cover scat's money until you got some wind or depth. Right? Just like that OSP dice is probably money for the same reason. So you got a 5 mile an hour south wind, then you got to throw that 1.2.
That's where the Q-bomb, my biggest beef with the Q-bomb is like wind, because I don't want to fish on a drop shot, but I will, obviously. I prefer to use a nail weight if I can. But if it gets too windy, it gets hard.
That's the most frustrating thing.
Yeah, it gets hard to fish.
About, I think, like I noticed that on Mille Lacs. It's like, I know I can make this fish bite if I can get my damn dice to the thing. Yeah. So, and I guess, do you have to fish it on a drop shot at that point, or should the fish be active enough to just eat a grass piece? Like Mille Lacs this year, no. They would not get active enough to eat a grass piece.
I don't know. Those ones are definitely pressured fish.
Mille
Lacs?
Oh, yeah. Like, by far, you can tell, like, the live scope has had an effect on them.
I thought they were really hard to catch. And then this year with a minnow, I felt like they were really dumb. Like, by the time Team Trail was there. Like, practice for Team Trail was stupid, bud.
I never caught them on a minnow there. I don't.
Huh.
But I'm probably...
No way.
I'm probably forgetting, or, well, missing something with the whole minnow deal on Mille Lacs, but... someday. I think if I had enough time to go figure it out, it'd be all right. But
there didn't used to be a lot of minnows in there. I think
there is now. Though.
There is now. Like, Mille Lacs is changing.
Look,
I think it's interesting.
I go back to the championship in Mille Lacs that we had. So, day of the tournament, I remember looking with live, scanning around with live and seeing clouds of minnows everywhere.
At the championship.
On the championship.
Yeah. The beginning.
So then I would tie on a shad crankbait. And that's kind of what clued me into the deal that day. But I remember seeing clouds of minnows. I'm thinking, like, these fish are supposed to be eating crayfish, but there's minnows everywhere. And if you didn't see minnows, you didn't see smallmouth. And that was 3 years ago.
Not, I mean, from a time of year aspect, there's but
they were small minnows. Like,
that's what's interesting about that time of year.
But there was clouds.
It should be a
it
little
wasn't
bigger.
like a school. It was like clouds. If that makes sense. They weren't.
It was like fry balls.
Yeah, they were like. I guess I don't really know. Just based off of what I seen in my live, but I'm guessing they were probably 1 or 2 inch minnows. But I don't know.
They've taken off. I mean, since then, I think. I mean, there's some pretty big minnows in there. The perch are taking off. The shiners are taking off.
Maybe they were shiners. I don't know.
tulipies are taking off. They could have been baby ciscos.
the perch definitely have picked up, though.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they use grass out there more than we even could ever fathom.
Oh, they use grass.
Yeah, they like grass out there.
They use grass out there for sure.
Even there's a lot more coming to in places, like a lot more grass than there was over the years. So
Yeah, you probably would be the best to know about that because you've probably fished Mille Lacs more than any of us over the years.
The north end, you can almost flip that eel grass. It's just about laid over now. I mean,
Yeah,
It's so vast.
Yeah, it's definitely came up in the last whatever. From the time that me and you went up there and fished, I mean, there wasn't much grass up there. There was a couple spots that had grass, but now the whole thing.
There's a couple spots that are a little thicker for sure.
Well,
And
I ran
the problem is
North
the you're getting that more grass, and those fish are getting. It isn't necessarily that they're getting pressured. It's the damn muskies and the pike are in there in the grass.
Mm-hmm.
Like I cut like my starting spot this last year for the Pro-Am. I literally had counted like 40 to 50 bass in that spot. Counted them, like was looking at them, and I'm like, they're nice ones. I'm like figuring, that I had a weight in my head that I was going to be at, and I rolled in there and caught one like second or third cast, and Mr. Muskie was living there, and they were gone. I'm like, all those fish that I ran all the way across the lake and ran 20 minutes, and then I get there and Matty P's there, but then even then that spot had grassed up a lot, and there's muskie there in practice, gator there in practice.
Walleye?
No.
Huh.
Well, walleyes are always all
Right.
over the damn place. I mean, so there's way more walleyes in there than.
That's interesting because I had a spot on the north. So I started in the northeast corner where I had the most spawning fish. And instead of adjusting south where it was going down, I had a school of 4.5 to 5 pounders on the north end. I go up there and they're fucking gone. Wasted an hour and a half trying to find them again. And yeah, absolutely screwed the pooch.
Yeah,
Adjusted. I guess that was like my conservative punting strategy was go catch 4.5, 4 3/4, and that was my safety net. And it was like, oh my god, this is bad. When fish new water, they were loaded.
It changed a lot though.
I don't think the south end changed that much. I just think I didn't practice the south end, which was my problem.
I think it did.
Oh, it was
Practice,
changing.
It changed
You
a
could-
lot
See it like,
day to day.
yeah.
Well, there was a lot going on, so I knew it was changing, but you knew it was changing one direction.
Yeah,
And are my spawn fish going to hold up or not?
it was definitely changing, and
That was a weird time. That was a big transition time of the
Yeah.
year, especially for smallmouth.
It is, and where it didn't go down for us, what's interesting to me is Aaron Dagus actually caught a really big bag up there on a chatterbait.
Yeah, I seen him.
Where we were all cussing out that end of the lake, I caught, big one on a koiki, and we were working way too hard for him up there. And Dagus didn't get a lot of bites, but I just don't have the balls to put a chatterbait in my hand on the lax. A lot of guys do. I don't. Timmy's one, I feel like, who what Dagus was doing in the northeast corner of that lake for the Pro-Am was some Timmy Schroeder shit, if I've ever seen it. Spinnerbait and a chatterbait, power banging them.
I like power them up there. I mean, I'll even crank. I mean, well, that's where, all the way back, the first time we were up to Mille Lacs for the Pro-Am, or the open,
the qualifier.
the qualifier.
Yeah. Oh, Wigglewort.
We were wiggle-warting them, and Noah's like,
That's sick.
what the hell are we? We're just cruising down the bank, and he'd never even been there, so he's just following me around, and I'm like, just whacking him on the wiggle. He's like, what in the hell?
Catch him on the wart, bud. Catch him on the wart. I'm like, I'm throwing crankbait? Okay. Bomb a wart out there, third cast, 4 3/4. I'm like, oh my god. Okay.
Dude, that is the one lake where, I don't know why, but Keith Combs shit, 3/4 ounce football jig, bigger tube, not smaller one. I've had a lot of success this year. That didn't. I never got on a good football jig or big tube bite out there. They only a baby one, but maybe it's time of year thing too. I think a little bit, and more minnows. I think there's less crawfish in there now.
Yeah.
I think the walleyes are really eating the craws up there too.
Sounds like they ate them all.
Yeah, probably.
Can you do that? I heard they did that in Woman.
No, there was a lot of them up shallow. If you were up looking at the bank, you could see a lot of them them craws cruising around.
Were they
up there.
bloodies? Because they
They were orange, bright orange.
Okay. So they were like blood red, I remember. Like blood red back in the day.
These little Dannies are interesting, guys.
So that bait, Waypoint got that in last summer and on that little gap
I
jig.
got it all messed up.
The big thing with that, like Timmy would be the first to tell you that not moving your jig worm is a great idea, right? So you throw that little jig out there, that Danny, and don't move your bait. Don't move, set your rod down, and that thing's just gonna... That's what I like about that bait. It's got action without you having to touch nothing. Like, don't let me fuck it up, you know?
There you go.
I like baits that I can't screw up. Like, don't move it, don't touch it. It'll get a bite for you. That's a Danny.
The old cover scat, just floating her down, real
Danny
nice.
is a crawfish cover scat. Don't like.
Yeah.
I was Neko rigging that actually.
This?
Yeah. And
See,
when they
I
wouldn't eat the minnow, I can get them on a Neko rig Danny, a small.
I
mouth.
haven't had much luck Neko rigging crawbaits.
That was the only one I've ever had
Really?
any luck Neko rigging, and probably only the third one I've ever tried. To be honest.
How about the mega bass?
Bottle shrimp.
No, what's that craw called that they had? With the hook built in.
Sleeper craw.
Yes,
No, I never bought them.
You
They
did?
look okay.
I bought them. Not a fan.
Yeah, I didn't. They didn't look good. They didn't look good. I didn't like that from
They
the
got
get-go.
me.
I didn't like that from the get go.
Yeah, they got me. Not a fan. Horrible hookup.
The other one that didn't get me right away, and then a buddy was talking to me about it, so I bought one, and I still haven't opened it. But that Credge, I think that's a joke.
I haven't tried it. But
I don't think-
I can see where it might.
Oh, I got
Work.
some of them.
Did you watch Jordan Lee's video on it?
Yeah, I think every video we're seeing is them trying to force a Credge bite.
I seen him with a koiki on his front deck with a drop shot.
Exactly.
I seen that.
Yeah, and he didn't do a video on it, I bet.
No, he did not.
I can see the Crudge doing time and place though.
I like the idea of it. It's just a matter of, are they trying to be a riser bait or something different? Is it trying? Because the riser bait's legit.
It is, yeah, but I feel like the Crudge is. I get it. I haven't tried it yet, but I can see where it could work.
You guys are stroll. That's all you do down here is stroll minnows.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely stroll down here.
Spinning pole guys.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We don't ever use 65-pound braid, ever.
No.
So Champster schedule, what's first? I forgot.
Vermilion.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, we can't even talk about that.
That'd be fun.
That'll be real. How early?
June.
June.
Damn.
First
Wish-
week?
I think so. I
I
think
think
it's pretty
so.
early, yeah.
Oh, it's early.
I wish it was May 13th. Earlier the better out there.
13th.
When did
May
we go to?
1st.
When did we go to
Whenever ice is
Cab?
out. I don't know. I feel like that's opener. Actually, there is no opener up there. It's north of 53. Fish
Yeah.
year round. Whenever the ice comes out, that's when I want to fish tournament.
It'd be fun.
Oh, dude, that pre-spawn
I'm
spawn
excited
bite
for
out there.
I'm
is
excited for Vermilion.
Stupid.
Opener's probably May 10th.
So Vermilion, then what's second?
Lacrosse. River.
Oh yeah,
That'll
July, right?
Yep.
That'll be a fun event.
that will be fun.
It sounded like there was a lot of fish down there this year. Like when they went down there for the Open.
Yeah, I forget what pools we get to fish. And
Eight,
then,
is
eight only.
8 only.
okay.
I think that's the same pool that they were fishing.
Yep.
And they caught.
Yeah,
Sounded
we
like
can't
they.
go to 7. I like 7.
I've never
Probably
been
not
there.
for Champs Tour, but.
Eight's
And then
pretty
third
good.
we've got.
Well, third is the Pro-Am in Minnetonka.
Oh yep.
Mm.
That's middle of July?
Yep. Second week, I
I'm gonna
think.
sit that one out.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe I'll help Dane out for that one.
I might
Do
be
a
there
live
with you.
episode.
No, just fish it.
Yeah, I bet you'd love that.
Pull your skirt up.
Fine. Fucking cover scat the whole lake.
Oh,
God, it's.
Then to go to Lahamadink.
I just know who I'm up against on Tonka, and I haven't.
Well, that'll be.
I haven't
because
put
it's
the
a-
work into. I don't feel like I've put the work in on Tonka to.
That's a tough one.
That'll probably be
Yeah.
an 8-fish pro, or like the
Yeah.
like the last few Pro-Ams. So that could be only an 8-fish deal, not a catch-all you can catch one.
And that's. I mean, I'd rather do catch all you can catch.
I don't know.
Like,
I haven't seen the rules.
here's how
on that one
Tonka's
yet.
been for me. Like, I spend 2 days out there. I find a spot a day. We get,
That's a good practice.
you
for
know,
spot
and
day.
we catch what we should have caught, but I didn't find enough.
That's like Tonka. Like that's how Tonka.
5 days, maybe.
That's the way it's
something
been,
happens.
though.
One spot a day is a good practice
Yeah.
for me.
That's how I mean, 1 to 2 spots a day is how I.
That's the way she's been for the last 5-6 years.
Oh my god, yeah, it's
Isn't
not.
that
It's
weird?
not good.
A good practice used to be you get a bunch of 4-pound bites. Now
Yeah.
it's like, I had a decent day. I had a 4-pounder today. You know, and
but
another
you-
one
you-
over 3.
You look at the weights though on the Denny's this year, and it's like they caught them.
The weights from last year to this year, it's like Tonka's back, or like
Most tournament anglers and guides are not covered fully or properly. Most insurance policies don't cover exposure due to tournaments and guiding. Taking the chance of using the wrong insurance gives the insurance company an out when settling a claim. How will the insurance company know that your fishing tournaments are guiding? Well, social media is their number one resource. And guess what? They use it. Lake Country Insurance offers one of the only products that can cover both tournament and guiding use in your vessel. Anglers don't seem to hesitate spending $50,000 to $100,000 for a boat. Why risk that large asset all because you wanted to save a few extra shekels? Are you nuts? Call the folks at Lake Country Insurance today and make sure you have the proper coverage for your boat before the unexpected happens. Call 612-285-3113 today or visit their website lcisagency.com. That's lcisagency.com.
I don't know.
Like what am I missing out there? I don't understand. And the weights are true. They're not inflated. It's not like an extra pound for the bag. Like I fished the last 2 Denny's out there, and we weighed on our scale what we weighed on Denny's scale. Like they are true weights. Like they're catching big fish out there.
Yeah, and I guess I talked to Rob and Joe Panessa, who
Yeah,
are
they're cracking
real
out
good
there.
out there, and it's so it's time on the water. Like those guys, they put their time in, they work hard. But I think what's interesting is like just little things they picked up from this year to last year aren't like they don't need to do that much stuff different besides this and this. Like it's crazy, but it took them, half the summer to figure it out, right? But then they crush them that second half of the year, and I won't out their stuff, but they put their time in, and like you said earlier, that will reward you on Lake Minnetonka.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the
those
exception.
fish got to be growing too, so it's got to be coming back around. Because
They're
I mean,
healthy.
I feel like we were catching in a bad cycle last 3-4 years.
they
I just don't feel like the numbers aren't there anymore. I could be
don't
wrong,
disagree.
but for me, like you don't catch 100 fish a day anymore out there.
No.
Or 50 fish a day. Like you out there, you catch like 10 to 20 a day.
I think what's crazy is don't practice out there in the evening. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, they'll lie to you.
The amount of fish that bite in the evening out
Yeah,
there
they
is
said they'll lie to you.
insane.
They'll lie to
They
you.
bite in the evening. Like the fish I find out there after 6 p.m.
They will lie
I
to you.
fucking might as well never have found them. Like they've done me no good. They've wasted so much time for me out there.
Yeah, but they build confidence for you at least.
No, it's built confidence for me to not catch them.
They build confidence.
It's
You
built
just
confidence for me
have
to
an
go check a
idea.
spot thinking that I might catch a bass there, and it's there, but it doesn't bite till after 6 o'clock. What other lake on this fucking planet
No, like it's bad.
is like that?
No, like it's really. Me and my partner have a program that we've been running the last few years out there, and a lot of it is kind of by the seat of our pants on tournament day, but it works.
Have you found correlation with time of day?
Yeah, we run time of day. We're running a day. for
So,
sure.
like, if you get bit in practice at 10 o'clock,
We do
on
this
spot,
from ease off till about 8 o'clock we do this, and from 8 till about 11, 10 o'clock we do this, and then from 11 till weigh-in, we do this.
And is that based on practice and based on?
It's based off with absolutely nothing to go on. So let's just swing for the fence and hope for the best.
You know, a lot of people do that, right?
That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
I almost don't believe you.
No, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Hey, you made it that time.
Try not to kick myself in the nuts twice.
Where do you think the championship will be at?
Hopefully, Big Jefferson.
Ooh.
I have no idea. Oh, deal.
Oh, yeah. I like this nutsack. He's got a time and a place.
He would.
You know, he's got a time and a place somewhere.
Chomo.
No. That sucker's going to catch
Where
him.
would the championship be?
I don't know.
It's got to be.
I think we pegged it right on the nuts last year with Minnewaska, Alexandria area.
Well, yeah, I came up with that and had that pinned down,
But I don't know. This year, we're going to Lahamadu.
right? So
I'm thinking way up north somewhere.
Bemidji?
he's gonna throw a curveball, like someplace he has, because it's Dane, so he's gonna try something different. And like somebody said, there was like something that it was something along the lines that like could be out of state even. So I wouldn't throw it that he doesn't throw something out of state.
That'd be cool.
I think he slipped up with me one time on that. And I'm not going to say, obviously, but I think I might know.
Can we cut? Can you tell us and go back to record it again?
Yes, I just don't know if I want to.
Go to like some like I said, I think it's gonna be something that hasn't been done. He's gonna make
like
it.
Titonka, Jefferson,
No,
Lura.
he's gonna go out of state.
Lake
Something
of
that
the
no one's been to.
That'd be fun. Lake of the Woods.
He could do like. Where would Dane go?
Detroit Lakes.
Connersville.
No,
No.
he's gonna keep it close, but then you gotta think of cell service.
Wisconsin. There's a
I
lot
can
of
see
good,
Wisconsin.
a lot of good Wisconsin lakes just right across the border. North.
Noah nailed it last year.
No, that was me.
Or 2 years. No, last year, Waseca.
was
Noah
me.
said, I feel like it's going to be in Alexandria.
Oh, that was on the podcast.
Right, but that we'd talked about that
Okay,
earlier.
Because of the sponsorship.
Yes.
Because they were, Noah and I'd talked. I'd called that already.
I didn't know about Minnewaska. I just figured somewhere in that general
No,
area.
I had it dialed.
I thought it was the first year I fished, so 2 years ago. I thought it was going to be at Minnewaska.
It was East-West Rush.
Yeah, because we weren't. It was going to be close in the area, but Minnewaska was right there, and it was big enough to hold
Yeah.
however many boats.
Then we went all the way to East-West Rush.
Yeah, that was.
I like that lake, too.
Me too. I love that lake.
I'm sure you do.
Where's
know you like that,
where
like,
does what's his name from South Dakota catch a state record bass that he had out there?
Lyle?
Lyle. And Dane's a smallmouth guru, so he'd like to see somebody change something up. He'd go to South Dakota, and
That'd be
be
fun.
cool.
no one's been to South Dakota yet. There ain't been anything there.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, Horseshoe Lake, South Dakota. That's not it, but maybe.
Lake of the Woods, telling you.
Wabe.
That'd be cool.
That'd
You
be
got bass
fun.
in that lake?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of smallmouth. Lots of walleyes. Lots of perch.
I got a few lakes over that way.
Well, there's
Yeah.
Was it Johnson? That's.
Hmm?
There's like a Johnson out there,
In South Dakota?
trees and stuff.
Should really take it.
I don't know
Boys
if there's
trip out
smallies
there.
in there, but
Should be fun.
Yeah.
There's some lakes like
I
I
want to
don't
go to
want to
Boji.
say, but
could do.
I know where
Okoboji
you're
in the
talking.
fall.
yeah.
Couple Boji.
Couple of the guides up there.
With the silo and stuff.
I think Pelican and Ore
Yeah,
would be
a
a
couple
great
of guides that I
championship lake.
guide up
Yeah.
with.
Be
They
a fun
used
one.
to live in that area.
It's really bad.
They know
It's
all
sad
the
though. They
smallmouth
went.
lakes.
It went
Oh.
downhill.
Pelican?
They're
Since
like
we were up
anytime you
there.
go
I know.
down there, just let me know.
That'd be fun.
I mean,
Sounds good.
that,
I'll be in.
the month before we were up there was the best fishing I've ever experienced.
Where?
Pelican.
Or? Yeah.
I thought tournament day was the toughest day I had had out
Yeah,
there.
I did not show out at all.
No, like we're
It was
lucky.
off.
Like tournament day on Pelican, it was off. Like
It was way
and
off.
and it still shattered every
Yeah.
weight record we've ever seen. Can you imagine if it was on?
Oh my god.
That's all I was thinking
I'm getting
about. It's
100
like,
bites a day in practice.
I think
Like, it was
God.
insane.
I think God decided He didn't want that many people to know how good that lake is. That's what
I heard it's not as good though anymore.
No.
It isn't. It isn't.
It was all right. I went there after cab tournament. Went there for 2 days and fished, and
It's still good, but not like set the hook on themselves for an hour and a half. Like
it was a good mixed bag I had going. It was smallmouth, largemouth, pretty decent ones, but they were like down there. They were kind of betting at that point in time because cab was getting real close to,
They're
bed.
getting real close.
Yeah, that
I was surprised they didn't pull up.
I think the
Couple
wind
spots.
kind of kept them away from that too. It was blowing hard that day.
That was such a fun tournament.
That was.
I watched the weigh-in for that one.
He
It
could
was-
go back
it
to
was
It was fun.
whatchamacallit too on the border where we were,
Big Stone.
Big Stone.
Oh yeah.
Have it show out again.
I like Big Stone in September a lot better.
That's where
Yeah.
Bassett is going.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That'd be good.
It's gonna be. Well,
I don't know if there's another. Well,
We get crankbait
what the hell is
that
that lake?
Right?
In September out there.
you only need one
Crank
lure
and
out
check.
there.
That's it.
Wabe would be big
You
enough.
fishing bass heads?
No,
Come
no,
in
Skinny
lure
dipper.
then.
no. I can't say that on podcast.
Gill swimmer.
I'd have my
Text me.
no. I'd have my head ripped off.
Actually, with the pressure out there, I bet they eat a cover scat.
You know,
Do I?
hot bait around here.
Hot bait around here.
Oh, sprinkler frog.
No. I just forget. Just forget about it for now.
Oh, the janitor.
You had my rod for it. Never mind. Just don't worry about it.
Why am I so clueless?
I don't know.
Dude, he's really not giving us many clues.
No, he knows.
Yeah, that one bait.
Oh, he knows.
You know that one bait, you
That
know?
one bait.
You know?
Yeah. Oh, there's only 2,000. I
Wabe.
know that one.
Just think of Marv.
I'm gonna call it Wabe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
There
Now
you
I
go.
know, Now I know.
Yeah.
Okay,
called?
okay.
No details in that.
What's it called?
Or what Walker? I missed what he said that time.
No.
None.
he said Marv. That's what he said.
No.
None. None ya.
None, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Hand molded. Mm-hmm.
Only
Wabe.
buy in bulk.
That's my pick.
And you put it in a freezer.
For the
Nope.
championship.
Yep.
I'm not going to tell you if you're right
You
or
do?
not.
What?
I'll tell you after. But
Currently, Wabe Lake is primarily managed for
Yeah.
smallmouth bass. So
Newman listens to this podcast, so I'm not going to tell you if you're right or wrong.
that's my pick. I'm calling
Because
it now.
I would
'Cause
like to keep
those
my
guys
spot in
would
the
do
championship
something
story
like
this year.
totally off the wall.
Wabe?
Wabe.
that'd be
That's
fun.
Tim-
I'm
Timmy's
gonna
pick.
laugh if you're right.
Walker, what's your pick? Where's championship going?
Lake of the Woods.
Okay. I can confidently
long
tell you
drive.
that Walker is way off.
God.
Noah, your turn.
Oh my god. I mean, I have no idea, so I'm gonna selfishly pick Big Jefferson.
I'm not allowed to say, so I'm going to pick the lake that I wished it would have been.
Tatanka.
No, Lake Coronis
Ooh.
by Paynesville. I think that would be a really good championship lake.
He didn't
Because
tell me
I-
no, so Jeff's still in the
Yeah,
ass.
it could be Jeff. Yeah, I'm not going to say
It's
here
not
nor
Lake of the
there.
Woods.
It isn't Tatanka.
Dang.
Rest easy knowing that you and Walker don't have to fight over any brush piles.
No, we're good there. Maybe. Probably not.
Big Bass? No, not Big Bass.
Balsam in Wisconsin.
Like I said, you're not going to get shit from me today.
Your head turned pretty fast when I said that, though.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Can't believe you said it out loud.
North South Center.
I feel like
I think he wants to go outside, like promote it to other areas. You know, so I think it's going to be something a little different.
Webster would be a real cool area. You could sleep. I mean, they have enough like places to sleep out there. You'd be all right. You know,
That'd be cool.
it
It'd be
ain't
fun.
It's
It
what
would be cool.
4.5 hours from here. I mean, that ain't that bad. I mean, you go up to Vermilion. How far is that?
It's
6?
4.5, 5 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
Lake
a
of the
haul.
Woods is a haul.
Yeah, we ain't going there.
God, that'd be a fun one.
Rainey's a haul.
Yeah,
So, I mean, and you might not have cell service in places.
that's a big deal.
That is a big deal because that causes problems.
Could be a big deal in South Dakota as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
They have a super tower out there.
Ah, I knew I liked that governor. Knew I liked her. She looks so cute in the pictures anyway. Okay. Someone's going to win a boat somewhere. That's what I'll tell you.
So, I have a question.
Yes?
Maybe you know.
Maybe.
Maybe you. I was thinking or listening or picking bits and pieces through different stuff the other day. So they're redoing this boat marshal deal. They're not stepping or they're having you sign up. You can sign up as a boat marshal. It could be anybody that likes bass fishing, whatever, for a boat marshal. These high school kids can sign up. They're going to start, I believe, in the middle of December, where you can open up and sign up for being a boat marshal. So does he take the money that he's saving for the boat marshals and provide into the SSA or SATT trail that, you know, because there was big money that went to those guys. Does he add it and make the boat a bigger boat for the championship and go to like a ZX 225 or a ZXR 20?
Or
It's a great question. What I do know is Dane's goal is to increase payouts and make things better. Now, I don't know the answer to your question. Like literally,
But
don't,
just a thought, you know, it might be saving money down the line somewhere. You can add it back in someplace.
I mean, Scott's been given that Realty app for free, letting people use that. I think you could charge a small amount on that app too, and do the same thing, right? So there's probably a lot of opportunities to make things better and make, you know, payouts better. I always thought it was weird that marshals were getting paid gas money.
Well, you
with
got
all
to
the
get them
shit
there.
we show them every day.
Yeah.
Like, but Timmy,
There's
like,
a cost there at all. You got
there's a
lodging and
cost,
everything.
but like, there's also a cost to going to college, and people go and they
Yeah.
pay $100,000 to go to that college to learn stuff, and a lot of people pay that money and go to college and don't learn anything.
Well,
so I
that's
guess,
like the pro-ams back in the day, back in the 90s and early 2000s.
I paid good money to fish
Paid
them
money
pro-ams.
to go ride with those guys or
Fuck
fish
yeah.
with those guys. Hell yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm like, you learn so much from
That
them.
is
So,
a
I mean,
guide,
it is,
like,
that's almost like a guide trip for
it's
the
a
day for
tournament
free.
fishing guide trip, and you're getting paid to go on it.
Pretty much.
Like, if you're a kid who loves to bass fish and they're paying you to do that and you're not doing it, like, you don't love bass fishing. That is how I feel. Like, that is my opinion on this matter, is if they're paying you to do it and you don't, you do not love bass fishing at all. Because if you did, you would have a hunger and this never-ending desire to learn, like we have, like that little fire burning inside you. Like, and I've seen that in some marshals, and I've not seen it in a lot of marshals. Like, I've seen it, and I've also seen, like, and I think it's because they're paying them. Like, if they didn't pay them, you would only get people who wanted to be there.
The nice thing is, I mean, over the years or the couple years, and Noah, you've been doing it for a lot longer than me, but the marshals, you know, they can make and break you on your day,
100%.
and for the most part, you know, they're phenomenal. You know,
For the
I've
most
only
part,
had
yeah.
one that was like taking a nap. You know, and he was not paying
Catch more
attention.
bass, Uncle Tim.
That was probably one of my worst days. But
Yeah, I didn't know.
but otherwise, there's some of them. They've been Johnny on the spot. Like,
Yeah, there's some really good ones, but they're
So,
like
The kids who are into it are good.
they're so good.
If
But
love
they
it,
can make
they're
her
good.
think about, like, a lot of these tournaments are decided by one or two fish.
Yeah.
So the course of a day, if you, like, I hate to say this, but like Marshall that doesn't care, you know, like, that wasted time can definitely add up and it can affect you for sure. But I would say 90% of them are very, very good and want to be there. And
I would agree. It's just, it is interesting you bring that up. Like, it is a mental sport. This is a mental sport. If you've got a less mature kid, let's say, and he's just asking you questions all day long, or just like, let's say you put this in like the way I see it, an 11-year-old immature kid, doesn't matter who it is as good as an annoying drunk woman in the back of your boat. Like, you know what I mean? And you have to mentally push through that. And now you are at a, like, you have to push through more obstacles now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you think
And
about
I'm
it.
not bitching here.
But,
like, at the end of the day, we're doing good things for good people.
Yeah, but I feel like if he's...
Big Stone, for example, that there's one guy had to go in because his marshal was cold and wet. You know?
I watched it. I was sitting next to him, and I was like, I watched this guy fold his tournament so that kid could get warm, which was the right thing to do. But then I think about Noah Schultz, who, 3 tournaments from now, AOI is going to, or, like, if that guy were a Noah Schultz, a AOI contender year in, year out, like, he just blew his whole season.
Yeah, but how is it any different if you're fishing the Elite Series, you have a marshal on your boat, and something happens where that marshal has to go in right away? You're going to do the same thing.
Ballot.
So it's just, it's part of the game. If you have another person in your boat, you have another liability in your boat, whether he's a teenager or a 40-year-old man being a marshal in your boat. You're going to have something can come up.
Well, it can definitely come up, and like I said, it's been a benefit over the years.
But like without them, we don't have a tournament.
Yeah, what Scott always says at every tournament.
Yeah.
If we don't have these kids, we're not fishing.
Definitely,
Which is true.
Definitely don't want
100%.
any of this to get twisted with bitching about marshals, because I think, to your point, everything I've said, I still am so grateful that we have that. And I'm not saying the system's broken. It's not broken by any means. Overall, I think it's pretty good. And I guess if I have anybody to blame for, a finish, it's me. It's not a marshal, right? But
It's been good. I liked
I
having them
think
with,
overall it's been good.
Yeah.
I really
I have
like
more good ones than bad
you
ones.
learn.
But I think more to Teal's point, like if you're paying a marshal to marshal your boat, like
Yeah, but it's only $50 or $100. So I mean,
to a
gas
kid, that's a
money.
lot of money though.
Oh,
but you're still getting gas if they're driving 4 hours to get to some places. I mean, they're not. Most of those kids are wanting to be there, so
Most of them. Yep.
I've only had one mediocre experience of all my years doing this, and it wasn't even a kid. It was an adult, and that wasn't because he didn't want to be there. It's just because he was older. He didn't understand how to run a cell phone. So like, but otherwise, all the marshals I've had have been like, some of them are like, you set the hook and they got the scale ready, got the cell phone ready, like they are
I've had some good
Johnny on the spot, ready to go, But yeah, so that's another element. That's part of the tournament. It's just like you have to create that.
I just got a big buck on camera. Sorry,
You're
got
good.
excited.
No, you're good.
It's
I'm
like
excited for you.
You got to create that relationship with your marshal when you first meet
yeah.
them.
You do.
He's got like a
create
palm
that,
tree on that one side.
like
It's
establish
it's got
like
Paul made
rules,
rules.
you know?
Yeah, it's palmated and
This is
then
what
tied
I-
on the inside.
this is how I want to do it. It's like set the hook. You get this ready, this ready, this ready. It's like I feel like if you establish clear rules and guidelines,
He's been there
like,
for the last 2
you know?
days.
But and then it's like it's wrong to expect everybody to think the same way a Noah does or something like that. Like I just noticed, like, I don't know what's wrong with your generation, Walker, but I've just noticed, okay, that you always want the easiest way, the easiest path. You don't want to put in the work. You don't understand the blood, sweat, and tears it takes to get to some of these places. It's like you watching live, just like enjoying watching people throw at a bank, right? Just to learn how they're thinking or what they're throwing, how they're approaching it. Like there are very few people who are going to ever be as passionate as that or as, into it as that. So to expect that from everybody, I think is probably unrealistic, right? Even though I'm that way, you're that way. And I guess maybe that's what I expect out of more, like maybe that's what I expect out of this generation, and that's what we're not being given because you're lazy, you're entitled. I'm just kidding, Luck, but you guys get my point though, right? Like
Our generation is like, we don't have to go watch live like you guys did back in the day. Like, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, it's
We
all
didn't have live back in the day,
well,
Walker.
not even like that. Like
Live
watching
just got here.
watching it on Sunday, you know, on the TV or something. You know, now we can just watch it on our phones. I mean, honestly, that's everything's right at your access to your fingertips.
do you like watching fishing?
Oh yeah, all winter.
Okay.
I'll sit in my one man. I'll put live on and I'll sit there and watch it. And I get TVs and the snow barrier, but I don't have satellite. Otherwise, I definitely would, or even just like mirroring it. But
Walker, you just shined a light of hope on your generation.
I enjoy
Appreciate
watching
you.
live because me and the other guys, we all sit there and watch it, and we're all like keeping tabs and calling each other and being like, "Hey, do you see he just caught another 4-pounder?" You know, like last year watching Rob G, you know, just cranking on him on live. That's pretty cool.
I agree. I'm curious how far Dane takes that with Champs Tour. I know, like,
that would be cool.
what he wants
Oh,
and probably what's doable is two different things, which is a cool problem to have. That's how you want that person to think.
No,
right?
I know not for a fact, but I know from what I hear locally, everybody we talk to, they used to do live coverage of the Champs Tour.
right
And
away.
everyone says, "Why don't they do live? Where did the live go? I want to watch the live. How come we can't see the live anymore?" Everyone wants to see the live. The hardcore guys, which might be only 1,000 people locally, I don't even know. But everyone wants to see the live footage of the actual tournament going down.
You won't believe how many parents are like keeping tabs with their kids. You know what's going on.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, like honestly, I think the parents would just enjoy it. Just like let's say if their kid's marshaling the leader, well, they're gonna be watching
Yeah.
the kid. They don't really care.
Well, I
what's
think
going
I
on,
think
but-
what was it? It was either Gull. I can't remember. One of the tournaments this year, the weigh-in on Facebook Live had like 10,000 views.
yeah.
Obviously, there's a demand there. You know.
Well, the one crashed.
Yeah.
You know, so there was so
Remember
many.
that.
There's a demand
Was that
there, like-
Okoboji that was it Okoboji that
Yeah,
crashed?
probably. Yeah.
It did. That's right. Yeah, because I couldn't see if I was leading or not, so it was just showed I was leading the whole second half. So it's like, how do you make an adjustment?
Well,
Then-
Well,
Like,
how do you-
it says I'm leading, but nothing's changed.
How do you think it's
My
gonna
shit's
feel
not
this year
logging.
with the blackout for the last 2 hours?
Totally.
How do you think that's gonna feel?
That's going to be interesting.
yeah. Want to grab me a water?
You go do
Have you
God's
got
work.
one?
Not for
You
me.
go do God's work, Noah. You go be the dad. Dad of the century. But that is like probably the coolest part about Champions Tour. Like, it is truly created kind of a spectator sport out of a regional
Yeah,
event in fishing, which we've never had before.
most definitely. That's why Champions Tour has so much more traction than Team Trail.
Oh, it's night and day. The
Yeah.
difference in media I mean, it's two different leagues, but
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see a full pro-am schedule to coincide.
I have talked to Dane about
Oh,
that.
I know you're not the only one.
I know everyone wants it, but it's
Who
like,
doesn't want to fish for best 8? Like, come on now.
but you have to decide too, though, where you want your money at with it. You know, if you're gonna do a full bore for the pros or whatever you want to call us, or do you want to put, set aside more money for the pro-ams? In which I think at one point in time there will be a pro-am series.
It ain't gonna be right away.
No, it ain't gonna be right away. I mean, Dane's
He's smart. He ain't gonna rock the boat year 1.
no, he's got to. I mean, even this year there's minor adjustments, nothing crazy, but then the year after is gonna be. There'll be some big changes, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, in a good way. Like nothing.
No, it'll be a good way. I mean, I'm excited for it.
I think with the waiting list that they've got, I mean, doubling the field with your waiting list,
Yeah.
60 plus people on the waiting list, you could run 3 pro-am events, 3 regular events, probably take all those entries.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of curious to see what he does. He told me something at the championship that really interested me for another prize, I guess you could say. Don't know if it'll happen this year, but I'd like to see it happen. It'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm curious. He's probably mentioned it to me, but I don't know. Another 2 boats?
No.
A truck?
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
be cool.
My truck's broken. I'd love to win one right now.
How cool would it be if you got, let's say, it's whatever. I don't even know how much. Like a boat would definitely cost more than a truck. You know, if you get a base model or something like that. But you get a truck for 30,000, second place for a championship, and then a boat for first.
Totally, dude. And like, what if you paid a perch guide and then like you got a happy ending at the end of the day? You know, wouldn't that be cool?
No,
You offering those yet?
no,
Little grand prize package for the best perch hook.
no. Surprisingly, I don't get any good-looking women.
What's the crew
there,
like?
no.
You got a crew of like degenerates that guide with you, right?
What do
You
got?
guys got a
No, they're
Hey guys, Gaff with Waypoint English Supply here. Just wanted to highlight the fact that we have the big bass resource right here. Obviously, everybody in Minnesota knows about Kitex and the littler swim baits like these bait labs here. But we're here to have the big baits here in the store. We got Huddlestons, we've got the dangerous swim baits, the jointed claw glide baits, and the bull shooter glide baits. But it's not only the baits. We've got big rods, big reels, big line, and all that good stuff for you guys to go ahead and chase your biggest fish of your life. So swing on into Waypoint English Supply and get hooked up with the biggest tackle around.
I feel like what 9 snow bears, nine ice fishing degenerates guiding.
There's 3 kids my age, and the rest are all. The one guy's 28, and then the rest are all 30s, 40s, 50s.
Jeez,
Careful.
don't drop the soap. That's like spending winter in prison.
No, they're good dudes up there, though. I mean, they all grew up there, is the thing. I'm the only outcast, pretty much, that's
Sure,
from out of state. But
gotcha. You guys get along, like hang out pretty often, or people
I-
keep to themselves, or
I mean, we definitely talk back and forth every day, but yet again, we're guiding 7 days a week, so
sure.
everyone
You're
wants to
tired.
go home, grab dinner, and go to bed. You know, you're right back up at 5 a.m., and then you guide till 5, or, well, usually you get back to the house about 6, make dinner, and go to bed.
That makes sense. You're probably tired. It's a lot of work, and I guess because do you live at a resort there then in the winter?
I rent an apartment.
Okay.
Well, it's like living quarters in a shed, so I get the shed to pull my truck, snowberry in every night, and I got pretty nice living quarters up there, and
Heck yeah.
so it works out good. I mean, guide for last year I did 83 days. Hopefully this winter will be a little better, but yeah, it's definitely a grind, but it's definitely worth it though. But
Well, Walker, now would be the time if this podcast was bigger, where I would say to all you folks in the Devil's Lake area listening, tell your daughters we've got fresh meat here, but I think my viewership in North Dakota is awful, and then my viewership with women is not as good as men. So I really can't wingman you this episode, but
fair enough.
somebody might have a relative out by Devil's Lake that has a single hot daughter that Walker, Texas Ranger, could make a nice, it's not a shore lunch, nice snow bear lunch for. Or what do you call, what do you take them for? Like shore lunch? You do shore
No, we
lunch?
don't do that. We fish all day.
You don't even make them lunch out there?
No.
What do they
If I made, well, they pretty much just booze the whole time or make their own sandwiches. That's about it.
What do they drink mostly? And is it different than here?
It's literally everything. Some groups are hard liquors, some are just straight beer, but
What's
They-
the rowdiest shit you've seen?
I've seen guys drink 30 racks of beer by themselves in a day.
I thought that's all you guys do now. I thought that's I thought that's par for the course.
For up there, it's pretty normal.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a lot different people up there, but I mean, they're good people though. Like all of them are. So
A lot of oil money?
no, the oil's more. It's further west
Yep.
than Devils, but
Yep.
yeah, actually, a lot of the industry up there is pretty much fishing, guiding, stuff like that. It's a tourist town pretty much.
Sure.
But
So they got a strip club then.
no, that actually got shut down. No.
That happens at those hard jobs.
Timmy, that's a good time for you to come in because you've probably have you ever had calls like to strip clubs, like cop calls? You got strip clubs around here? I'm not a strip club guy, but
The nearest one is Mankato at
Overly
Metlers.
Mankato.
So I've been lucky enough to not have to deal with that crowd. But those places are they got the best camera system in the around, so you really don't want to mess up too bad there. So
I can imagine. Dude, like those places get a lot of calls?
I don't know.
I couldn't tell you either. You're back.
Yep.
What's like the ritual for tucking the kids in?
Oh, man.
You got 12 of them, so it's probably an ordeal.
It is an ordeal.
You ever combine them, read them all a story at once?
Basically, yes. Kind of lump them all into one basket
I
and
don't want to read this 12 times. Get in here.
shove them into the bed.
Are you sleeping yet?
No, I had to go talk my oldest daughter, and she kind of a daddy's girl, so
Can't blame her.
she was a little sad tonight, so I had to go say goodnight to her, and the rest of the kids were already sleeping, so
Tell her I'm sorry for taking her dad time. I know Sundays are for dads.
I
and,
told her, I gave her your number. I said, you got a problem, you can talk to him.
Honestly, she can, and I'm ready to. I apologize. Okay, it's. Noah said you had a rock climbing wall, so I had to come.
We do, yes, we do. And whenever you want to call that,
Jungle
gymnastic
gym.
center.
That thing
jungle
is
gym.
sweet. That thing looks like it would send me to the ER.
There's been a few kids that have went to the ER.
Yeah, there was the first week we had it. I put it up, and like a week later, one of my boys split his head open and got some staples in his head. But otherwise, it's been pretty good.
I thought that was a brush pile prototype.
That would be an amazing.
That would be a pretty good one.
Be very
When the
good.
kids get older, that's
Mommy.
what'll be the
That's where it's gonna go.
How many crappies we could catch off that in the winter,
That's
Timmy?
where it's gonna go.
Oh, Timmy, the crappies we could catch off.
Oh,
that.
wow.
Oh my.
Talking
God.
about crappies, I know of a new state record that got caught here recently.
yeah.
Really?
They called and they actually were talking with me about it, and I'm like, they wanted to know how to go about it, and so yeah, I was certified and stuff on a lake down here because they know I had a big one, and they wanted to know what to do, and
Yeah.
so yeah, that was
It's
cool.
a certified record, right?
Yeah.
Because they have
So-
the old records, and then they have new certified records, right?
Yep. This one made it. The DNR confirmed it and was caught a month ago.
380.
384, 3 something,
89?
389.
384.
Damn.
Yeah.
That'd have been our second biggest bass on day one for Tatonka.
Goes with my
Yeah,
3.8.
3.9. That's
So-
so crazy. I bet you could catch one of them on a mamba.
Oh yeah. Biggest crap
I
I've
bet
ever
they
caught
eat
was flipping a
bullheads.
jig.
Oh, yeah. We've caught them cranking,
On my lake in
big
the
jigs.
summer. 3/4 ounce chatterbait and a DT10. Is
It was
what
a
I've caught 'em on.
half ounce North and Tackle jungle jig with an Uncle Josh Big Daddy pork grind on the back.
I've caught them on like
About 20 years ago.
3-4 inch
Fed 'em some sweet
shiners,
pork.
catching them. There's one spot I'll fish them with shiners, like 3-4 inch ones,
Golden shiners.
golden shiners.
Ice fishing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That used to be a thing. Put them on the flags back in the day. Watch your flag go.
Then you get there and it's like you said it wrong, and it's like, oh, I didn't. What the hell?
Yep.
Crappie eating on it.
On Lake X?
You know which one?
Yeah, I know which one that is.
Noah, you gonna do any ice fishing this winter?
I am, yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah, I know you don't really do a whole lot of it.
I
but
used to ice fish like 7 days a week.
get that mega live ripping and
Yep.
go find a few of them.
But then, life happens, you get some kids and kind of slow you down. You got to pick and choose your hobbies. So I went all in on bass fishing, but my boys are getting a little older now and they want to go ice fishing. So, especially my oldest boy, Messer, he really, Dad. So his birthday's, I don't know, when's his birthday?
Don't look at me. You look kid.
It's
He's your son.
December,
coming up. It's like
It's soon,
it's in a couple weeks.
but he wants to go ice fishing for his birthday. So that's pretty cool. Hopefully, there's enough ice on the lake we can get him out there do some ice fishing. But
It's a pretty cool kid wanting to drink beer on his birthday like that.
root beer, root beer. But yeah, no, I used to ice fish all the time, but my problem is I was a hole hopper. Like I wouldn't set up a house and sit. I would drill 100 holes a day, and I would aggressively ice fish. So
If you guys got stuff, you guys should come up to Mars, catch smallmouth through the ice.
it'd be fun.
Catch them good. I got
That'd
one
be really
lake we
fun.
could go to. It's pretty fun. We caught, I think, 30 or 40 the one day we went there.
Jeez.
Only time I tried.
What were you using?
Only thing they would eat is a little tungsten crappie jig with a bug on it.
Really?
I think, yeah, and that's, I think, last year was the first year open water we saw that transition. There's a point where they stopped wanting a big glide or a bigger bait, and they switched to bugs, I think, just from a metabolism
We used to get
standpoint.
on a buckshot.
Yeah, yeah. They wouldn't touch none of that. It'd be tiny little crappie jig with a bug. I wouldn't even need a Vexel. I could just go in the hole and
Really?
mhm,
That'd be
just
fun.
hop them. But we're almost at 4 hours, boys.
How do you know that?
Got my little timer down there. We're at 3:44.
Holy cow!
Time flies when you're talking bass.
A lot of that's cut though.
Yeah, 20 minutes of it's definitely
At
good.
least a half
Hour
cut.
of it's cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. You getting them like a little? Nah, you got a flip shack at all or anything like that?
I got a couple portables in storage, and then trying to get the wife. So my father-in-law has a sleeper cab converted into a fish house. And he's selling it. I'm like, hey, we should buy that for the boys. We could put it out on Clear Lake here and go catch a bunch of big bluegills. And
Genius.
I don't know if he's having it. And have the boys start working on her, I think. But that'd be cool. Just to get out of school, pick them up at school, go out to the shack really quick and peel a bunch of bluegills up. But
Well, yeah, you don't really. What do you do in the wintertime? You work.
just work. I work
mean,
7 days a week, basically.
yeah, and it's not like the lake's right there, you know.
Yeah, I'm a block away from the lake.
Yeah. Might as well. I'm pretty sure the crappies got real big out there.
The gills. I found some massive schools right about a week and a half ago out there.
There is so many fish out there right
Oh.
now. You look at live and it's just like
Just
everywhere.
there's schools the size of this house of bluegills out there. Like, It's insane.
Yeah, Big J. There's some big crappies this year up there.
Where's that?
Big J.
Big J.
Jeff.
Really?
Yeah. Caught some on the bar.
Oh yeah, I knew that already.
No, I caught some that were like 14 inches on the bar.
So there's a lake locally
Yeah.
this spring. I caught some shaking a minnow.
Giant.
15s, 16s,
Gee.
consistently. Not even lying. I will show you a picture right now.
Oh, I know where.
What lake is that?
Well, you don't know where.
Oh boy, we're comparing notes now.
I've only told one person.
Birchie.
Okay, two people.
I told.
I told Virgie, yes.
Yeah.
Birchie.
Golly's a hammer.
I told Virgie everything.
Dude, he catches everything, and
Oh
he
my
catches them
God.
so good.
I know.
Oh, you just ask him, where the walleyes biting? Oh, yeah, I caught him here last week.
Yeah,
That's
that dude's
crazy.
such an animal.
Oh, just loves it.
Oh,
Multi-species guru.
yeah. Yep.
He should guide.
You should.
If he guided around here, it'd be crazy. And he could do it, too. He fishes like every day.
Yeah.
You know, right after work. Yep.
Do you think there's any weird technology coming? Like,
Yeah.
you're starting to see restrictions now, right?
I don't.
So, are they going to let it get that much better?
I think so.
What more could there be?
I mean,
I guess we don't know until it's actually here.
anti-gravitational technology, X-ray. I mean, I honestly think there's a lot of that.
For fishing?
Oh yeah, that's
think-
yeah. I mean, the government, dude. The government, man. The government, man. Timmy, the government, man.
I think
We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing.
I don't know. I don't.
I do. I think little companies will start to shine out with new technology.
Really.
I think so. Smaller companies that have been in the dirt for a while,
Like,
you know.
Why do you think smaller?
Because they seen what could happen, like Garmin, producing their live scope, and now they're just trying to make it even better. And I think they're going to come with their own deal. You look at like the NBT screens and stuff like that, there's other companies making them.
I think if you apply artificial intelligence to the data that's currently being processed, it could get
Noah's
scary.
new screen he's running on the front deck this year.
Go upgrade to a 32. Nice. I like it. All right. No, but like think about AI. If AI could process what we're able to process with our eyes and brain, what we see on live scope, apply a computer to that to be able to process that.
It'll never take place of what like you can do.
I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying I think
It might help the average angler, but I don't think like your wheelers and like people like that, like your Dustin Connells and your wheelers and the guys at the top of the, it's never going to replace what. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree, and it's funny you say that because Fothergill and I were talking about
Our
this.
Fothergill, like,
He was talking about it like he kind of said it, and I didn't think of it this way. He was probably one of the last generations to learn with their gut, to learn how to fish with their old school stuff, where you're able to combine.
But he's young
both,
enough,
right?
Young enough to
Correct, where he adapted that new technology really good. However, those people younger than him,
I think
they
he's
didn't
right.
grow
I
up
think he's
with
right.
that.
I think it might.
I think he is
tail
too.
off a
I
little
think
bit.
so too. You got all these.
But I don't think AI will ever compensate for that because, yeah, AI can. I don't know. I don't want to get too down this rabbit hole, but I don't think you'll ever compensate for natural ability. If that makes sense.
Do you believe in telepathy? I'm not arguing with you here. I'm
I
asking
don't.
a question.
Do you? Do you believe in ghosts?
I believe that in energy. Okay, so like I believe that we are all and everything that exists is energy. Okay, so I think that obviously it's a mental sport. There is something to manifesting something in your mind.
It's
Right?
your experiences.
Correct. There's something weird about when you think of a person and all of a sudden they call you. There is mysteries to this world, I think, that we can't answer or fathom, but all I guess that makes sense to me is that we are energy, positive or negative, and we are magnets. And everything is a magnet, and everything you think about is creating your future. So if you think positive things,
Yeah.
or negative things, that
agree.
is
I agree
creating
with that.
a certain momentum. And so I guess telepathy, I believe it's probably real. I feel like there's capabilities that human beings have that are probably we'll never even harness or access. That's my thoughts.
Do you believe in
but-
ghosts?
I mean, ghosts. It depends what you mean by that. So I believe that humans have a soul. I believe that we have a soul, and I believe that there's more to us than just this body. So I think that when we die, we don't just die. I think there's something in us that keeps going. Maybe it's reborn. I don't know.
What do
I
you
don't know
think,
the
Paul?
answer. But I do believe in spirit. I believe in the human spirit, the human soul. So I think that means I believe in ghosts. If you believe in a soul.
I don't believe in
souls.
ghosts, but I believe in aliens.
Hell yeah. So maybe they're the same
How
thing.
about you, Wally?
I don't know. I've heard some stories.
I've heard stories too, but I've never seen anything in my own personal. I don't believe ghosts, but
I don't ever want to see any. Put it that
I
way.
just feel like like aliens, like there's, yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Mom said she
I
had a
don't know how there
UFO.
couldn't be aliens.
Exactly.
Back in the day, Mom said she had a UFO above her house at one point.
My
So I don't know
my
if it's
dad tells some
aliens.
stories from his old house.
But
What
I
do you
don't-
think, Tim? You believe in ghosts or aliens?
We don't have any cat ghosts like Fire does, but
Yeah, I don't believe in animal ghosts. Fuck that.
No, but I definitely the energy and the feelings, and I do enough different things like yoga or sound bowls or some of the other stuff that where you can have stuff, and like even with work where you're already thinking ahead and then all of a sudden the shit shows up and it's like, oh, I knew that. So the visions,
Intuition,
visions, but then also, if you even the going back and replaying stuff, or stuff coming back and replaying and being able to like
deja vu kind of.
yeah with different things, or like some of the stuff with work, or how it comes back like you're there and revisioning in it.
I think it's I nerd out on this stuff. I'll never know anything, right? But these are the things that I think make me a bad fisherman. Like, but I read something about the CIA declassified the fact that remote viewing is real.
What's that?
Remote viewing is like being somewhere, but being able to see somewhere else.
Like personally?
Yes, like
without assistance.
Yes, essentially yes.
That's real.
The CIA admitted it was real. Now that's all I know is that they admitted it was real.
How
but
is
just
that
like
possible?
they admit, so how is intuition, that some of that stuff possible? It's unfathomable. That's, I think, the weird thing about it is like the fact that Timmy got a feeling and like thought about it. He didn't consciously process the fact that this is about to happen, but he did. And if he would have like maybe harnessed that better, maybe he's more psychic than he thinks. You know what I mean? And like the one thing we don't practice in the Western world is like what Tim's, like your yogas or your meditation. And I mean, like meditation, might be the most powerful thing on the planet that nobody's doing. Like as far as like what you can do, like the human brain is super powerful. Like there's some of the smartest people on earth would argue that none of this is real, and our human brain is so powerful at creating a reality in front of us, but it's just an illusion or a hologram. Like the smartest people on earth are convinced we live in a simulation.
Yeah.
So
I've heard about
so
that.
I mean, what do we actually know? What do we actually know? I have no idea what we actually know. Like, if the smarter you get, it feels like the less you know. What do you think, Walker? You think about this in the ice house and the snow bear when you're perch fishing? You think like, you know what?
All I know is I'm gonna go fishing.
See, this is why you're a good fisherman, Walker.
I'm gonna try to catch me a perch.
This is why he's a good fisherman. He's like, I don't know, but I'm gonna go fishing. I'm gonna throw this.
I know
and
what
I'm
time
gonna
I gotta wake up. I know what time I gotta pick clients up. I don't know where I'm going fishing quite yet. I don't know.
But like, it's a mental sport. The
Oh,
human
God.
psyche. I mean, if you believe you can or can't, you're right either way. I mean,
Fishing is 100. Like I said, we said it earlier. We all can fish equally as well. We all can skip a jig. We all can flip no foil. We all can
Yeah, some
drag
days.
a jig. Yeah.
Some days you
Some
can't
days.
skip a dock.
Depends on the weather or your ability, I guess, by day to day. But yeah, generally we all can. We all have the same skill set, but at the end of the day, it's right here, you know.
yeah, and how do you
hospital all the time? Like it's mental.
how do you describe some of the magic that happens on the water some days, man? Like, there is 50 guys out there
I
with.
describe it as luck.
That's how it's mostly described, but like some of that, I feel is your brain,
Making the right decisions.
like creating your future in front of you.
You're
Like,
willing to make that decision, take that chance.
there's something inside of you telling you to.
can't
Past
be scared to
experiences.
do it. I mean,
Correct.
It all comes out of like past experiences, the time in the water, pulling from experiences you had, and not being afraid to make that change, pull the trigger.
lose money.
Yeah, like,
I mean, if you're really worried about money, you probably shouldn't be fishing.
No.
Like honestly, you should just
you
go
think-
for the win.
the guys that consistently win don't like try to play it safe. Like you are, like
Beggar, go home.
exactly go like he says it all the time. Go big or go home. He says it all the time.
I love
Like,
that. I need to listen to that more
You don't go to a
often.
tournament. Like if you go to a tournament to cat, like if you sign up for the Champions Tour and you want to fish the Champions Tour and you're just like hoping like your goal is to finish 40th every time. Like everyone that enters the Champions Tour, you have a goal of winning an event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like why would your goal be to finish 40th?
Never.
Nobody's goal is that. Everyone wants to win a tournament. Like so you. Like you see it, like I said before, like my finishes are here or here, because I'm willing to completely dive and bomb on hopes of winning. You know, the same with Schroeder, same with Walker. Like
Then you also got to understand there's also a point where if you're that far down, you just try to salvage the day. You know,
there's sometimes
there
yeah.
there is that.
That's
you know,
my problem. I never do that.
but majority like the
Or
river.
I
Like,
double
was fishing
down harder.
behind
That's
you.
my problem.
Well, it was a couple years ago. I was fishing behind you. That's a perfect example. Like I crawled all the way. Even the river against you. Like I got I got second place with you. Could I sit here and hover and Melco and hope that you falter?
which I did.
And yeah, but I didn't see that coming.
Not enough.
Knowing Walker, he's not going to falter, right? So I put all my eggs in one basket. I make a huge gamble, make a 40-minute run south to try to beat him, and knowing I could have stayed and played it safe and probably finished in the second or third place, maybe first if he would have faltered. But I was all in on winning, so I left my area to go find better fish. I left fish biting to go find better fish. The same with you on the river when we were fishing that Guana riprap.
Mm-hmm.
And I started the second half at 45th.
Mm-hmm.
I got all the way to 6th. And I left those fish biting, thinking I didn't have a chance to win. I left those fish biting
I left biting too.
to go find more fish and fell to like 12th. I was like, it is.
I left sooner than you, which was a mistake.
Another big thing too is fishing to the last minute.
Yeah,
There's been
oh
so
my
many
God,
tournaments
yeah.
that have been won. Like you've won how many tournaments in the last 10 minutes or
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Mhm.
You know, even around here.
Careful.
Always fish to the last
What?
minute.
No, I'm just saying.
You
if it-
always fish to the last minute.
I know,
it
but-
bothers me when people are putting their rods away during the
I'm
tournament.
like usually the last guy in every time.
Yeah, he's always. I mean,
I'm not good at
I will push it.
enough at time to be the last guy in every time, but I'd love to be if I could time it right.
me and Timmy have no paint on our skegs trying to get back on the Hamadu. That's
Oh,
big
my
sand
God.
flats. Just
$1,000 prop.
save your.
And pushing it to the last
Muhammadu
minute.
is the worst.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
it was
It's a
like,
bitch diet.
you know, because he caught one, and I knew coming into the bridge that I was now behind. I'm like, so then I punched it coming out of there, and I went to a dock to the just to the north. I'm like, well, I've caught him on this dock before. I'm gonna go over there, and like, so I went and fished even more, knowing that it was gonna cost me to get back even more that I had to push it. But I was like,
Muhammadu's the worst.
I'm like,
That was bad.
well,
Hopefully,
that one day it was blowing so hard out of the south coming through the bridge. It was like you were bottoming out coming under the bridge because it took all the water out of the
well,
bridge.
those sand flats are so big and long. Like
I don't know why they don't dredge that.
it was the last Muhammadu. It was the last year we fished Muhammadu?
2 years.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. So I took on so much sand in my water intake that I plugged my thermostats up and I was making oil.
Ooh.
I created so much oil, I was pushing it out the dipstick plug.
I was so pissed at Lake Carlos that day.
I knew that wasn't gonna go. That lake's a burner.
God, it's so, when
It's
it's
bad.
good, I could beat you.
It's such a burner up there.
And I didn't know that.
Oh,
I
it's
just
so-
practiced Carlos, and that was my best lake to practice.
I don't
by
like
far.
Carlos.
It's
Oh, it's my favorite one.
It's like a
I just
Minnetonka.
follow Timmy. I go to Lahamadu and Darlene.
I
That's
like
what I
those
do.
too. It's just everybody else likes those, so I try to find them in Carlos.
There's just more grass in Darlene and Lahamadu.
There is.
I wonder, see what it's like this year. I'd be curious. Hopefully Carlos is fishing good again.
I agree. Actually, no. Fuck that. I ain't banking on Carlos ever again.
You should.
No
I
way.
don't like Carlos.
Shit gets one out of there, I think.
I believe it. I
There's
just
giants in there.
never had any good experiences.
I want a cooler out there.
That's where
it.
Thompson caught his 7+ pounder.
Oh, yeah, like way back. Only
Those-
7-pounder ever be weighed out of Alhambra.
Oh, there's definitely another one swimming around somewhere in there. There's some big fish in there. Like the springtime gets real good. Like,
Well, there's big walleyes in there.
oh yeah.
Big walleyes in Carlos.
Mm-hmm. There's some big brown ones in there.
I
Really
think-
big brown ones.
I'm hoping that lake's burned me enough where I'm ready now. Like, I
Caught a
overcommitted
big one
a couple
underneath a
times out
dock
there.
in there one day.
Shit, yeah. Carlos?
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
under a dock, brown
Oh, yeah.
one.
I believe it. I
Like,
think you can catch a big fish in Carlos in 0 feet of water to 35. That's what's cool about Carlos.
You could definitely scope in Carlos 100%.
You can, and then there's big ones shallow, big ones deep. It's just they're bitchy,
Yeah, they ain't very
that
nice.
clear water just messes them up.
bitchy.
Teal's Bass Galaxy is now offering intergalactic merchandise. That's right. We got apparel now, baby. Check out our website. We got a variety of apparel, hats, bucket hats, sweatshirts, t-shirts, all the finest goods. So stop on our website, tealsbassgalaxy.com, click on the apparel tab, and start looking good, baby.
Bitchy.
Yep. Till hit him with the old do live shad.
I haven't thrown it yet, but I've heard amazing things about that swim bait.
It's pretty compact. I like them.
Reminds me of the Spark Shad.
It's got a lot more roll than a spark shad.
Was it?
It's a spark shad with some roll.
Look at the fins. Sparks.
Yep.
No,
There's
there
no
you
sense
go.
in this one.
Correct. Yep. So it's
just a flat
spark
top,
shad with
which
some
is
roll,
nice.
so a little more secondary action with it. That spark shad's a really, really good one. But yeah, I'm excited to try that one.
Did you see them Ignite baits? The nicotine minnow and stuff
Yeah,
like
that
that?
looks legit.
I got
Wait,
some.
Yeah,
You got everything.
it's like
Pretty dang
it's like
nice.
a freeloader and
And a Sakamata.
bucked had a kid
The heads are sweet.
called it the Ignite shad.
They got the wings on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You see that thing in the tank at Waypoint? Like the video they posted?
Man, it doesn't take much to get you off, does it?
Oh,
No, that thing looks legit.
It looks
I like
pretty
the
sweet.
jig head. I thought the jig head looks cool. With little airplane wings.
better buy them out.
Yeah.
They're
He
like
likes his minnows.
they're sold out. Even though I don't really fish them down here,
That's what I'm saying. I got just kind of get just a good baseline of minnows, and then I'll worry about everything else.
get a little taste for it. We'll get Timmy on the minnow game one of these days.
I don't know any of that shit. I have like 3 jig worm rods tied up,
Wigglewort,
3 jig rods,
some coleslaw,
spinnerbait,
Grass piece.
crankbait.
grass.
Call
piece,
it good.
Flex.
Grass piece flex.
Yep, now you'll have that one in there.
Now you don't need a spinnerbait and a chatterbait. You just need a grass piece flex. You
So-
got 2 baits covered.
I'll
Still
take
think
one.
I got like a giant ounce spinnerbait coming.
Oh? Oh? I like that's I think
Or a hair
nobody makes a
chatterbait.
great spinnerbait for what you and I were talking about. Nobody makes a good one for that.
Or a chatter in
A
it.
1 ounce?
Right.
Or a secret.
The
Timmy's secret.
I'll leave it
my
at
head.
that.
I was gonna- there's some decent 1 ounce ones out there. But for what you guys are talking about, yeah, I've never seen one.
It seems like on a lot of them, there's too much drag involved to get it, fish it where you need to.
The yeah, it needs a little more weight otherwise to it to get it down.
Yeah, it seems like anytime I'm seeing what I hope's the right thing, they got the right head with way too much drag on the other stuff. From when I've got that bite going anyway, it's been heavy head, a little bit smaller stuff with it.
Well, I know the one that I found a version of the one. It doesn't have enough fur to it.
One I tied?
No,
Picasso.
Different one?
Picasso.
Oh,
Picasso one.
that one I tied you enough? Did you ever blast them on it? I
didn't really fish a lake this year that
was the right deal.
was the right deal. I should have probably tried it out here when I had the chicken bite going.
Probably would have been a good time.
But when you're sitting there and
Tough to
catching 100 plus in 4 hours, I'm just like,
real tough to throw nothing else.
I'm like, I'll just keep throwing this.
If they're eating that, it's really tough to throw something
Yeah,
else.
that's a
'cause
fun
that is
bite.
a fun bite.
Very fun bite.
Oh my god. What's an old bait that is gonna come back?
Spinnerbait.
It never goes away.
Tim's like,
But
that
it's
never
been,
left.
It's been quiet though. Like,
It-
I think spinnerbait.
Really sad though, because the one that I really like to throw is they don't make it anymore.
Make a version of it, but it's not as good.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
And then there's like a couple other companies that have a knockoff or one similar, and I don't know if it's something with the wire, because the one that I would throw, you'd break them. You'd be boat flipping it, you'd
Bust off.
busting them, or you'd be like setting hook and you'd come back with just the blades and because it'd break. And like, I know the one tournament I was using them, I went through 15 of them,
Holy shit.
like broke. So it's like,
How do you even throw one after? I'd have a hard time throwing
that's how
one.
many I've had though. It was like,
Yeah.
you just keep chucking because they're eating it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that one come back or find one, and I haven't been able to find one of it.
How about you, Walker? What's an old bait that you think's gonna come back? Sakamata shad?
No. I don't really like. I don't know. I don't mind shaking a minnow, but I'm not really full for it. I mean,
You didn't get my joke, did you? I was
no,
calling you
no,
young.
no. I get it. I get it. I fished and I grew up with Timmy, so obviously I know a lot of the old school ways and stuff like that. And
Do you think the old worm with the pre-rigged hooks that
Oh my
is all
god.
curved and gay looking is gonna come back?
You
Ever?
could definitely catch them on that still.
I wanna see
Absolutely.
it. I want to see
They
it.
still make them.
They still make them.
Oh
You
my-
could definitely catch them. Throw it out there and stupid stick that thing.
I just want to, just once next year, I want somebody to get in my boat and whoop my ass with that thing.
I got a whole case, a little.
Just make me feel inferior.
I got the old banjo minnow case still.
You do now. No one's hooking a fluke.
I still got them.
That's the OG.
Bring her back. I seen some of the hots that you got on top of the toilet there. That old tackle box.
you open it?
I had to look at it at least.
in there?
Yeah, you didn't see them?
son.
No, I missed that. I was
got a
too,
whole
I was
box
too
right
busy blushing from the
Don't
toilet
even.
saying nice butt.
He's
Best
got a-
compliment I got all day.
Like that?
Yeah. I was like, oh, thank you.
We sell them on Amazon.
Really?
Yep.
People buy them?
Thousands of them.
No shit.
He's got a whole box
Cool.
of hots right on top of the toilet.
What's your best selling stuff?
Oh,
Nice
that
butt?
was
That was prior
years
to.
ago. Yeah,
That was
not anymore. Prior to COVID,
Okay.
but
You want to talk about them hots on top of the toilet?
when the
the
camera's
red
off.
eye wiggler.
Well,
Red eye wiggler?
No, I think I mentioned it before on here.
Yeah,
what
you
was
did.
the spoon
Irrigator?
with the red eyes?
Red eye wiggler.
Oh, was that the silver spoon with the red eyes?
And they had a white one with the red stripe through it too. That one's hanging in my office at work.
Anybody throw the Johnson Silver Minnow weedless spoon anymore? I used to crush on that. In
How
Throw
about
a Mr.
Northland
Twist-
Tackle Jawbreaker?
yeah, I
Yes,
used to crush on
there's
that
a couple
too.
lakes around that still comes.
Moss Boss.
Oh
Yep.
my
Moss
god!
Boss.
I have them.
They had, and then they had the one with the prop in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. That was a really good one.
Moss Boss.
Uncle
was my
Josh, Big Daddy,
stuff.
pork rind.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They brought that back.
Yeah, they did. And
It's not as good though.
You know
I
what Moss
have
Boss
the
is, Walker?
OG unopened bottle of Big Daddy in my garage right now. He has no clue. He
Did
has
you
no
know
clue.
craw tubes used to be made by Lake Fork Tackle? Did
Yeah.
you know that? Okay.
Did.
Pretty impressed. Lake Fork Tackle, man. As a kid, that was like the best company. Lake Fork Tackle.
I got some
Well, they
hot.
had the ring fries too.
I got some hot
They
craw
had them
tubes.
weird paddle-tail deals.
Do you?
Tyler Barr gave me some.
Which
Oh,
ones?
boy, juice baits?
Yeah, he gave me some old ones. Yeah.
You ever throw the Reigns one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Craw tube?
Chompers.
Oh,
Chomp.
chomper stinks so bad though.
They catch them though.
Oh, they're so
You
smelly.
like that Chompers craw tube?
Oh, I got the
They smell
Chompers
so bad.
spider craw.
The garlic, the
In the pink
garlic,
bag,
and
the bag falls apart because it's been so old.
Bright chartreuse.
I haven't bought Chompers in years, and this year I found 2 packs of, they were called Techno tubes. Is a tube with a
That
hula
sounds
skirt
familiar.
on the front. And I haven't thrown them yet, but I have 2 packs of Techno tubes made by Chompers. So it's a 4-inch tube with a hula skirt on the front. I don't even know how I would throw it.
I found a bottle of Chompers
I just needed them.
garlic spray the other day. I was digging around. Nozzle was missing, but I could still shake it and pour it out into a bag. And
You should.
Hey, save that some for your chicken parmesan there, guy.
You and
Double
Spray
garlic.
some Chompers.
the double. Well, no one knows about that, so
Oh, the bang?
yeah.
The
Oh,
garlic.
Both
Oh,
stunk the day
yeah.
I sold it from my.
Well, you guys know about using Bang or Chompers to cook your eggs in the morning, right?
That's how you
would.
catch them.
Yeah.
Don't stick to the pan.
Oh.
I don't know
Crack
if
the
I
egg,
would do
put
that.
it on.
Oh yeah.
Little garlic powder egg.
I don't
No.
know if I would do that.
Whenever we fish blackfish, there's Timmy in the back about every cast almost.
Oh, bang garlic.
Mark
Yeah.
Shirley and I, Jack's Juice was the shit we used when I was a kid, and they stopped making that stuff.
Well, there's
but-
one other one that I used all the time too. It was the in the white tube Roland Martin.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Did you ever see Noah?
Mega
Strike.
Megabyte, Mega
Mega
Strike.
Mega Strike. Yep.
Oh, the craw stuff. Yeah.
You guys ever hear that though? So I grew up on the Bill Dance crawfish juice, in a clear bottle with like a click top.
Oh yeah.
It was like orange. It was like 100 crawfish in every bottle.
That one. I
It was
know.
it was a Bill Dance thing. But I grew up on that though.
I remember the first jug of scent I bought was Bait Mate. It's green in color. I got it from the hardware store in Richmond,
Did it have the
Minnesota. as a
sparkles?
kid.
So,
Yep, weird
Yep.
spray bottle. Not that good of stuff, but you know.
the
Now,
sparkles?
now the scent.
I
We
think
can't even
so,
read
yeah.
the bottle on our scent anymore.
yeah, it's all JDM.
Yeah, you should have seen Noah the morning.
Taco sauce.
The morning of Gull Lake.
Oh my, that was a mess.
Looked like he was doing just lines on his boat, just everywhere.
Oh man.
That's fun, but you did catch him that day. What place you get? 4th, 3rd? You were up there ways, yeah.
I want to say 7th, I think.
Yeah, Piggy had second.
I had
and then had
99
third.
pounds for whatever that was worth.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a lot of taco sauce that day.
99
You had
pounds
lots of
Columbia
them.
Bam Bam.
You look like you were eating it.
The stuff
works.
is messy.
It works.
I was
Yeah.
soaking baits for like 3 weeks for that tournament.
It's a good lake to do it for.
Because you gotta have a good idea what you're gonna do, you know. So
Yeah.
Have you guys used any non-traditional scent, like
WD-40.
blueberries?
no,
Blueberries?
I've heard about that though. I heard it's a good thing.
Yeah, I've heard good things about WD as well.
I've never used it though.
Usually sprayed on my creeks.
That's what happens when you got a Vexus.
Only the Lowrance Ghost.
Yeah.
Only the Lowrance Ghost would creak. Nothing in that Vexus needed WD besides my blade bait guides and that Lowrance Ghost. WD that.
Got all those things. I can't believe you used that thing.
That
Them
new
Quest,
Ultrex is the business.
The Quest
the new
is
Quest
insane.
is the new sheriff in town.
Absolutely. Like, like if you talk to any person, hands down across the industry, that is the best trolling motor market.
look at all the elite boats. I mean,
All
like
Quest.
everyone almost went to them.
I would not. I won't run another troll motor on my
Oh,
boat.
they're so nice.
And I like the Ghost, but if you're, I mean, it's not a Quest.
I'm so glad I spent the money for switching them out. And
Yeah.
so nice.
I've had mine for 2 years. I think I broke it one time, and it was that little black holder piece it wasn't even that big of a deal. I mean, you could still use it. It's not. I mean, it's been a good trolling motor.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can say the same. You've
Oh
put
my
yours
God.
through the ringer too.
Yeah.
I'm sure you put mine through the ringer.
I broke
too.
my quest.
I
This year.
did.
Yes, actually, I didn't break it. Seth broke my quest this year.
What do you do?
We test drove it on Tonka on the windiest day of the summer,
Oh.
and I
enough.
told him not to hold back. And he's driving a Vexus now, but we broke my troll motor on the test drive.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the day before I was
Yeah.
leaving for Boji. I did a test drive with Seth on Tonka, leaving for Boji the next morning. It's like 3 p.m. on a Friday or something. Troll motor broke. Fuck.
No, he switched.
Intune came in clutch there, fixed it. But
He switched.
Yeah.
yeah, Seth's running a Vexy now.
That's cool.
There's a few guys on the Lates running Vexus, ain't there?
Pick out a Vex.
Yeah. Brandon Card runs a Vexus too. And,
He's been running Vexus for a while.
John
Yeah.
Cox is about to be in a Vexus aluminum.
oh, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
yeah,
do you
winter's depressing, and we definitely probably ramble long enough for this audience.
I feel bad.
I
for
think
him.
I think we should teabag them before we check out. No, I'm gonna let you guys do the send off. I'll just teabag the camera.
All right. This is Teal's Bass Galaxy. Check it in. Check it out.
Get bagged.
Give big.
All right. Good episode, guys.